That makes more sense. Ah. I think I figured it out now. Oh. Yeah, I still have no idea how to do this. It's okay though. It'll be fine. It's really starting up right to the fucking. I said there's gonna be some time. Oh well, it might actually start like a little bit after 6, right? Sometimes it happens. Thank you, man. I'm not gonna call him a bitch. I know I seem insane, all the time, but thank you, compliments. Searkar. Every time you say that, it reminds me of the movie Team America, where he's like, Durka, Muhammad Jihad. Every time. Durka, Muhammad Jihad. It's me. It's me. Looks like he's saying, kiss me, smart ass motherfucker. Shit's funny. Kiss me. Kiss me.
Oh, what up, what up?
Hello.
Fucking headphones.
I don't like wearing headphones.
What's that?
I don't like wearing headphones.
Yeah, I don't either. But if I don't, my mic will pick up speakers, and then it like drowns out when I'm trying to talk, and it like just picks up nothing. So that's the only way to make it work efficient.
Nice. Do mine sound okay?
Yep.
Very cool.
Let me check the level here too. Do a check.
Check.
Perfect.
1, 2.
Check. Yeah, perfect.
You excited?
Oh yeah.
Am I gonna change your mind
This will
today
be
or
a
what?
great one. What's that?
Am I gonna change your mind today or what?
We'll see. I'm waiting to see the arguments.
Did this really just die? Fuck me, bro. Come on, man.
I assume you've been prepping for it like crazy.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I love this topic. I find this ideology like super fascinating. So it might be a little bit different than what you might be used to. I don't know. I don't plan on being like fascism bad. You know what I mean? That's kind of what it
Okay.
usually boils down to with a lot of people, and that's I feel like misses the point of why fascism became popular, right?
Yeah. All right. All right.
Because it does do some things correct, right?
Yeah. Some people would say that.
I mean,
Yeah.
it was it swept the world in the early 1900s and all the way up to the late 1930s. The only reason I think it went away is because the Nazis were a specific brand of fascism that was a little extreme.
That makes sense.
Yeah, they were a little extreme.
Just a little. Yeah, this is gonna be a good one.
Fascism
Uh,
in itself isn't extreme. Fascism is extreme in the way that it wants to radicalize and change liberalism, but um, I wouldn't say it's like dangerous from the movement and the myth perspective. Um, it describes something that is true. So it's extreme in the same way that like someone who wants like free market capitalism to continue going on, I guess, but there's different subsets of fascism that can turn into the way it enables certain parts makes it kind of dangerous. And Nazism is one expression of that.
so I'm gonna run to the washroom real quick. Be right back.
Thank you for the follow. Kemiv. I'm gonna get water real fast.
Welcome, welcome.
1 second here.
Yeah, democratic fascism is the thing. I feel like that's kind of getting into the weeds though, right? With Umberto Eco and
Oh, are you talking to the chat? I was
yeah,
like, what?
like you don't really bring up Umberto Eco when you want to talk about fascism definitionally, but it is like interesting to see a modernized version.
All right.
I don't I don't know what the fuck I'm hearing you guys through here. I'm not hearing I'm not hearing you through my 1 second here.
Yeah, no problem.
Can you guys say something real quick? Anything?
Yep.
Check, check, check.
Cool.
Hello, hello, hello.
Big check.
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay. All right. Hang on.
Just perform that action. I need.
All right, say something now.
Hello,
Hello.
hello, hello.
There we go.
Perfect.
How you doing?
I'm doing well.
Nice.
Make sure this is good there. All right. Perfect. All right. So just make sure you're both good with it. 10 minutes for opening statement each. We're going to start with Circa because you're on the affirmative.
Mhm.
5-minute uninterrupted rebuttals, then a full hour of back and forth, and then after the hour, if it's like really it's really hot, you guys want to keep it going, we can go another 30 minutes to an hour, and then 5-minute closing statements, and then a 30-minute Q&A. Both good with that?
Yeah.
All right. And then also I do a open panel after, but that's optional if you guys want to stay for that. And then yeah, so when I start it up, it'll just play. It's gonna play my like disclaimer, like an intro and song, and then I'll introduce the show. I'll introduce you guys, and then the prompt, and we'll get right into the opening statements. Both good with that?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Uh, all right, awesome.
Is
And
it the
thank
Goofy
you
song?
both for coming tonight. And let's get it rocking and rolling.
Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a website like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up. Yeah, we pledge. We pledge. We pledge. We pledge. Yeah. Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreat. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreat. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreat. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreat. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreat. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreat. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreat. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the SpeakeaZy show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statement, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. After that, we enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth. This is where arguments can clash and the iron can sharpen the iron. And then finally, each side delivers a 5 minute closing statement to lock in their case. When that's done, we're going to move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'm going to put the Q&A in the chat for you guys, but keep in mind that the super chats, PayPals, and Cash Apps, these questions will get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free chat question. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of the priority options. And once the formal debate wraps, we're going to open the doors for the Chaos and Chill panel. This is where the community can hop in, challenge the debaters, or ask follow-ups if the debaters choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But it's always where things get a little wild. Today's debate prompt: Trump is a fascist. And for the affirmative, we have Searkar, known for diving headfirst into the hottest topics in culture, politics, and society. Searkar doesn't shy away from the tension, he walks straight into it, and you can find his channel linked in the description below. And for the negative is a man who's become one of the most recognizable voices in the modern online debate scene. Andrew Wilson, host of The Crucible, where arguments are tested, worldviews collide, and very few escape without their ideas being put through the fire. A logician known for his sharp questioning, relentless cross examinations, and willingness to push conversation straight into the deep end of philosophy, theology, and politics. And you can also find his channel linked in the description below. With that being said, we're going to dive right into the openings. Circa, you are first up. So whenever you're ready, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Sure. All right. In They Thought They Were Free by Milton Meyer, there is a chapter called But Then It Was Too Late. This chapter captures the trap. No society will get a memo saying this is the year we turn to fascism. It happens as a separation between people and government widens gradually. Each step disguised as temporary emergency measures and tied to true patriotic allegiance. In the book of Daniel, the message is, you've been weighed and found wanting. But the warning isn't the collapse itself, it is the writing on the wall. And the point is to read it while there's still time. You do not need a PhD to see this, you just need to be honest. The tenets of fascism are not independent boxes, where failing one magically cancels the rest. Every single feature can show up elsewhere, and fascism is what happens when they lock together into one machine. It's rebirth politics, leader veneration, political liturgy, weaponized patriotism, constraint that breaks through permanent emergency, epistemic capture, and economic manipulation. A society that rewards alignment and punishes resistance, often through uneasy collaboration with traditional elites. Hyper-nationalistic palingenesis, rebirth politics, a story of national decline and humiliation, followed by a promised restoration that frames the leader as the vessel of the nation. Trump uses this and lives it. Decline, restoration, purification, make America great again, and the promise of that new era. But by then it is too late. So the real question isn't whether someone can quote a slogan about the state. It's whether the movement is already selling national rebirth through exclusionary nationalism. Are they breaking constraints to get there? Are they controlling the narrative? Epistemic capture is how the myth becomes insulated from evidence, and truth becomes a loyalty test. This confirmation gets reclassified as propaganda. The movement trains people to treat refutation as betrayal. Once you've done that, the leader can break the rules with impunity, because reality itself has been subordinated. This is the leader principle. And fascism is not just a program, it is a person who becomes the movement itself. Loyalty becomes worship, politics become veneration, and the public is trained to trust the man more than the institutions. Fascism is not only a set of ideas, it is a methodology. It includes committed militants, street energy, intimidation atmospheres, and a culture that treats politics as combat, not as careful deliberation. Sometimes that looks like formal militias. Sometimes it looks like tolerated ecosystems of threats and selective lawlessness. Either way, it makes dissent expensive and dangerous. Patriotism is used as moral coercion. Dissent becomes betrayal. Questioning becomes disloyalty. And symbols, rituals, rallies, choreography, a sacral language turns the very politics into an extravagant and exhilarating liturgy. It stops being persuasion and becomes a demand to participate. Radical inclusion and radical exclusion, leading to a shrinking circle, is the enemy within is not a throwaway phrase. It is the permission structure to eliminate impurity. It tells people who does and who does not matter, and why there must be extraordinary measures that must be justified. It also explains why the circle gets smaller over time, because once you normalize targeting an outgroup, you normalize the method, and sooner or later it will turn inward. That is where purification logic appears, violence framed as cleansing, redemptive, and necessary to achieve rebirth. Constraint breaking through permanent emergency and not normal executive governance is the posture that if Congress, courts, or constitutional settlements get in the way of that destiny, the presidency will attempt to do it anyway through executive action. And when the rule breaking is challenged, the answer is another emergency. Crisis talk that turns exceptions into routine. And next is the hyperconsolidation of private and state enterprise with the corporatist steering and elite collaboration. I do not mean the state regulates the economy. I mean state leverage used to turn private actors into instruments of the regime, where alignment is rewarded, resistance is punished, and the boundary between public authority and private enterprise becomes a loyalty system and no longer an autonomous civil one. This is typically stabilized by collaboration with existing elites who believe they can use the movement, manage it, profit from it. We can't break these apart one by one. What matters is how the parts reinforce each other. If you are forced to concede any of these features, you are conceding a core mechanism or the core mechanism. This process is incremental as well. It is ordinary people telling themselves this is temporary. It's only for those people. It's just rhetoric. It's just executive action. And then one day you look up and realize that everything has changed under your nose. But then it was too late. I'm not here to promise you a specific death toll. That's not really how political danger works. I'm here to say that you cannot deny the pattern. The only question is whether you will admit it before it is too late. And that'll be my opening.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Andrew. And Andrew, whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, hang on. Let me pull my notes here. I was taking them as you were going. So, what a disappointment and what a fucking crock of shit. Just a total crock of shit. So, this debate is not on what fascism is, it's on whether or not Donald Trump is a fascist. Okay, so notice how everything in my opponent's opening statement addressed all sorts of things about the structure of fascism, not a fucking thing about how Donald Trump's a fascist, and then tried to introduce a bunch of bizarre poetry. Well, you have to remember one day you're going to wake up. It's going to be the Twilight Zone. There's going to be checkpoints. There's going to be state-sponsored things you got to wear. There's going to be things they tell you to do with your body. Oh, wait, that was Democrats during COVID-19. My bad. But the thing is, that's interesting about all of this is that he didn't say fucking anything about Trump. And the things that he even said about fascism have nothing to do with Trump. Trump is not an ultra-nationalist. He's not. I don't know where the fuck you're getting this side. He's barely a nationalist. Barely a nationalist. This guy has allowed for mass migration from other nations. He allows like gold card migration. He allows for all sorts of things which are not or what this guy refers to as hyper nationalism, or what I'd refer to as ultra nationalism. Okay, so he just He doesn't even fit that criteria. He says that there's a decline in restoration because of Trump's slogan, Make America Great Again. The problem with this, and progressives bring this up all the time, right? He's trying to make a throwback to a time, a mythological time, which is, remember, that's the requirement for fascism, is there's a mythological time that you're throwing back to. Trump doesn't do that. He's not throwing back to a time of mythology in order for the ideas of renewal. And that's what the sort of fascist scholars that my opponent is sourcing, they would say is a key to fascism. Trump's doing the same exact thing that you'll find presidents previous, including Truman, doing. Truman would say, I want a great restoration of America by going back to the days of FDR. Was that fascism? No, because there's no mythology there for this renewal. Pointing back to times in history as a modern president and then saying, hey, man, these things were actually better policies is not a idea of restoration renewal through the idea of some bizarre mythology, which Trump doesn't mythologize anything. I don't even know what he's talking about. Progressives right this second as we speak, their rhetoric on the campaign trails, they want to go back to the 30s, 40s, and 50s with a higher progressive tax rate. Is that some kind of like mythology? No, of course not. They're looking at specific policies and they're looking at specific eras for those policies. As far as epistemic capture, Trump's a populist. That's true. But I don't even think that Trump knows what epistemology is. And when you're talking about epistemic capture, especially, what is it? What is the epistemic capture? He says militants. Maybe you could make the case that Trump is a bit militant, but militants alone could be communism. It could be any other ideology. Like he says, it has to be a coalition of these ideological foundations together. He also doesn't mention the key part of fascism, which is corporatism. He kind of made an allusion to it where, oh, there's a little bit of the private sector working with the state. No, that's not what fucking corporatism is, dude. Corporatism under Benito Mussolini, he made union sectors for the entire economy. Okay. We're not anywhere near anything like that. Not only we're nowhere near it, but Trump doesn't even have, it seems to me, he doesn't want to do anything like that. I haven't seen any sort of corporatism come out of this administration at all. So unless you have, I mean, you better really fucking dazzle me with some shit here, man, because you didn't actually tell me anything about why it is that Trump is a fascist. And that's what's on the docket today. So, with that, I'll yield my time, but I don't like what's the fascist stuff what is it? I still don't know.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. With that, we are going to get into the 5-minute rebuttal. So it's not a back and forth yet, just a 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal to directly attack the opponent's opening. So, Searkar, I'm going to hand it back to you. Whenever you're ready for your rebuttal, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Sure. I'm going to ignore all the false equivalency, false dichotomy
He's
stuff.
muted.
Yeah, you got to unmute on the StreamYard.
All right. I'm going to ignore all the false dichotomy, equivalent stuff of unnecessary progressivism and everything. As far as the scholars I would be using, I'm using one of your favorites, Giovanni Gentili himself, as well as Mussolini. They're very important to understand fascism from the inside. But to think that they would be used for anything analytical is, I think, just stupid, because they were living it. They were the propagandists themselves. Nonetheless, they're still important to read to understand it. And second, things like epistemic capture. Epistemic capture is a little more of a lesser known scholar, at least where the writing of that comes from. But I'm sure we'll find out that there are many scholars we both are actually using, not just Roger Griffin, which I'm assuming he's referring to, or someone like Stanley. Now, to be clear, ultranationalism is not the same as palingenetic ultranationalism. I'm not sure if Andrew has read the Fascist Minimum, or at least tried to understand it at all. It's pretty much become the generic minimum, at least among consensus, and even among people who disagree with trying to understand fascism as a definitionary tool or diagnostic tool. Nonetheless, I'd like to hear him explain exactly what he means by ultranationalism that Trump needs to be. and whether or not if you actually have to believe in it to embolden people who do, because that's not really a requirement. And then I do want to point out, I did mention corporatism in my definition, but once again, there are many forms of fascism. Even Mussolini himself in 1914 had a nationalist syndicalist version of corporatism, which was in no way the same as what happened with, let's just say, the 22, which came quite a bit later. And it only happened after the capture of the state, not before. So in order to actually figure out the movement, I don't know. I guess he can't do that. But I think I'm going to yield my time here. A lot of it was filler.
All right. With that, we're going to hand the mic back over to Andrew. Whenever you're ready for your 5-minute rebuttal, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
What the fuck are you talking about? How's Trump a fascist, dude? I don't, like, you didn't tell me how Trump was a fucking fascist. That's what I want to know. You keep on giving me qualifiers for what you think fascism is. That's not good enough. We're not debating about what fascism is. We're debating about whether or not Trump is one of them. So you have now defined this thing, but have failed to define how Trump fits the criteria for any of this. Let alone your definition of nationalism. What was it? Paleogenetic. I would love to hear how this is a standard. When you're talking about corporatism or national syndicate, when you're talking about the national syndicates that happened in Italy, that was a prerequisite for what corporatism became. Again, nowhere near it. Nowhere near it. Nothing like that going on fucking anywhere. Not in any Western nation that I'm aware of. Nowhere. Nowhere. You can't point to anything like that. It's just not in fact, the closest thing you would have is like progressives who want to have like maybe progressives who want to have like shareholder, like worker owned shareholder co-ops and shit. That's like maybe that's the closest. There's nothing like that going on at the government level, man. Nothing. Yes, I have dove in to Gentile and Mussolini. I'm very familiar with the policies of this particular era. But the thing is like, you haven't explained how Trump fits the criteria for being a fascist. That's what you need to do. Your job is to do that. How Trump fascist? Because Trump doing A, B, C, D, which is definitionally fascism. You bring up, for instance, Stanley and Griffin, right? Who are two notable fascist scholars who disagree with each other. Griffin himself claims that Trump is not a fascist. He claims it himself. And Stanley's whole bearing was that Trump was not a fascist. He didn't even really call him a fascist. He just said, well, the J6 stuff was fascistic leaning enough that I don't have a problem with people giving him the label. But he didn't even call him a fascist then. So, like, I really need a case to be made here for how Trump fits this criteria for fascism, for ultranationalism, for any of this stuff. And with that, I'll yield my time back. But there's nothing here to argue about because you haven't made a case for anything.
All right. That is going to wrap up the rebuttals round. Great rebuttals from both sides. Before we move into the open hour, just to talk to the audience real quick, if you're watching right now, make sure you hit the like, subscribe, and subscribe to tonight's debaters. Their links are in the description. And we host all kinds of debates on the swords of reason, politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. So if you enjoy the format, stay locked in because we got a lot more coming. Also, reminder to the live chat after closing statements, we're doing a 30-minute Q&A. I already put the Q&A in there for you, but the super chats, PayPals, Cash Apps, these will get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to those ones. So if you want to make sure it gets asked, send it through one of those priority options. And finally, thank you to both our debaters for being here tonight and bringing your perspectives to the arena. Whenever one of you is ready, start this open floor exchange. Just jump in, and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Sure.
Yeah, how's Trump a fascist, dude?
I think we can get to that. You agree with my descriptions, though, right? Sounds like you do.
Dude, agree.
Okay. Before we get into that, I kind of want to make it a little less combative. Is that okay? Yeah.
I just want you to tell me how Trump's a fascist, dude. I don't care about a meta conversation or a meta debate, and I want to have a conversation about the conversation or a conversation about the debate. I just want to do the debate. Can you tell me how Trump's a fucking fascist, please?
Sure. Let's just start with all hypernationalism or ultranationalism. That's palingenetic, okay? Um,
Okay.
so I wasn't just using Griffin there, right? I was using Paxton as well. I'm sure you're familiar with him. Are you aware of what Hinge in History Rebirth is?
Yeah, but that's referring to a mythology, a
Okay.
mythos.
A mythos doesn't really have to be like dragons and stuff, though, right?
But it's not the way that this is used in this context
Is what?
is not generally it's not generally being ascribed when you're talking about a mythos
Mhm.
to when you're pointing to recent events in the last 100 years and policy prescriptions for your nation that you may want to reintroduce or move back to. The
Mm.
mythos of rebirth is talking and discussing of the idea of like some kind of cultural mythology in the distant past that you want a massive return to in order to reinvigorate in a revolutionary way
No, there's no
your
return.
nation towards
There's no
that
return,
thing.
or else it wouldn't be
It's
palingenetic, right?
it it is
It
revolutionary
is a
in
rebirth,
nature.
right? It's a rebirth.
It's a rebirth that's based on something from the past, though.
It'll use something that's mythically in the past, yeah. That doesn't mean it wants it back.
Yeah. Trump's not doing any of that.
Are you sure?
Yeah, what's the mythic thing he's pointing to? What?
Okay, so just to be clear, you agree with my definition of nationalistic palingenesis, but I don't think you really know what it is
I said
because it's about
palogenesis, I did, yeah.
you can't separate them. You know that, right?
Yes, you can.
No, you cannot. You're using the phrase that
Yes, you
comes
can
from
too.
Griffin, so I don't know why you think you can separate it like you wrote it.
Well, you're asking me if I can separate 2 concepts, the
You mean a
concept
compound
of
phrase that
con
Griffin
con con
made and you are
can you
using in your
calm down?
definition. Why are you think you
Can
can
you
do that?
calm can you let me finish? Because I can't answer your question if you don't let me.
Sure.
So, if you're asking me if I can separate 2 different words, which is hypernationalism or ultranationalism
Mm.
and palogenetic, the answer is yes, because ultranationalism does not depend on anything which is palogenetic.
Well, for
Does
fascism
not
it does.
depend on that.
For fascism it does.
For I could say for fascism, I'm but that wasn't the question you asked. The question you asked is
Yes,
how
it
could you
is.
separate these? That's how.
Yeah, because you're using the phrase that comes from the guy who made it, and it's made to be a compound word. If you've ever read him.
Yeah, okay. And
Okay, so when they're
can you tell me how
together,
Trump is this thing? I'm waiting.
yeah. So hypernationalistic palingenesis is about a story of decline and humiliation, and there's a promised restoration that frames the leader as the nation, right? Like my
No,
rhyming.
that's not
I thought
no,
you
you're
said
leaving
you
parts of it
agreed
out
with
no,
my.
that's not correct.
Okay, well, you gotta let me finish now, right? Is that okay?
Well, you were asking me a question. You said, "Is that right?"
I was
Is that a
answering it.
question? How why would you ask me if it's right and then answer it? What?
Can I continue?
Is that a question or Eh,
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
yes, you
Is
can
that okay?
continue, yes.
Okay. So the ultranationalism is not, you know, definitionally just going to be in the dictionary. Okay, it's about the nation being imagined as like a morally charged, authentic core with a legitimate destiny. You're aware of this?
This is part of it,
So
not
when
the
you
whole.
wrap it with the palingenesis part, right? What does that become?
What do you mean?
It's not just
What does it become?
ultranationalism anymore, is it?
No, I agree with this point, yes.
Okay, so you agree with my definition of palingenetic or ultranationalism, hypernationalism. I just call it hyper because it sounds cooler.
No, I didn't say I agreed with the definition. I said I agree with this part. The thing is like, what the thing that you're missing though is the mythology, the mythos.
No, I'm not.
That's the part.
Were you
You
listening?
are. The part of the okay. What were the Italian fascists? What was the great cultural mythology that they were referencing? What was it?
For them, I believe it
Do
was
you know?
a little bit of Rome. It was a little bit of a
It
lot of
was
things.
Rome.
Yeah,
It was Rome and the
yeah.
Roman gods and all of the things that came with the various
They
ideas
didn't
of
bring back Rome, though, did they?
what you might refer to now as the
Did
Ubermensch,
they
right?
bring
No,
back
but
Rome?
the whole point of the rebirth was to point to the great
Future.
mythology.
No, let's point to the
That
future.
was the great okay, chill, bro. Let me explain.
Okay.
The point that you're missing, and by the way, this is very clear
Mhm.
from modern scholars on this too, and this is why you're leaving this part out. The great mythology What is Trump's great mythology referent? Because it ain't fucking Rome. What is it?
I feel like you've never read Griffin before, have you?
I feel like you should just answer the question.
Well, if you have, if you've read Griffin, you'd realize that these mobilizing passions don't actually have to be something very real. That's why it's called a
Okay,
myth.
fine. You know what? I'll just concede the point because it's a worthless point. Sure.
I mean,
Go ahead.
what would you describe ultranationalism
Who
as?
cares?
I'm just curious what you
Who
think.
cares? Just tell me how Trump is this thing. That's all I care about.
Well, I did start, and you said, no, I don't really agree with that. But Hinge in History Rebirth is very much that. He's described American carnage before, and you can take them and isolate them one by one, but which is probably what you're going to do. But the point is that if we look at these as a whole and see what the words and the rhetoric are doing, they are mobilizing a movement, mobilizing a passion, as Paxton would say.
Yeah, so what? What makes that particularly fascist?
Well, the palingenetic ultranationalism is about a humiliation, decline, right?
Even if I grant this, though, you would have to demonstrate how Trump's doing that.
I mean, I could give you a entire marathon of Trump quotes that essentially lead to this, but you might isolate them all one by one, right?
Like what? Like what?
One glorious destiny, right? I alone can fix it. I am your justice. I am your retribution. I was saved by God to make America great again.
So rhetoric?
Yeah, the victimhood, you know. American carnage, the golden age starts now, right?
And which of these things that
Well,
Trump is talking
all of them on their
about?
own are kind of worthless, right? Because
Yeah.
every politician can
Yeah.
say something like this.
Because they all do.
From this moment on, America's decline is over.
Yeah. So Trump is instituting policies based on this rhetoric?
Policy based on hyper-nationalistic palingenesis? This is the myth part, man. If you're looking for capture stages,
I thought there was no myth part. I thought there was no myth part.
the myth means
Now
something.
there's a myth part.
Still, right? It has a rhetorical goal.
Okay, so is Trump instituting policy based on
Yeah.
ultranational? Okay, what? What is the policy?
So there's a contaminant, right? So the organ of the country, all right? There's a certain organ, like the authentic core, which is mobilized by this. And what does it mean when he says poisoning the blood of our country?
What's the policy?
That means it's a contaminant, right? What has
Can you
Trump
tell me what the
notoriously
policy is?
done to get rid of
I
this?
just want to know what the
I'm getting there.
Did Mussolini institute policies based on
Race?
the ideas that
No,
Yeah, well,
he did
I
not.
didn't say race. I
Ethnic?
didn't say race.
Yeah.
I didn't say race. I'm
Okay,
not talking
continue.
about miscegenation.
Continue.
What are you talking? I'm asking if Mussolini instituted policies based around his ideas of ultranationalism and Gentili's ideas of ultranationalism and early fascist thinkers. Yes, he did.
Yeah, he did.
What are
Yeah.
these policies that Trump is instituting that's based around the idea of ultranationalists,
I was getting to that.
palingenetic?
I was
What?
getting to that.
Well, just tell me what it is. What?
Okay, so when he says they're poisoning the blood of our country, who is he referring to? Do you remember?
I don't know what the specific quote is.
It was 2023. I want to say the Jake Tapper interview. He also says
Who's
that
he referencing?
he's referencing Mexicans, okay, in that specifically. All right.
Is he?
Yes,
Let's
he
pull up
does.
the quote and find out.
Okay.
Let's
it
see what
should
he
be
actually
Jake
said.
Tapper, CNN. I mean, if you pull it up, it's going to be worse because he also says that left radical lunatics are vermin and need to be exterminated, or not exterminated, but need to be eliminated. So if you go into it, I hope you read the whole thing.
Well, let's just make sure that we get the quote right.
Okay.
So during the Jake Tapper interview, the exact quote is what?
The quote I'm remembering is they're poisoning the blood of our country. I feel like this isn't that contested, though.
Well, here's the thing. It's always interesting to have context for these things.
What context would be for they're poisoning the blood of our country?
Well, the idea would be what is his rationale for this?
Biological contamination. That's what it is.
It could be ideological.
That's still contamination, dude.
Yes, sure.
So
but
what do you do with that? How do you get rid of that? You have to eliminate it, right?
Here's the thing. I'll make this statement. Communism, okay, poisons the ideology of the country.
Sure.
What makes that a fascist statement? Nothing.
Well, on its own, nothing.
Fucking nothing.
On its own, nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah. On its own,
Exactly. There's nothing. Doesn't make it a fascist statement.
Well, you have to
Nothing
look
like
at
that.
all of Trump's statements and then what he does when he mobilizes people with him, right? So if it was just you,
I'm waiting.
saying one thing, it might be
Mhm.
crass. But like I said earlier, if you want to try and do these things in isolation, it's just going to be dumb. So I don't know why you would
What
do that.
is the okay? Trump saying that there could be ideological poisoning or something like this during an interview,
It's a
which, by the way,
contamination.
I don't even have the greater context for to understand what it was that he was actually saying.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see if I can pull it up so that I can get the actual context here.
Sure.
They're poisoning the blood of they poison mental institutions and prisons all over the world, not just South America,
Mhm.
not just 3 or 4 countries that we think about, but all over the country. They're coming into our country from Africa, Asia, all over the world. He's referencing criminals, dude. What a
Okay.
line. This is why I hate you gutless fucking leftists so much. Like, every time I pull the quote up, I can tell, I know immediately
Wait, you just
that you're
trust
gonna
him at his
keep
word
out
like
the
that?
critical context.
How
He's literally
are
referencing
people actually
criminals.
emptying their prisons into the U.S.? You just trust other dictators like Maduro, the guy we just kidnapped? You just trust when he says he does that? Or are you
What?
this stupid on purpose? I don't get it.
I trust. Wait a second.
Why would you
I don't
trust what he
understand.
says for this? What the heck? What if they empty their
If
criminals
if
into our? Why would we accept that for one? What are you?
we
are you talking?
don't,
Are you trusting
we
Maduro
don't
when he
accept
says
it.
he's emptying prisons?
Trump has been utilizing ICE to try to get rid of them as quickly as possible.
What does that have to do with them emptying prisons into our country that you so rightfully believe are gullible
So
in doing
if
so?
you're Mexico, if you're Mexico and you have, let's say, a very corrupt government, which Mexico does, which works in unison with cartels,
Okay.
does it stand to reason that cartels would want to cross the border, use patsies to cross the border in order to do human trafficking and drug dealing, and then give kickbacks to that same corrupt government? You ever heard the term policia corrupto?
Yes,
That
this is also
that's a very
irrelevant, but
common
I'm
term
not
in
really sure if they
Mexico
live
for
here.
a reason.
Not really sure if they
So
live
here's
here.
hang on. Let me finish my point, and then you can respond. Here's what's actually happening. What's actually happening is, yes, indeed, governments in Mexico have been getting kickbacks from cartels for years.
That's
Unless
right.
we put serious political pressure on them, they don't do anything about the cartels there locally. Trump's making the reference that they're poisoning not just us, but also South America. That doesn't sound very ultra nationalistic. Sounds like he's saying that there's a global issue which is going on with criminality,
That
which
has
comes from
nothing
these
to
drug
do with
dealers, cartel members,
hypernationalistic
things like
palingenesis,
this.
though.
What's that?
It's not a necessary. It's just a worthless statement because we're talking about a very specific definition right now, which you already agreed to. Has nothing to do with
Yeah, but
policy
this wouldn't fit that.
or
This wouldn't fit that.
tariffs or.
This is not even palingenetic. What's palingenetic about it? He's saying we don't want criminals to
No,
come
I
into our
said
nation
what
any
you
more
just
than South
said is a
America.
waste of time because it doesn't even engage with what palingenetic hypernationalism is.
It was your example, dude.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. Who
No,
brought this quote up? Me or
poisoning
you?
the blood of the country is the example, not whatever the hell you just said.
Yeah, but you lied about what that meant.
I lied about it?
Yeah,
What
it
did I
didn't
lie
have
about?
anything to do. Not only did it not have anything to do with ideology
Because you're accepting
or
that like
race,
every country's
not
emptying
only
their
did it not
prisons
have
and they're paying
anything
for bus
to do,
tickets.
it had nothing to do with ideology or with race. It had to do with criminality. And he was
Wait, so
saying
why
that
would he
these
say it's
criminals are
poisoning?
also. Can you let me finish, bro?
Well, how does he
He
know
was
they're
also
criminals?
saying, you got to chill out.
No, how does he know they're
Well,
criminals?
how do we know cartel members are criminals?
Are you
Like,
are
how
you
do we know that?
trusting the governments that say they're criminals? You're gonna trust Maduro's government
I
that
trust
when
my
they say
government
someone's a
that says
criminal, they're a criminal?
Yes, I trust my
You
government to
trust
say that
Maduro. You trust
cartel members are
Maduro.
criminals. What are you talking about?
Like you're saying they're emptying
Yes,
criminals into our country, right? So that means you're trusting
yes,
Maduro's calling them criminals.
no, not just Maduro. Our
Sorry.
government
Yeah,
calls them criminals. What do you mean?
but
What are you talking about?
they haven't gone through our system yet. So how do you know? You're just trusting this random fucking dictator that they're a criminal.
We're not trusting a random dictator.
Well, how
Our
do you know they're a
government,
criminal then, dude?
because we have, here's how you know that they're emptying out criminals into the country. It's because Mexico and their corrupt government has been utilizing cartels for years. Our Central Intelligence Agency, Federal Bureau of Investigation, many other agencies have described this phenomenon in depth.
So
That's what
it
Trump
warrants,
is referencing.
It warrants saying,
Do you think that
it
Trump's like
warrants
just
saying something
referencing?
like they're poisoning the blood of our country
Yeah,
if like five
do
people
you
come
think
over?
that Trump is just referencing like random Mexicans are poisoning the blood of the country?
I
You
actually
think that's what he's saying?
I have no idea. That's not my problem. The
Come
problem
on,
is that he
dude.
doesn't actually have
So
to believe in
disingenuous.
any of this. He just mobilizes people who do. That's the problem, bro. Do you think
Prove
you have
it.
do you think you have to
Prove he doesn't
believe
believe that. Prove he doesn't believe it. Prove
why
it.
how can I prove something unfalsifiable?
Then why make the claim?
Because what he's doing, his rhetoric does materialize into a mobilized passion, which I can prove that.
So does every politician's rhetoric.
No,
So
it
what?
doesn't.
No.
No, it
Yes,
doesn't.
it does.
Can you tell me where Biden,
Oh, like Barack
Bush,
Obama. Barack
Obama
Obama
ever
saying,
said something like this? Ever? Not even
yeah,
once, right?
Barack Obama and change you can believe in was all rhetoric designed to elicit emotion inside of people.
Like
The
calling
whole
people
idea is that
contamination?
we're going to have a massive kind of like liberal progressive social revolution in the nation. It was all designed specifically
To
to elicit
purify a
emotional
contaminant? Is
response.
that what it was
I didn't
about?
say it was for the purpose of purification. I'm just saying that you
Well,
can't prove that Trump's is. You're just
well,
making it up.
fascism is about purifying a contaminant in the hyper-nationalistic palingenesis. That's how you achieve the rebirth.
And if you can show me the policies of what when he's doing that, I'm all ears. I've been waiting.
I mean, he just ended asylum for one, and then also it's
So
about purifying the internal country. So, for
is
instance,
Trump stopping?
hey, let me
Is
talk. Let me
Trump
talk. One
stopping?
second. So, what just happened a
Okay,
few
go
weeks
ahead.
ago when two
Mhm.
justices decided to vote against Trump, and immediately, do you remember the words he said about them? Within, I think, like an hour, he
Mhm.
chose
What?
those justices. By the way,
Uh-huh.
he immediately
So
called them traitors.
so
So, traitors need to be purged and purified. Correct?
is Trump purging them or purifying them?
I mean, he might get to it. Are you saying that we
When?
can't
When?
diagnose fascism until
When do you
it's
think that'll
already
happen?
too late,
Never?
or what are you trying to do here?
I think that you need to show me these actual
You want me to
fascist
show you
acts.
the end
Just
state?
pointing to rhetoric means nothing to
You want
me.
me to show you the end? It does actually.
It doesn't actually,
Really?
because rhetoric in fascist nations leads to policy.
Yeah, and it
You
has
can't.
led
That's
to
what you
policy
guys never
actually.
have is any policy.
It
What you
has.
do is
I mean, if you read the
you take a
WhiteHouse.gov,
list.
you would know that Trump actually does do this with executive orders. He does a lot of policy
What
like
about
this.
like? Let me ask you a question.
Is
As you
he
were
or is he
building
not
this thing,
trying to,
yeah,
use executive
go ahead.
orders to, have lawyers and things who work on Capitol Hill just not be able to work at all? What does that look like to
You
you?
mean within the confines of the liberal democratic system? Is he exercising his power?
I mean, if you
Yes.
just cast them as the enemy, it's really easy to say, I guess.
What do you? I don't even know what that means. What does that even
I mean, they're
mean?
just liberals, I guess. But yeah, I mean, when Trump goes, anyone who worked on a
I
case
didn't
that
say they
even
were. Dude, you have to listen to what I'm saying. I'm
okay,
saying that Trump is working within the confines of a liberal, progressive system.
so did Mussolini.
Within the confines of this.
So did Mussolini.
Okay, well, Mussolini had a revolution.
Are you saying that
Okay,
we cannot
so
diagnose fascism until it's literally a revolution?
I think, well, yeah, I think it's
So
difficult.
why are
Yeah,
you trying to debate me on whether we can diagnose Trump as a fascist? Because your definition seems worthless to me. If you can't
because he's
diagnose
not.
it until it's a
He's
revolution,
not. How do you diagnose it? Just rhetoric?
you have to look at all of these in form, and rhetoric is a big part of it. Yes, the movement's a big part.
Then how come? Let me ask you this then.
Mhm.
If rhetoric is the big part, when you were building your case for all the rhetoric that
I said
Trump
it's
is
a
a
big
fascist,
part. Let's
okay,
make sure we
chill.
get that correct.
Let me ask the question first
Mhm.
before before you interject. If the whole thing here is I built an entire case based on Trump quotes that are fascist quotes, did you bother to build up quotes that would go against the idea that Trump is a fascist? Did you even bother with that? Like, in other words, for your
Well, like when he hugs a kid at
hypothesis,
an Easter
for your
fucking
chill, bro,
thing or something. I'm
chill, bro.
confused.
Let me
What are you
ask the
asking me?
question, bro. Calm down. Let me ask the question.
I'm fine, dude. You can relax.
If you have a hypothesis, then don't cut me off. When you have a hypothesis,
hmm
in this case, Trump is a fascist, and you say rhetoric is a key and very important
hmm
part of this, right? Then shouldn't you compare the rhetoric for the things that you consider to be fascist against the things that you would not consider to be fascist and weigh them accordingly?
Yeah, comparative taxonomy, right? I asked you about that, and
Yeah.
you couldn't name a single thing.
Now, can you tell? You didn't ask me about any of
Yes, I
that.
did. I asked you, when
No, you didn't.
has
You
a
just made all.
president
You just
ever
made that up.
said that something, or someone is a poison to this country? Which, by the way, there's an implication there that is extremely dangerous, right?
Dude, yeah. Are you just this is just psychobabble from my view? Did you even hear what I said? Like,
Yeah,
did you even hear the words that I said?
comparative
If you're doing
taxonomy.
comparative taxonomy,
Mhm.
what comparative taxonomy did you do then? What?
I asked you to give me.
No,
and
I'm
I-
not at.
No,
Why
what?
are you fucking asking me to give you your I'm asking you, what did you do? What comparative
Because
taxonomy
I
did
know there isn't.
you do?
I know there isn't anyone who said that. I'm telling you, give me one because I know you
There's
can't.
nobody who's ever said that the what? Wait.
In the
I
United
don't
States,
know.
a president
Okay.
that I know of.
Let me try this. I guess let me try this a different way.
Sure.
Is everything that Trump has ever said a fascist thing or no?
No, that's ridiculous.
Of course, right? That
Yeah.
makes total sense to me.
Okay.
So if we're weighing rhetoric,
Mhm.
then shouldn't we also weigh the rhetoric of all of the things Trump say that doesn't fit the mold of fascism, and then compare that and his actions to rhetoric that you would consider that does?
Exactly.
Don't
That's
you
what I'm
think
saying.
that's
That's
a
what I'm
fair,
saying.
appropriate way to do it?
It's literally what I'm saying. So here, let me ask you: do speeches, rituals, and repeated symbolic performances matter in fascist politics?
They matter in all politics.
That's fine. I just asked you in fascist politics.
Well, is fascist politics part of all politics?
Sure, but you could just say yes to that
Well, then
still,
I answered
right?
your question, didn't I?
I know. I'm just making sure that you say yes to this
Unless
specifically.
all means something other than, all.
Okay. So if yes, like you said, right, then
Uh-huh.
political liturgy and leader embodiment are pretty fair evidence, right? Because not all politics that has some liturgy to it is going to do a leader embodiment, like when people say Trump is divinely given this, mission to save the world by God, or that when he does rallies and they're very coercive, and the fact that they are a movement. He even says there's never been a movement like this. What does that all mean to you? Is that not rhetoric?
Sure.
You think that's the same as like Obama's?
Well, no, he's using a different kind of rhetoric.
A fascist
That's
one, right?
true. Well, no, it's not a fascist rhetoric.
I mean, Emilio Gentili would probably say it is, and he's probably done the most work on this through
Well, why don't you dig
secularization
him
of
up and ask
political
him?
liturgy.
So the thing is, though, is like, no, it's not fascist. Do you think it's fascist rhetoric when Trump's like, we need to have more immigrants come in here from India and give them gold cards so they can buy citizens? Does that sound
Fascists
fascist to
work
you?
with the system all the time to get more power. That's not really an argument. Try again.
Wait. No. That's not what I'm talking about. Rhetoric.
Okay.
Rhetoric. Is that fascist rhetoric?
Mussolini worked with communists in order to make sure that he can gain power, ultimately to
I'm
stab them in the
asking.
back.
Okay.
Rhetoric
Is it fascist
was
rhetoric
then used
to
too.
say that? Is it fascist rhetoric to say that you want people to be able to buy citizenship and give thousands of gold star citizenships out to people who reach a certain threshold that we need for labor in the United States, and then import them in for it? Does that sound like fascist rhetoric to you?
Yeah, it could be. They mold with
Oh,
what
could
they
be.
need to get power.
Okay.
Also, isn't
That's
that
fascist
policy?
rhetoric.
Didn't you say that was action? I thought that was separate from rhetoric.
No, that was rhetoric. You didn't do the action.
Didn't he make
It's
a policy?
rhetoric, though.
Didn't he make a policy? Isn't that action?
Well, wait a second. Hang on. Trump says there's American carnage that's going on.
Mhm.
That's true.
Yep.
He wants to reinvigorate the police forces
Repel the
inside
invasion, all that kind of
of.
stuff. Yep.
Yeah, he wants to reinvigorate various police departments, right?
Mhm.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. What makes that fascist? In and of itself, nothing, right?
I mean, it depends. He does kind of pick and choose here too, right? He did pardon January 6th rioters who did directly harm police officers, right? Is that just
Sure.
directly supporting police? I mean, again, fascists will bend in order to make sure that they can stay
There's
and
nothing.
get more power.
So you're saying there's nothing there that was fascist?
Helping police
It's not
officers?
fascist. Yeah, that's not fascist.
Are you asking me if like that somehow outweighs all of the other forms?
No, I'm just asking
As
you,
in,
like, as we
you're
go
forgetting
through
that even murderers can hug their mothers. What
as
are you
we
doing
go
right
through
now?
these rhetorical devices here, when you're talking about rhetoric,
Mhm.
right? If I give you examples of Trump saying we need to work with global leaders
Mm.
around the world, right? Americans, like he hires tons of women into his various administrations. He's very pro
Okay.
female rights. He's very pro homosexual. He's very pro these particular types of rights for people,
He's pro
right?
homosexual?
He doesn't see, yeah, very.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
He held up a flag one time in 2016, bro. That was enough for you?
Okay, well, it's a lot more than Obama and Clinton, who were against gay marriage before they were for it, right?
Well, they weren't when Clinton was running in 2016, but not that fucking matters. I'm
Was
just
that
being honest with you.
fascist? Was she being a fucking fascist?
No, because you're looking at it in isolation,
No.
like someone who's never even read anything
It's
about
all,
fascism.
but here's the thing: each of these are all loose correlates you're trying to put together and pretend that they mean something greater than they do.
I
You're
mean,
just
you
making
kind
it
of have
up
to do
as you
something
go.
with them, right? You can't just put them further apart and then say maybe we should look at it then, right? That wouldn't make any sense.
Well, how about you give me the actual case for how he's a fascist here?
I got you. Yeah. So let's go to the next one. How about enemy construction? Are you cool with that?
Am I cool with what?
For me, remember my tenets there. I didn't really name them out, but like the main one is obviously the hypernationalistic palingenesis, right? But we
Okay.
can move on to enemy construction. This is essentially a part of fascism in order to find the impurity, right? That you need to purify in order to attain this rebirth. So let's talk about internal enemy naming some more, okay? So in November, I think, of 2023.
Hang on. Stop for a second before I agree to this. I just want to note. Hang on. I just want to note something. I would say that this is one of the weaker kind of support structures for the idea of fascism. It is true that this likely needs to be some part of it, but
Are you taking
from the
this in
political,
isolation again?
can you chill the fuck out and let me speak
No,
for 5
it
seconds
just seems like a waste of time because this
Yeah,
is supposed
just
to
let
be.
him finish. Let him finish, Searkar.
Is it even possible for you? Like, just
Yeah.
calm the fuck down, dude. So, anyway, I would like to ask you before you even dive into that, can you name any political ideology that does not create adversaries for themselves?
Probably not.
Okay, then why do I care about this?
Well, when I interrupted you, I said you're looking at this in isolation again, right? It doesn't actually come back to the, original hypernationalistic palingenesis. It's a tool.
You haven't demonstrated any hypernationalistic palingenesis
Well, you stopped me
yet.
Yes, I have.
No, you haven't.
Yes,
You
I
just
have.
gave me a quote, and then when I dug up the quote, you were lying about it.
No, Trump definitely has talked about the humiliation and the exhaustion, as well as the decline of the country. In order, to bring it back, he wants to hypermobilize a certain part of the country to think it has a destiny to do that.
Yeah, every politician has done this.
No, they haven't. You're just being obtuse or
Yes, they do.
stupid. I don't get it.
Oh, here's the rhetoric from Democrats. Americans are.
Do Democrats have a convergence of rebirth with exclusionary ultranationalism and leader embodiment?
Hold up, sir.
Americans are tired. Bernie Sanders. Americans are tired. Or Barack Obama. Americans are exhausted.
Okay.
Same shit, dude.
Yeah, that's the same thing as vermin within the confines of our country.
If I could just try to clarify.
Basket of deplorables. Like, yeah, it's the same shit, dude.
If
I could just try to clarify, Searkar, because it seems you're grounding your argument primarily in Trump's rhetoric. So I just want to ask, like, can rhetoric alone justify labeling someone a fascist, or does it require the policy and structure?
No, this is part of movement. Okay, so there's a few different layers to fascism, right? They have myth, movement, and capture. Okay, so myth is going to be the palingenesis with the ultranationalism, and then there'll be an anti-pluralism to it because there needs to be a corruption, a betrayal. In order to get to that rebirth, right, you need to get rid of something. And then all of these things together are going to be necessary. He can't just like look at the enemy construction and go, well, USSR hated people. I guess that's good enough. He's just refusing to engage with any of the literature or even, I mean, I don't want to be mean, but like, seems like he's never read anything against his position or any of this ever and just like summarized it.
Listen to me. Let's just assume for a second I've never read a single thing on fascism ever. So what?
Okay, that's great.
So what? What would that have to do with anything?
I mean, it probably means that
Nothing.
you're
It has
not really
nothing to do with
qualified
it.
to
It
have
has
this debate. I'm going to be honest with you.
Well, wait. But qualified by whose metric?
The one that's happening right now.
What? What? What the metric that's
Are you looking
right
for
now?
are you looking for a
Whose
fascist
metric? The one that's
qualifier, dude, to
happening
come
right
in and like
now.
stamp this or what, dude?
This is like non sequitur fucking nonsense. I don't need. First of all,
Point A to point B was hard there.
If you go through and you say a person is this thing, and then I make you describe out what the thing is, and then I refute that they are that thing. Why would I ever need to read anything about anything in order to refute the thing you're describing? Why? It makes no sense.
I mean, what if you think you're refuting it, but you don't even understand any of it? Do you still think
Which part of it am I
refute
not understanding?
Aren't you putting forth a diagnostic definition as well, in a way? Correct?
Well, in this case, the burden's 1,000% on you
No,
to
it's equal.
demonstrate
You're
that
gonna
Trump is this thing.
in order to say Trump is not a fascist, you're gonna have to prove your own diagnostic measurement too, correct? Or do you think that you can just not have one?
It wouldn't even be a requirement for the debate. No.
You're wrong. Sorry.
Why?
But why don't we go to
The
Gentili?
demonstration.
Let's move to
Wait,
Gentili.
why am I wrong? Why would I ever need to posit any sort of claim at all to refute whether or not Trump is a fascist by your metrics? Why?
So let's just say if you didn't understand capitalism in any way, right? Like not a single
Uh-huh.
thing, and someone was presenting one to you, do you think you could
Yeah.
refute any part of it, even though you don't even know
Yeah.
what capitalism is?
Yeah.
You serious?
If they gave a definition of the thing,
Mhm.
here's the thing defined.
Mhm.
Okay. And I say, okay, how does this fit into this? And you say like this. And I say, but that's not true. And here's the reason why it isn't.
Mhm.
Why the fuck would you ever like? What are you talking? Why would you ever need a source beyond logic, man? Why?
Okay, so let's just say economics right now, econometrics, and I said a square linear regression, and I started presenting it, and you said that's wrong, and I looked at you and went, "How do you know that?" And you said, "I don't know." Do you think that would be a good
Yeah,
reason to say
that wouldn't
it's
be a good
wrong?
argument. No, I
That's
agree
kind of
that
what's
wouldn't be.
happening
But
right now.
let's say that you said,
That's kind of what's happening.
oh, how is that what's happening? You haven't everything that you've defined. The only thing you've given me is a quote, and then when I looked it up, it was bullshit. That's it.
Yeah, no. Why don't we move
That's
to
all you've
Gentili?
given me.
Let's go to Gentili. I think you probably would like Gentili, right?
Yeah, that's fine. You can use Giovanni Gentili.
I wanna show how rhetoric is exactly the same as action in fascism, and I'm sure we could probably point to the theory of mind as pure act, right? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
What does that mean to you? What does that book mean to you? I just
Pure
want
act is very pure act is a form of
There-
at this time there was all sorts of bizarre
there's
philosophy
no rhetoric
that was
at all,
going
or
around. Well, I mean, all philosophy has rhetoric. Socrates pointed to
doesn't
this.
sound like a confident answer.
All philosophy has rhetoric. It's literally baked into it. That's Socrates, who is the advent of what you would consider modern
correct.
logic,
Let's stay
pointed
on the
out
theory
what
of
rhetoric
mind as
was.
pure act.
Rhetoric is all that convinces. Pure act would be also a point of rhetoric, which would be something which convinces. Yes.
Okay, so what exactly is happening in Gentili's mind when he's writing about early fascism as it relates to rhetoric in fascism?
Well, when?
I'm
At
talking
which
about
point?
in the theory of mind as pure act. Because SpeakeaZy just
I
asked
don't,
us,
I don't know.
what is
Tell
rhetoric?
me. I don't know where you're going here.
Like, what does rhetoric mean to
what?
fascism? And to Gentili, rhetoric and action are inseparable.
Yeah, that's probably true. That would go hand in hand.
So
with
how
pure
much
act
does rhetoric
philosophy.
actually mean in the formation and movement of fascism then?
As much as it means for every other political organization.
It means it's
a very
inseparable
key.
from the action of taking control.
It's inseparable from all politics and political forms. All.
Well, I mean, that's a lot of mud, but I was just trying to show.
What mud?
I mean,
What mud?
this is pretty arbitrary. Sometimes it rains, sometimes I wear pants. Thank you for the contribution.
How is it arbitrary? I don't even know what you're talking about. You just
I'm
like
talking about something
non sequitur
specific,
after
bro. I'm talking about
non
Gentili and how he says that rhetoric is just as important as the action. So when SpeakeaZy asked, what does rhetoric have to do with this? The way it forms action is inseparable to the rhetoric it is. Okay, so when Trump has...
I was trying to just clarify, Searkar,
Yeah,
if you're
What?
saying that the rhetoric alone
first of
can
all-
justify the fascism. That's what I was trying to ask.
Rhetoric
What
is a big part of it. A
the
big part
fuck
of
are
it.
you talking about, bro? What? All right, let's back up.
Okay.
Let's go to the philosophy of pure act. What is that? What do you think it is?
It is the mind in itself, its concreteness, right? I mean, we can probably think of...
What does that mean in itself?
What do you mean in itself? It's, again, inseparable.
does
It
the
means
thing in
rhetoric is
itself
a
mean?
massive part of it, as in the
I'm not asking you about
thought
rhetoric.
itself
I'm asking you
is
about
the act in
what-
the doing. That's what it means.
Yeah, no. What
I
does
just
this
answered
mean?
your
What does
question, bro.
pure act, bro? You didn't.
Yes,
You
I
just
did.
you pivoted over to rhetoric. So pure act just means rhetoric.
Oh my god, bro. I just said the thought, not act as done or as act done or whatever, right? But as the
What?
act in the doing. That's what it is. That's what it means. I'm quoting him.
Wait a second. The philosophy. What I'm asking you is what you think this philosophy means. What do you think it means?
I already told you.
Well, tell me again and use really small words.
It means you cannot exclude rhetoric, myth, or ideological articulation from fascist enactment. They are inseparable. That's what it means.
You don't think that the pure act philosophy has other meaning than that?
The whole thing taken together, Andrew, is that very idea. I know
You-
there's a
I
section on
see.
pure act. It's called the
Mhm.
theory of mind as pure act.
But what is the theory of mind?
What
Is
do,
what
what do
I'm
you?
asking you.
I mean, you can keep asking me questions. I answered them, okay? But like, what do you think it means?
You haven't answered me. What do you think he
I
meant
just
by
told
theory
you
of
the
mind?
entire reason the book explains that you cannot exclude rhetoric from fascist enactment.
I'm not asking you about rhetoric. I'm asking you what is the theory of mind? You don't know.
Yeah, I've read the book.
Do you really think you're qualified to have this conversation, sir? All right. We give. Oh,
Are you
no,
going to
we're
give an
good.
opinion
We're
at
good.
all on
Move
this
on.
book, or
You
tell
can
me
move
I'm
on.
wrong, or are you just going to sit
You
there
can
and
move
appeal
on.
to your audience
Hang
in
on.
ignorance?
We can move on. We can move
Are you
on
going to
to the
appeal to
next.
ignorance
We can
right
move
now?
on to
Because
the
it's
next
kind of
thing.
fucking pathetic, bro.
Oh, I know,
Why
dude.
don't
I'm
you
just
tell
getting.
me
I'm
how
getting
I'm
fucking.
wrong when I
I
say
am
that
getting
Gentili says you can't say
devastated
they're
in this particular
inseparable?
debate. It is bad. It is brutal. But we can move on to the next thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, I bet you would. Okay, so when it comes to epistemic capture, why don't we talk about that? Because all these things, again,
Okay.
there's plenty of, in my opinion, evidence to show that Trump does these things, okay? Epistemic capture is not about reason, like you thought in the opening. Epistemic capture is about denying truth and essentially casting dissent as betrayal. So truth no longer means, something good. It means something that could be a betrayal to the movement. Would you agree?
Whose definition are we going off of here for what epistemic capture is?
This is going to be informed with Emilio Gentili again, and then primarily Stanley Payne, the Spanish guy, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Let's pull this up. Make sure we get this correct.
So,
So
or
the
Jason
problem
Stanley. Sorry,
here
Jason
is I
Stanley.
think
It's
I
Jason
think that
Stanley.
this term, yeah, I think that this term epistemic capture
Mhm.
actually transcends what is being referenced here when it comes to fascism. So I believe that this is going to end up being something which is proprietary only to this. Like, I think that there's multitudes of philosophies around what is called epistemic capture, in
Yeah,
other words.
a
I
lot of
could be
fascist
wrong.
philosophers and scholars have contributed to different ways to fascism. Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah, so, in this case, I just wanna pull up the actual definition that you're utilizing for epistemic capture. What is it?
I mean, it's in my own words, my friend, but it essentially just means that there is a insulated part of the movement from falsification is essentially what it means. Does that make sense to you?
Like, yeah,
So it
yeah,
turns
I understand
belief
what
into
you're
a
saying. So
membership
you're
test
saying
to help with the
yeah,
political
yeah.
liturgy.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So there's some core here that if it's violated,
Mhm.
you're not part of this group
So like
anymore.
fake news, enemy of the people, those kind of things, over and over and over
Like,
again.
you don't believe in Jesus Christ, or you're not a Christian,
How is that
stuff
epistemic
like that.
capture?
Well, by your definition, if you're just saying that it's a core part of a reasoned ideology that is not allowed to be assailed in any way,
No, it
then
insulates it from falsification. So that means even if they know they're wrong, they treat it as a betrayal instead of just being corrected.
okay, I
That's
see
what
what
it
you're
means.
saying. So, and which thing do you think that this is that Trump's doing?
Does Trump not just lie and cast people who do actually tell the truth about him as just liars? And is that not a thing?
Well, first of all, let's just say I granted that it was. Um, let's just say for a second that I just granted this.
Okay.
I think that, again, this would apply to basically every political group. If it's the case that you believe that people around you are telling lies, this is interpretive of the person, and there are a lot of people who Trump has cast
Well,
out who have
this is
lied.
not
Yeah.
the generic minimum. This is not like the necessary definition, right? This is going to be things that fascist scholars have come to think
Mhm.
are part of the mechanism, like I said in the earlier part. So if you think it's a scorecard, like a bingo scorecard, I don't know how to tell you
Mhm.
that's not the way to look at it.
I didn't say it was.
You're acting like it is though, because you keep isolating them in isolation.
Well, here's the thing. The reason that you should dice the ideology up
Hmm.
and look at it as a diced up ideology is because all ideologies have overlap.
Correct. They have
And since
covariance.
they
It's
yeah,
more
and
or
since
less
they
to
have
see if it's true though,
hang on,
right? To
bro,
see if it's
can you let
true
me can you let me
at a sub
respond?
level,
Can you
right?
let me am I allowed to respond here? Calm
Yeah,
down for a second.
I'm
Because
fine.
all ideologies have overlap,
Hmm.
the only way that you can really get at things like fascism. The reason I keep saying, okay, but the things you're saying here are true of all ideologies, is because these things I don't believe in and of themselves, even if I granted them, would be enough to say that this guy's a fascist. Griffin would agree with me, for instance. And by the way, so would Stanley. Both of them would. You would need to demonstrate something that was
Epistemic capture
revolutionary.
on its own
Hang
would
on.
not qualify. You're correct.
Well, no, it's not just that.
Mhm.
All the things you've listed thus far wouldn't qualify. You would need to have 3 of the cores together.
Mhm.
One of them would be corporatism, and you don't got
Corporatism is
that.
not a necessary definition of fascism.
Name a fascist society that didn't practice it.
Well, how about I ask you this? When did Italy enact?
No, how about you answer my
When did
question?
Italian
Name a
fascism?
fascist
No,
society
I need you to answer this,
that did
buddy.
not practice it.
I need you to answer
Mhm.
this. When did Italy actually institute the corporate fasci of the corporate? After power or before?
That was after power.
So your version of fascism is literally undiagnostic and worthless because you can't diagnose it until after they take
No,
power,
because
right?
when you're talking about the thing that you brought up, which was
Are you going to
what
engage with
were
what I said,
the
or
well, I'm literally doing that, but you have to shut your mouth, right?
okay?
So the thing is like, if it's the case that before you move towards thing,
Hmm.
you're saying that's the thing you're going to move towards, that's
Okay.
one thing.
So
In this
1914,
case,
what type of
that's
corporatism
not
was Mussolini
yeah, chill.
advocating for?
You
Let him
bro,
finish. Let him
chill
finish.
out, dude.
You already
You
finished.
gotta let me how I'm still in the middle of the fucking sentence. How am I finished? What are you talking about? What are you even talking about? So anyway, the thing is like, look, man, was Italy fascist before it was fascist? No, that's true. It was not a fascist society before it was a fascist society. I agree. So the thing is like,
So
there's no fascist society that I'm aware
wait,
of
are you answering the first question or doing something else?
practice hang on, that did not practice corporatism. If you can name a society that was fascist that did not practice corporatism, I wanna hear about it.
Sure.
Who?
What's your definition of corporatism?
We can pull up the exact definition, actually,
No, give me your
just to make
definition.
sure
Let
that
me
we
hear it in your own words.
I'm gonna give you the exact definition.
You don't have
That way
one that
there's
you
no
can think of on
confusion.
your own?
Do you wanna play the equivocation game where I give you something which is vague instead of giving you something
I hope
precise?
you would give me Italian fascism, but also it happened in stages and changed abruptly throughout Italian fascism even instituting it. So, but I'm curious to see.
Why would you be upset if I gave you a precise definition of, corporatism rather than a vague one which we could equivocate about?
I like when people can think on their own, but go ahead. Let me hear it.
Okay. Well, think on their own.
Mhm.
Italian corporatism. So the key aspects are gonna be there's gonna be a corporate state.
Mhm.
Mussolini created 22 state-managed corporations. Aims and ideology, it aimed to end the class struggle by merging capitalist and labor interests under the state direction for national power. Implementation, in 33, the National Council of Corporations was formed to oversee the economy. So all of these things, I think this would be a pretty good corporate definition. If you want like something which is a step by step, we could do that as well.
Okay. I'm sorry. Can you repeat it one more time for me? Just so just Italian specific. That's okay.
Okay, it's an economic and political system aimed at organizing society into a state-controlled industrial and professional corporation. It functioned as a third way between capitalism and socialism.
Okay, so that is not a good definition. Where are you reading that from?
Well, in this case, I'm reading it directly from Britannica.
Okay, so let's not do that. The type of
Why not?
generic corporatism would be something like institutional bargaining between labor, business, and state in a tripartite
You just told
whatever.
me to tell you Italian fascism.
I'm going to tell you both of them because you just read Britannica and it doesn't even tell you a single thing about Italian fascism, at least when it was in its after capture state, okay? So Italian fascism is essentially like when the state-directed system, okay, suppresses independent unions, labor ones, and then has state authorization of state syndicalates, right? Which are, it's another, an Italian syndicate means union. So essentially what Mussolini did was not actual corporatism by the time he took the state over and started to enact fascist corporatism.
But he was already moving towards that, though.
Except in the beginning stages, he had nationalist syndicalism, which is almost socialist. Was it not? So if your
Yes.
definition means that corporatism is functionally necessary from the beginning to end, how the fuck does that make sense?
Well, first of all, the ideas that they had with syndicalism, especially,
Was not the
these were
same as the
idea these were
fascist
ideas
corporatism
which
we're talking about.
hang on, dude. Am I I'll tell you what. You let me know when I can give an answer. Go ahead.
You can go.
You sure? Is
Yeah.
it okay? Okay, so the entirety of Italy was moving towards this ideology. Mussolini was pushing towards this ideology through rapid change in the nation.
Hmm.
But even if I were to grant you that this needs to start with socialist beginnings, like it did in Germany or like it did in Italy, if you're saying that Germany is a fascist state, then what
That's
you're
not what
going
I'm
to end
saying.
up with is this problem, which is that Trump ain't doing any of that either.
That's not what I'm saying.
And so, yes, corporatism, I do think, is a necessary aspect of actual fascism. Although, otherwise, I think that you're just. What would be the distinction between that and like authoritarianism? What would it be?
Well, all of it
What would even be
all
the
of it in
distinction?
lockstep. I mean, again, the most important thing would be the hyper-nationalistic palingenesis, which you agreed to because that was the first thing you said. But
If you have an authoritarian, they're going to be hyper nationalistic,
they're not
right?
hyper-nationalist palingenesis. Do I need to show you and tell you what that is again, or
Yeah, most of well, actually, which ones aren't?
let's not
Which ones
let's not
don't?
just
Which ones
skip
aren't
away
actually?
really
Now
fast.
that I'm thinking about it.
I'm going to address what you said about corporatism. Is that okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Were the Nazis corporatist?
No.
Not at all. Would you consider them not fascist?
I'm not sure that I would consider Nazi Germany to be fascist.
Because of corporatism. Correct?
Not just because of corporatism.
What else?
But also because of corporatism.
So just corporatism.
No, I
That's
just
literally
said
what you
not
just
just
said.
because of corporatism, but also because of corporatism.
So give me the other thing that's gatekeeping it.
Well, the thing about Germany fits a better bill perhaps for autocracy.
Really?
So the distinguish from a it
You don't
does.
think
It
the
fits a general
hyper-nationalistic
bill for autocracy.
palingenesis, was probably the key underlying necessary minimum where they both, practice this, what I just mentioned earlier about, epistemic capture all the way to the leader being venerated, none of that?
You mean the same shit that's going on in autocratic Russia?
No, that's not happening.
Yes, it is. It did happen. Yes,
Hyper-nationalistic palingenesis is happening in autocratic Russia
it did happen. Yeah.
in the same way that we would see it in Italy.
Well, more like the same way we would see it in Germany.
So what do you think happened in Italy then? Do you think that didn't happen that way, or?
I don't even know
confused.
what you're asking me now.
Plus, I just want to point out, again, it seems to me that if corporatism is your gate, the fascists in Italy didn't have corporatism until after they took power. So why are you trying to debate me on diagnosing whether someone's
They
a
weren't
fascist
fascists.
if your definition
weren't-
cannot do that?
They weren't. When do you think they became fascists?
Before, they were fascist early on
When?
because
What
their
was the
movement.
date? What was the date?
I mean, the beginning stages is that myth, Andrew, your favorite thing.
No, not the beginning stages. What was the date they actually became fascist by your metric?
I don't know. 1914, December
exactly.
10th? December 10th, 6 p.m.
No,
What's your rising star chart, bro?
That's
Are
the
you a
thing, though,
Pisces?
right?
What
It's
are you
like-
asking me right now? What is this, astrology? What the fuck?
What I'm saying to you is that the entire ideology
What?
was moving towards corporatism.
No, it wasn't.
It was moving towards.
You're just
Yes,
lying.
it
You don't
was.
know what it actually
No,
means.
I'm just not lying.
Because corporatism is different than fascist corporatism. Because there was no bargaining. There was no tripartite bargaining.
Early on, the socialists were moving towards corporatism.
So Mussolini promised.
They were having a huge struggle. There was a huge struggle.
He promised bargaining to the working men's syndicates.
Struggle which was going on with large trade syndicates swallowing up small ones. Okay. That's why they wanted to manage the economy so badly there. And they were already moving towards economic management before they even got into power. Essentially, they were already moving towards that ideology.
None of those business elites would have actually supported him if they knew that he wasn't going to let them live and not just do institutional bargaining. You know that, right? He lied to them.
Well, wait a second. Maybe.
Again, corporatism is institutional bargaining. So he didn't actually do corporatism.
They still wanted a form of corporatism. I don't know what to tell you. They did.
Again, so your definition is gate kept behind when after they take power and maybe they do a specific brand of corporatism, even though there's different stages and different ideology leading up to it.
Well, they need to at least be moving.
How the hell are you going to diagnose fascism then?
Because you would need to show that there's some movement towards that ideology.
Oh, got it. Okay. What about away from it, like the Spaniards did? And they were still fascists, though.
You mean Franco?
Yeah, he started off more corporatist and then ended up not being as corporatist as it went on. Does that make him?
Yeah, that was a less fascist state over time, not a more fascist state. Every scholar agrees to that.
Okay, so the early part of Mussolini's fascist Italy was not fascist?
Became less fascist over time, which makes my point for me, not
No, it
for
means
you.
that you're gatekeeping it behind something undiagnostic, and I don't know how you think you can diagnose a fascist if you think
what made it
literally
less
comes down to
fascist over
corporatism.
time?
It's weird.
Okay, hang on. And what made it less fascist over time in Franco's Spain? He was every bit as much authoritarian 20 years in as he was year one in.
I mean,
what made it less fascist
economics,
over time
like we just mentioned, as well as
that's right. Was opening up the markets,
purity, those types of things. I mean,
dude, you got to let other people talk. Here's what actually made it less fascist over time, was that they opened up markets and started to move away from this exact thing, which was corporatism, and they allowed foreign money to start investing inside of their markets. But he was every bit as authoritarian. So you tell me, what made them less fascist over time, even though he was still just as authoritarian as he was the day he started?
I already answered this. Economic reasons. They went away from corporatism. Like
exactly. Economic reasons.
As well as
corporatism.
The political reasons.
Corporatism.
They did less.
That's the debate. It was because of corporatism, bro.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Here, let me ask you something, okay? Something about the Germany-Italy thing, okay? Do you know any single scholar who is at least someone that should be mentioned in this debate, okay? Not like, I know that De Felice probably thought that, I think so, that German fascism wasn't exactly the same, but who actually says that Germany is not a fascist country?
You mean modern scholars?
No, even older ones. I mean, we could probably pick like an Italian one. Again, I brought up Emilio Gentili.
Yeah, so even though I think this is completely tangential to the point.
Is it? Because now it makes your corporatism trap literally worthless. You know that, right?
Yeah, let's just say every single scholar disagreed with me. I didn't even make the claim that they weren't, that Germany wasn't, just that I'm not convinced that they were.
Interesting way to pivot it, I guess. Yeah.
That's not a pivot. That was my position.
Most people would consider Germany fascist, right?
That's an appeal to authority, or an appeal to.
I think the evidence is strong for it because of the hyper-nationalistic palingenesis.
Ad populum fallacy. It's a fallacious form of argumentation.
You can call it that if you like, but no one else agrees with you.
That's what it is. It's an ad populum fallacy. Most people believe this.
How exactly are you making this judgment?
Most people believed you shouldn't wash your hands too. Were they right?
I don't think that has anything to do with corporatism.
Well, no, it's the same fallacy is my point.
No, it's not.
You can't make the fallacy if most people believe this, therefore
you said it was autocratic. How come not a single person?
Am I debating with those people or am I debating with you?
You're debating with me, and I'm telling you that your theory sucks.
So then the thing is like,
because
you
can't tell me how Germany is not a house cat.
Means nothing.
Like, Germany is like another style of cat.
Look,
okay,
I'll tell you what I'm willing to do in this debate, because nobody can get a word in edgewise. You just filibuster the entire time. Can we put timers on, like 1 minute timers?
You just told me about washing hands, bro.
I don't think you even hear the words I say, bro.
I do.
You don't.
Okay.
But we'll just do it this way.
Sure. You can go first.
Just grabbing the 1 minute one. Just a second. There we go.
Okay, so this is really simple. First and foremost, you just used a fallacious argument. You just said, "Can you name a scholar who X?" It's like, I'm not debating with them, I'm debating with you. If you wanna say that this, nation was a fascist nation, that burden leads to you, but you making the argument, "Oh, everybody else thinks that," is not an argument at all, it's a fallacy, that's the first thing. The second thing is, I made a very compelling argument to you for why corporatism must be some sort of necessary function for fascism. We did this by utilizing Franco's Spain. In Franco's Spain, it became less fascist over time, but not less authoritarian. He says it's because of economic reasons. Well, what were the economic reasons? He said it himself. The economic reasons were that they became less corporatist over time, allowed outside investment capital. That was it. That was the only thing that made it less fascist over time. If he can point to anything else, I want to hear it. But there was nothing else that changed the dynamic. The guy was authoritarian from day one all the way till the end.
You done?
Yeah, your turn. Minute for minute, sir.
Okay. Well, you are using a lot of their definitions for some reason. I don't know why you think that you can just cast them out when it's inconvenient, and when it's very convenient to sound like you know what you're talking about, you try to use them. I mean, I remember hypernationalism, palingenesis being in your definition. Anyways, I said economic and more, by the way, not just economics. So I'm not really sure if you misheard that. And then finally, a few questions. Okay. So in fascist Italy, does the regime tolerate independent labor organization and strike power? And then the second question I want to ask is, are firm industries being steered through selective processes? And is the rewarding, licensing, and enforcement make them dependent on political favor? To both of those questions. That's it.
Okay, that's the end of your minute,
Mhm.
is to ask me questions instead of giving me a demonstration of anything. It just is it pop quiz time? Pop quiz, Andrew, does X or dude, who cares? Let's say I would get both of these things. Let's just assume for a second I get both of these things wrong. Does that assist you in any way with demonstrating Trump's a fascist? No. No, it doesn't. Does it in any way, shape, or form? Is that any sort of argument for why it was that Franco's Spain, what these other pillars were here, the erosions that happened that were not economic or based on syndicalism or in this case corporatism? No, it doesn't. This is an obfuscation which is utilized by low tier debaters. It's called the pop quiz strategy. Pop quiz strategy is here's this tangential thing which has nothing in relation to what it is that we're even talking about. All right. It's an erudite strategy. So the thing is like, fuck the pop quiz, demonstrate Trump's a fascist. That's what you're here to do. You're here to demonstrate Donald Trump's a fascist. And so far, you have not done that.
I'm just going to assume you don't know.
And we are reaching the hour mark. Do you guys want to add 30 minutes to an
I
hour?
do.
You do?
I'm willing to
Good
go
with
another
that,
30
Searkar?
minutes.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm just
go-
going to assume
go
that
ahead.
you don't know. So either of those questions aren't answered. Second, it's weird that you brought up the pillars. So how many pillars are required for fascism? Is it like 3 out of 3 or 2 out of 3 or 1 out of 3? And let's just say if it's
Are we still doing the pop quiz? We still do. Can you make an argument?
I mean, you're gating me behind
Let him do his
corporatism,
minute,
so
let him do his minute.
if you gate me behind corporatism being something that's fantastic and magical, because you have no idea what you're talking about, then it's going to be hard for me to overcome that without showing you that it's stupid. Right?
Why would that require me answering questions for you to demonstrate that that's stupid?
Because your idea of corporatism is just flawed, and
We
therefore
want
it
to go
shouldn't
back
be a
in the
gate.
open floor here.
I'll tell you what. You know what? I'll just grant, just for the last 30 minutes of this, right? Give me your most powerful argument. The most powerful argument that you can give me that Donald J. Trump, who's barely a nationalist, is actually a fascist. Your best argument.
I'm going to leave that for the closing. As my most
You're
powerful
going to
one.
leave
Yeah.
your best argument for why Trump is a fascist in the debate about Trump being a fascist for your closing.
Correct, yeah. I can tell you again, I can go over a bunch of things with you right now if you'd like.
Then just go into the closing, dude. I don't even know where to go with this.
the whole point of the debate, Searkar, is Trump is a fascist. You don't want to engage with that.
I am engaging with it. I have
Well, you said
something
you're
in my
gonna wait till
closing
the
that I think is
closing.
very strong. I feel like for what I'd like to do with the closing is where I'm going to keep it. Is that okay? I mean, I can argue that Trump is a fascist in every single tenet that we can think of. Trump, if you want to, I can argue how Trump is literally doing corporatism in a modern way, just like Italian fascists. You want to go there?
Sure.
Okay. So, are you aware of something like Trump RX? Do you know anything about that?
Let's pull it up. What's Trump RX?
Man, how does no one even know what Trump does? Okay. I thought you would say yes. Trump RX is a specific little union of selected state authorized companies that Trump gets to suppress or, deny using the executive branch if they don't do what he wants. So what would you call that style of, letting private companies exist right outside the government, but ultimately subordinate to it?
It's a federal government drug pricing portal.
Yeah, and you probably need to go a little further than just looking at TrumpRx.com. There's information on it. There's a
Okay.
certain set of companies that are
Show
given
me
state authorization to
let's-
even shop here.
where can I reference this information?
I'm not sure of the exact site, my friend, but
Of course
the
not.
information's there.
I'm supposed to just take you at face value that even though this is literally what this is a federal government drug pricing portal launched
Through
in
the
2026
executive
by the Trump
branch.
administration. It's designed to help American patients across prescription medications at most favored nation prices, which are the
Is
lowest
this a
prices
private
paid for some
company, or is
drugs in
this like a
developed nations.
little section of the internet where Trump has state authorized
I don't
certain
know.
companies?
If you tell me where I can source the information, I can literally go through it right this second.
Well, if you look on the bottom, there's going to be a few little terms and conditions drop-down menus. Okay, it asks who can actually sell their product on this.
Okay.
So in order to actually sell product on this, you have to essentially be okay with Trump. Trump is the one who authorizes you to sell on this government website. So
Let's find out if that's true.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I can't. I don't see it. Who can sell? What is this under? Can you tell me where I can source this info?
Yeah. Give me a second. I've actually written something about this on Obsidian, so I'll make sure I give it to you correctly. Okay.
Yeah.
In the meantime, while we wait for me to open this, okay. Something else. You know that Trump has unilaterally, as the president, decided to do like deals they're not real, the amount of money, but $600 billion with like Saudi Arabia and other companies like that, right?
Okay.
And he publicly names companies that are going to be investing into the United States on his website through whitehouse.gov.
Okay.
Can you name me another president that has done that publicly to try and show some form of favoritism in that way? Is that possible?
No, not off the top of my head.
Okay. Do you know that $20 billion is being invested by a company called Datavolt, which is a Saudi Arabian company, to build nuclear energy infrastructure in the United States?
Okay.
Now, what is that doing when Trump is unilaterally doing this through the executive branch? Is he creating a corporatist environment, or is he getting rid of it?
That's not corporatism.
How is it not corporatism? It's fascist corporatism. It's not regular corporatism. This is not institutionalized.
It's not fascist corporatism either.
It's not politically aligning private companies through state authorization that he doesn't have.
Yeah. Well, wait a second. If he doesn't have it, then how's he able to do it?
I don't know, man. He is doing it though, isn't he? He doesn't have
because
he's doing constraint breaking.
Like he's allowed to do it.
No, I mean that's what fascists do, right? They try and break the constraints of the liberal democracies they're in, just like Mussolini did.
Executive power is not fascism. That's the first thing. The second
using
thing
executive power to break constraints when you should.
Calm down. This is not corporatism at all.
Explain to me how it's
not even a little bit. Even if I granted let's just say that I grant worse, that he's making all sorts of deals by using the executive branch in order to enrich himself because he just thinks it's really fun. He wants to see his wallet get fat. That's not fucking corporatism. What are you talking about? How is it corporatism?
That's not necessary for fascist corporatism either. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's about state
That's
authorization.
my whole. But you just
It's
made my
about
point for
state
me.
authorized, companies essentially being subordinate to the state through political alignment, punishment, disloyalty. Trump is
Like
actively,
highway. So like the Canadian power system is fascist because the Canadian government is who has to authorize it, and they pick which companies can or can't operate in Canada. They're fascist.
that's institutionalized bargaining. That is not state authorized and completely subordinate.
How is that not state authorized?
Because general corporatism is what you just described, which means,
That's not what I
again,
asked you. I asked you about state authorization. How's that not state authorized?
state
like you just said?
institutionalized and state authorized are two different things. State institutionalized bargaining happens in democratic welfare countries, dude.
What does state authorization mean?
State authorization is different than institutionalized bargaining.
What does it mean?
Tripartite institutionalized bargaining means that there is a government that can
No,
handle
authorization. What
bargaining
does state authorization
between
mean?
the labor and companies. In state authorization,
What
there
does
is no
state-
bargaining.
Yeah, okay.
So in Italian fascism, there was no
wait.
bargaining.
So all you're saying, so you're saying that the distinction here is that you're allowed to bargain for the best position, and then the state
With labor
authorizes you.
and companies. With labor and
I
companies.
see.
Mhm.
Yeah, I see. So the thing is, though, is that let's just say that the state didn't do that, or only one person applies, right? They're the only person who even has a price to apply, and the state authorizes that. Is that fascism or not?
No, that's institutionalized bargaining.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So the thing is that even if it was the
Think of it
case,
this way.
do autocracies do this all the time? And is that corporatism?
Are you trying
No,
to
it's
expand your
not.
definition even more so it's more worthless? What are you trying to do?
How did I expand my definition more?
Because you're accepting now that corporatism is kind of existing here and you want to make it bigger. So, I mean, again, corporatism exists in democratic welfare countries. That's why it doesn't work, Andrew.
Wait, wait a second. So this is corporatism?
I think what Trump is doing is corporatism, yes.
No. In Canada, that's corporatism?
Yes, democratic welfare states do corporatism. They don't do fascist corporatism, though. If you knew that,
Okay.
well, you probably don't actually.
So give me the easy delineation then with the fascist corporatism.
Sure. Again, fascist corporatism is going to be the state-authorized suppression of independent labor organizations. Sorry, my bad. Let me just make sure I get this correct again for you, okay? So we don't fuck it up. So generic fascism is going to be the interest representation of labor and state, labor companies and state through tripartite, okay? And then the Italian state is going to be like formal syndicate cooperations integrated into state governance explicitly at the constitutional level. So that means they're like state authorized companies to exist. It's like they give a private space to them, and there's no labor
Did you just
bargaining.
say specifically at the constitutional levels?
That's what Mussolini did.
Yeah. And so can you show me where Trump's doing that?
Constitutional levels doesn't mean constitution itself or legislative. You're just conflating what the United States is.
No, I'm just asking you how it's even constitutional at constitutional levels with Trump.
We don't say in fascist Italy, is it constitutional like that? That's not how it works.
I didn't ask you that.
You kind of just implied
How
it.
is it? Okay, what does constitutional in this sense mean then?
Constitutional in this sense just means governmental, as in like because constraint breaking is what is necessary, like Mussolini did.
Mm-hmm.
He broke, and once he gained power, he explicitly wrote into his governance that this would exist. It wasn't corporatism anymore. Okay? Now Trump is doing it through executive order. That is literally constitutionally changing the government. Now, it's not the Constitution itself. It's not an amendment if that's what you're trying to play the game at. But
I'm not trying to equivocate. I'm trying to not equivocate by using unambiguous language. This is why I ask you what you mean by a thing that you say. So just to make sure that I got this correct, Trump is doing fascism because he has Trump RX, which is a pharmaceutical company designed to save people money.
There's more.
Okay, what else?
Okay, so
we'll do them one at a time.
You know, his CMS or with fucking what's the guy's name? Fucking the brainworm guy, Robert F. Kennedy. They're doing this new platform where they are doing healthcare related information so people can take their healthcare personal information and go to doctors, correct? Trump is essentially doing something similar like Trump RX, where he's asking companies, hey, if you join this, then I'll give you
Yeah.
some favors, right? But ultimately, they're going to be subordinate to him. So this
What
is
favors?
invest their money into building.
What? Yeah, no. What favors are they getting?
It's political favoring. That doesn't mean like they're getting hand jobs, bro.
What political favors are they getting?
Are you expecting hand jobs or what? What's going on?
What
It's
political favors are
political
they
alignment. So like Trump is essentially giving them private exclusive access, denying the actual market because these people are willing to capitulate to him. That's what happened in fascist Italy. It was not institutionalized bargaining. It was state control.
These are private organizations who are by their own free will doing this, not being compelled by the state to do this.
Mussolini also gave free will to the companies that he was giving this.
No, he also did a compellence.
After he captured the state as a dictator.
He also did a compellence.
He promised something else.
Like, what's really funny here, right? Is what we're trying to get to
something
is
else.
the heart of this. Is like nobody's being compelled here. You're talking about private companies which are willing to work in unison with
if they
the state.
Leave, do you think Trump would punish them?
I mean, maybe, depending on what they're doing.
He has a history of doing that?
I don't know for these particular companies.
You seriously don't know? Trump has quite a long history of being extremely petty and revengeful. Retribution is his thing.
So you're saying that Trump is going to these companies and saying either you join or else I'm going to do bad things to you?
No, he literally brought them into the White House and pointed at them and went, how much are you investing? And publicly, because that's what fascists like to do, because they're showing public, favoring. That's how you fucking subordinate them. And there's Mark Zuckerberg going, we invested $200 billion next year. And what do you think that does to the private market?
So PR?
You think that's PR?
Literally, yes.
Okay, got it. I mean,
just PR.
Seems to me like a little bit of a coercive process. I mean, why don't you just let the private market do it?
What's coercive about it? First of all, how do you compel did he compel them under law to go to the White House?
No. He offered them a safe little syndicate.
That's crazy.
He offered them a safe little syndicate away from other private companies.
Wait, that's crazy.
Exclusivity,
so
right?
So hang on. Trump,
exclusivity.
Hang on. Let me make sure. I just want to make sure I got it right.
Got it.
So Trump says, hey, if you want to, you can come down to the White House, right? And then we can have a public discussion about this because it would probably be really good for your PR. And I want you to start investing more in the nation. And even though
I'll give you
there's no
exclusive
coercion
access
here, you can come in or go as you will. That somehow has anything at all to do with corporatism in Mussolini's fucking fascist state. Are you serious?
I mean, it does by definition, because if they leave, they lose access.
It does not.
They
It's
lose
marketing,
access
PR.
to that market.
Who's forcing them?
I just told you they lose access to the market if they leave, don't they?
Didn't. How would they lose access to the market?
Because the only people who can actually do the CMS next generation digital health ecosystem are going to be the companies he chooses.
They can compete against that.
No, they
absent
can't.
being part of that system. What
No,
are
they
you talking
cannot.
about?
Trump has already set the groundwork for this. It's
Prove
only
it. Show
it's
me
going
that
to be
nobody can
voluntary platform governance.
Show me. Show me the proof that companies cannot compete against CMS. Go ahead.
I didn't say that. I said the next gen health
That's my point, though. You just said nobody's going to. All you're saying is that there's a coalition of companies who are coming together so that they can amass themselves as a larger conglomerate, which companies do all the time.
Was this their idea or Trump's idea?
But there's still endless amounts of competition against these people. What are you talking
about? Not to build the digital health ecosystem.
Prove it. Prove nobody can fucking compete against them. Prove it.
Because you have to be given the access by the White House to actually work on it, because it's sensitive information.
No. You don't.
It's governmental information. Yeah.
Can external private companies still compete against this conglomeration of companies or not?
In other markets, not in the digital health ecosystem.
In this market?
No.
Why not?
Because we don't have one. You can't take personalized health records.
What do you mean we don't have one? We don't have online fucking pharmaceutical sales? What are you talking about?
Why? Every time you go to a doctor, you have to have them recheck again, right? It takes a long time, right?
Recheck for? I don't even
know. There's
no
database that has all your fucking personal records that you can just literally grab from a private company, dude. Are you not aware of this?
Well, okay, hang on a second.
What do you mean?
You're saying that I just want to make sure I got this right because you're jumping all over the place. But
No,
I'm
I'm
pretty
not.
confident that I can go to the hospital tomorrow and they can pull my private record. Yeah, for all of my health.
They have to literally ask for it. There's no literal database, dude. That's like branching by a private company. It takes a long
Okay.
time on purpose because it's private, sensitive information.
What's stopping external companies from doing the same exact thing?
I mean, it's private information that's like super sensitive. So HIPAA violations, do you know what those are?
So then individuals would have to opt into this, right?
No, you're not allowed to do this because of safety, security reasons. But Trump is actually
I
just
see.
blowing past all that and making a little ecosystem himself, which is totally fucking crazy. Okay, and he's only
So
allowing
you're
a
saying that,
certain
okay,
amount of
now I
companies
think
to
I understand
join.
the position. Yeah. So the position is that Trump is going to violate everybody's HIPAA rights and create a national database of people's personal information.
It might. I never said
That's
it
what you're
was
saying?
going to. It might. It seems to me like it's pretty
So you
unsafe.
just
But
made it up. You just made the whole fucking thing up.
no, I didn't.
Literally, you just made it all up. You
Bro,
just made
I'm
it up on
sorry
the
you don't
spot.
check his own website, even though you support him, bro.
You
That's
just
not my
made it
problem.
up. Is that what he's doing, or isn't it what he's doing?
It's not because you haven't even read it. You don't even know what I'm talking about.
What are you talking about? So
Like,
what are you talking about?
I can link you the videos if you want, so you can see RFK Jr. and them talk about it and do like the weird, point at like Zuckerberg thing. But it's up to you, man.
You literally just made all of that shit up. You made it all up.
No, I didn't. You can say that. It's fine.
Yeah, you did. Okay, so then show me how Trump is blowing past HIPAA, blowing past government privacy, and collecting everybody's private data and giving it to private companies who join his syndicate. Show me.
Sure. I got you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I got you. It's going to be, here you go. Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services. White House tech leaders commit to create patient-centric healthcare ecosystem. Press release July 30th, 2025.
Okay.
SpeakeaZy, do you want to bring
Keep
this up or
reading.
do you want me to do it?
Keep reading. Yeah, bring it up. Let's read.
Yeah, I'll send it to SpeakeaZy. I mean, this is not about the topic, I guess, but if he is if he is doing this, would you concede this is a modern form of corporatism?
Corporatism.
Wait. If you do think this is corporatism, would you concede that this is a modern form of corporatism?
No,
Why not?
because it sounds like it's just a bunch of private entities who are willing to be contracted by the government to do a task.
That's interesting. Again, it's HIPAA violation because it's
You can cope laugh as much as you want, but you just made up an entire fairy tale and presented it as though it was true, and now we find out that none of
so you
that's
think these
even
private
true.
companies
presented
just
it
came
like it
together
was.
at this point in time and went, why do we spend so much time asking hospitals to just ask for records? How come no one's done this? Do you think that's actually what happened, Andrew? It's been
No, I think
50
that-
years of
I
us
think
literally
that
doing it the slow way, and you're like,
I
what
think
the
that
fuck?
there's
This is
tons
perfect.
and tons. No, I didn't even say anything like that. I don't know what you're even talking about at this point. You just make shit up as you go. But yeah, let's go
Yeah.
ahead and read it.
You sent me a thing, I guess, to put into Google.
Put it in Google, yeah.
So I'm guessing, is this it here? Let me.
There's a
move
YouTube
that
video, yeah.
overlay.
There's a YouTube video.
Is this it here?
For decades,
it's a-
bureaucrats and entrenched interests buried health data and blocked patients from taking control of their health. That ends today. We're tearing down digital walls, returning power to patients, and rebuilding a health system that serves the people. So during, let me just make sure I scroll down some more, SpeakeaZy. We have the tools and information now available to empower patients to improve their outcomes for the healthcare experience. For too long, patients in this country have been burdened with healthcare systems that have not kept pace with the disruptive innovations that transform nearly other blah, 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 blah. Keep rolling down. The administration's effort is going to focus on two broad areas: promoting a CMS interoperability, maybe framework to easily and seamlessly share information between patients and providers. And the problem with this is what? What is our issue here?
I mean, for one, the executive is doing this with. what does it say right below there? Do we see HIPAA enforcement interest or?
If an individual receives another individual's electronic protected health information error, generally OCR's primary HIPAA enforcement interests are ensuring that the affected individual and HHS receive timely HIPAA breach notifications. And the problem with this is what?
Well, It's just
What is the
a bunch of
problem here?
companies that have pledged, and the truth is that they can't
So
guarantee
what?
that. So Trump is now creating a little
Well,
network of
well,
electronic health
hang on.
records.
They're actually not saying they're guaranteeing
Wait,
it.
why
They're
is the
just saying,
private market not doing this? Why is
well,
Trump?
wait, hang
Why
on,
is
hang on.
Trump doing this?
I just read it, dude.
Why is
What
Trump
it
doing
said
it?
was that,
Why is Trump doing it?
yeah, what it said was this specifically.
Why is
Because
Trump
he
doing
probably
it?
wants to get rich. I don't fucking know. But the thing is like, it's not fascism. It's not corporatism. What this
It's
is
Trump-oristic.
this is a coalition of companies who came together over an idea. And it looks like what they want to do is they want to be able to instantly trade patient information in a much quicker way without violating HIPAA. Specifically said, we do not want HIPAA breaches, and we want to have added notifications if there are HIPAA breaches.
Correct.
So everything you earlier said was a completely made up fucking fairy tale that you just pulled out of your ass.
It's not. I mean, I think you just haven't read it properly.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just it's the problem is the interpreter. I mean, we just read the same fucking thing, but okay.
It kind of was. I guess it kind of was there. I mean, why is Trump doing this and not the private?
How is that corporatism?
Why is the
again?
government itself through an agency, not just Trump directly? By the way, okay? Because usually it's done through like an agency that can have people who are experts handle this, right?
Yeah, can we start with how this is just Trump directly doing this without any other government involvement whatsoever? Can we start
It's
with
done
that?
at the top level and not done through the agency and through the people who know what they're doing. Yeah, I mean,
What,
we have
I
a
don't
system in
understand.
place.
The top level being what? The
We
Trump
have a system in
administration?
place that is predominantly private, but it's kind of like a contract thing, right? You know how agencies can kind of secure contracts and they're secure and they know that. It's slow.
You mean like this agency is?
No, the one that we use right now, it's slow. And it's for a good reason because it's secure. So Trump is trying to bypass that and do it in a corporatist way. He's creating a little safe space.
It's not corporatism.
Where companies can pledge voluntarily to join, but that kind of coerces them to stay in it.
How are they being? Oh, they can voluntarily join if they want to, but it's still coercive. Okay.
Yeah, but they're not going to be able to actually work on it unless they join.
Yeah. Oh, they're not going to be able to work on this state-of-the-art project unless they join it. Wow, that's crazy. I never would have thought of that. They can't?
Is that bargaining?
Oh my God. They're not going to be able to work on the project if they don't work on the project? That's crazy.
Is that bargaining?
I didn't know that.
Is that bargaining?
Yes. That, of course.
How are they bargaining?
Who's forcing them to work on it? They are bargaining.
If you're
literally.
entering the state-authorized little sphere, what bargaining power do you have?
Well, hang on. You're talking about official bargaining through state apparatuses.
Is the executive branch not a state apparatus?
It sure is. How is this not bargaining, though?
Because they can't bargain. It's a state-authorized.
What do you mean? Why can't they bargain?
What bargaining power does a company like Anthropic have in this circumstance? Let me tell.
They can either. Well, okay.
They can leave.
They can do a bunch of different things. They can not work on the project. They could work on the project.
Then they can't work on it at all. That's not bargaining power.
Why do they need to, though? I don't get it. Why is there some necessity that these companies need to work on this project? I don't get it.
Because capitalism is about competition in a free market way, right?
They can still compete.
How? They can't work on this unless they're in the state-authorized little...
They can make their own systems.
No, they can't. It's a governmental one. They need governmental state authority to do it.
Okay, so let's make sure I got this right.
Yeah.
The government authority is the only one who can give them the permission.
You just said
to create a system in which they can share information quickly.
Well, yeah, because it handles sensitive data, HIPAA violation data.
Okay,
CMS.
So the thing is, are you saying that no company right this second can go to whoever's in charge of healthcare and say, hey, look, I have a system here that could share this in a much quicker way without HIPAA violations, and they're not allowed to actually petition the government for that?
They can. They just have to prove it.
Then they can compete, fucker.
Not in this one, though. They'd have to petition with an entirely new idea.
Well, listen.
Also,
yes,
wouldn't Trump have a vested interest?
What you're saying right
wouldn't
now.
Trump have a vested interest in the companies he
on,
gives the state authorization to?
I'll explain what you're saying right now, because this is so insane to me.
It is.
So I have Walmart, and I go to a bunch of small companies, and I'm like, hey man, if you want to participate in my logistics program, right, then you need to become a part of the Walmart family.
Is Walmart a government?
And a bunch of them were like, "Nah, I don't really want to do that."
Is Walmart a government?
Like, hey, this sounds really good.
Is Walmart a government?
I think that chill out, bro. Let me finish.
I can end your
And I
little
say, chill out,
tangent.
chill out, chill out. So I say, hey, man, right? You can do this if you want to. You cannot do this. These other companies can then go and compete against me with logistics. In this particular case, too, this is an initiative. This is just an initiative. That's it. It's not even a thing which is done. It's just an initiative to do a
It's a
thing.
monopoly. Yeah, yeah.
Why couldn't other companies petition the government?
Is that
Why
a
couldn't
government?
other major pharmaceuticals petition the government to do something like this? Why
Because the
not?
government has total control over the outcome of the company. So, like, Walmart's not a government. They don't have political control, right, Andrew? They
Government
can't make
doesn't have control over
laws.
the outcome of
They
pharmaceutical
can't. Like, they're not the
companies.
executive branch. They don't have the ability to literally punish other companies, right?
They're not. Who are they punishing?
They
Tell me who they're
can't. That's why I'm
punishing.
saying your analogy is stupid, because they're not the government.
No, who is the executive branch punishing? Nobody.
The executive branch can. That's the coercive nature of it.
Walmart can do the exact same thing.
Walmart
in this
can
instance.
legislatively and, you know, through executive
Walmart
anything.
can take a loss. Walmart can take a loss on a product just to put your ass out of business.
Okay,
they can do that.
They can
They can
separate
punish you. They can give you all sorts of economic.
There's no way you're making this argument right now.
There's no way here that you can square. This is just an initiative. You're just talking about an initiative. Nothing's even happened yet. One, two.
Okay.
It sounds to me like this is just in the formulation process. Like this isn't even a business that's legitimate yet.
It's the formation of corporatism, right? Formation
it's
of
not corporatism. There's
it is corporatism by definition,
it.
actually,
it's just
bro.
private interests coming together to solve a problem.
Corporatist means you take a government function and give it to a private company. By definition.
Oh Lord.
You not know
that? No, by definition, that's not what corporatism means.
That's what corporatist means. Corporatism is another specific side of generic interest bargaining on behalf of labor,
which is what I
company,
just said. Corporatism
and
does
state.
not mean that. So I was right again.
But also, Mussolini did not have the corporatism that you were talking about until after state capture and after they took power, right?
Groups.
So how do you diagnose fascism if Mussolini also had some shitty corporatist or corporatism leading up to when they took power?
Because we know what he was moving towards.
Well, this is Trump moving towards it as well. You just can't see the end state yet.
Not. No, that's ridiculous. It's not moving towards fascism.
I guess if you just hand wave it away.
Towards corporatism.
I mean, you won't know until afterwards because you can't diagnose it with your definition. It sucks.
Well, I don't even understand how your definition diagnoses this as being fascism in any way, shape, or form, or anything even akin to it.
I mean, it starts with the hyper-nationalistic palingenesis, and I think it definitely satisfies. You seem to not think so, but again, humiliation, restoration, then moral body, becoming an organism, invasion, emergency, leader of principle, purification,
no mythos,
contamination, all of these coming together to create a political liturgy that's massive, you know, denying truth, dissenting loyalty, making them betrayal.
Politics in general?
No.
Yeah, because you missed the key part, which is the appeal to a mythology.
No, I didn't.
Mythical.
The moral group who thinks they have a destiny, okay, as an organ of the country.
What's
the mythical core?
What is the mythos?
It depends, because mobilizing passion.
Yeah, well, because you can't name it. Like I can name in Italy, it was Rome. That was the mythology.
You just interrupted me, but I could. I could name one for you right now. How about Christian nationalism?
Do it. What is it?
Christian nationalism. I'm going to ask you that question from the beginning.
How is that a mythology? That's an emergent ideology.
I'm going to ask you that question from earlier, okay? Is that okay?
That's an emergent ideology.
Andrew, we only have 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 30 seconds left. So let me ask you this question. It'll be good.
Wait. Hang on. Christian nationalism is a brand new emergent ideology. It is not a mythology being appealed to by modern fucking executive branch presidents for that's insane. What are you talking about?
Fine. I disagree. I mean, you kind of say the country was founded on Christianity, not secularism, right?
Pan-Protestantism, yeah.
Okay, so that's kind of appealing to a mythical past because that's not what happened, but it's not the point.
Not mythical.
It's fine.
It's not mythical. That did happen.
You're mobilized in a way, I can see, but here, let me
ask.
Are
you saying we didn't have a pan-Protestant nation?
We have a Christian nation, but the government is not Christian, okay, in that sense. It doesn't actually legislate on Christianity, no, obviously. But
at the federal level.
I mean, even at the state level, there was some state religions at the beginning, but obviously, yeah, we federalized secularism of the country.
No, not at the beginning. For most of the history of the United States, not just the beginning.
Do you want to go back to that, though? I guess whatever that is.
What?
I mean, you
Christian
want
nationalism.
you want the country to go
Christian
back to its roots,
nationalism
right?
is not an ideology which is even an aspect of moving back towards a thing. It's an emergent ideology,
So fascism is
which at its
also
core,
not something that actually goes back. It just talks about the past to mobilize people about the past.
yeah, but it has some mythos that's pointing to.
Like
This
the
has no
founding of the country.
mythos. This was in fact a pan-Protestant nation. That's
Hmm.
not mythology. That's not a mythos we're pointing
We
to.
only have a minute left. I really want to ask you this question because it'll be less combative. I have a real answer for this too, okay? The question is, what do you think fascism understood correctly about social decay that liberalism refuses to confront?
Who cares? It has nothing to do with the argument.
I mean, you haven't wondered why fascism actually is appealing?
Has nothing to do with the argument. It's completely tangential.
I know. I
So
just
who
told you it
cares?
was tangential.
Yeah, well then I'm not going to compete with it or even address it. It's tangential to the fucking debate. It's meaningless.
It's not meaningless to the liturgy and the ethos or the myth, if you want to understand it, about fascism.
You just said that it was tangential and irrelevant.
I didn't say it was
agree.
irrelevant. I said it was tangential. Those are two different things.
What's relevant about the question?
It's about social decay and liberalism, which mobilizes fascism, which kind of correctly diagnoses problems in liberalism. Have you ever thought
Yeah,
about that?
but what does that have to do with? What does
Well, I
that
mean,
have to
then
do
you
with
would be able to
anything?
understand why people actually go to fascism, right?
Okay.
All right. That is going to wrap up the open floor there. Great back and forth tonight. Just a reminder for everyone in the chat, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel, and also subscribe to both the debaters, okay? Again, we host all types of debates over here: political, cultural, social issues, philosophy, everything. So if there's a conversation worth clashing over, we'll put it in the arena. So don't forget to subscribe as well to the debaters, though. And before I get into the openings, remember, Circa, you're going to go first for openings. That'll give Andrew the last word, who did a little different than others do it with the openings and closing. So you're good with that, Circa? Whenever you're ready,
Sure.
I will start the timer up with your voice.
Okay. If you forget everything else, keep one thing. Fascism is not diagnosed by counting bodies. It is diagnosed by recognizing a pattern early enough to interrupt it. You just heard definitional maneuvering. That's pretty normal in this conversation. It also is how the subject gets made safe. It is the conversation stays inside academic fog. The public never has to confront what is in front of them. And once again, I think it leaves us swayed and found wanting. I'm going to return to the architecture of this, which is going to be ultranationalistic palingenesis, rebirth politics tied to national decline and restoration, often with an imperial horizon that treats force and expansion as virtues and acts upon and is put into a leader who is the movement. And loyalty becomes personal. Political liturgy, which is the true patriotic allegiance, becomes moral coercion, and ritualized politics makes doubt feel like betrayal. Epistemic capture is again going to be when truth becomes more of a loyalty test than just simple disagreement within a liberal democracy. It treats refutation as propaganda and betrayal, a contaminant. Enemy construction and the permission structure. So this is enemies within, not rivals, not tolerated dissidents. These people become necessary for purification in order to reach the rebirth. Intimidation and violence become framed as cleansing in this case. Mass mobilization happens here, which can take many different forms, as we just discussed. Constraint breaking, which is where the executive action can look a lot like emergency and is a substitute for democratic settlement. And finally, again, corporatist steering, which is usually in a later capture stage. This includes things like pressure on private enterprise and institutions to align with the political power through state levers that reward alignment and punish resistance. If you see all of that, arguing about the label becomes a distraction. The label matters only because it names the mechanism early enough to resist it. And this is the part that matters most to me. People talk about the Holocaust and World War II, deaths as if they were inevitable, as if nothing could have stopped them. That belief is comforting because it excuses everyone. But history is not fate, it is a chain of choices. There is always a point where one more person reached, one more refusal, one more act of clarity changes the path, no matter how surreal it seems. You never know exactly where that point is. That is why the time to act is before the end state becomes obvious. And I want to end with an image that I always felt, to me, perfectly encapsulates the thrilling aura and the destruction in one same breath. Fascism sells a dual promise. It gives people a lovely light, an irresistible cadence, but ultimately something black, existing just right behind the back of your eyes. And I'm going to read a poem by Edna St. Vincent Millay, where she wrote, "My candle burns at both ends. It will not last the night, but ah, my foes, and oh, my friends, it gives a lovely light." To me, that is seduction, brightness in exchange for burn, and power in exchange for self-immolation in plain view. And fascism offers a kind of radiance, a promise of restoration and unity, but it consumes the institutions that make society livable. So no, I'm not asking you to treat every policy dispute as apocalypse. I'm asking you to stop normalizing the pattern. Stop letting enemy within talk pass as ordinary politics. Stop treating executive unilateralism as stylistic preference. Stop accepting a politics where constitutional settlement is treated as optional. Stop accepting a politics where patriotic language is then only used to make doubt feel as if it's betrayal and contamination. You do not have to agree with me on every detail to recognize the trajectory. You just have to be willing to say out loud that the pattern is dangerous and that you will not wait until it is too late to call it what it is. And that's going to be my closing.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic back over to Andrew. And Andrew, whenever you're ready for your closing, I'll start the timer with your voice.
I'll try to use the same cadence as my opponent in this closing. It's important that you understand that the reason he couldn't demonstrate that Trump was a fascist the entire evening is because he made a bunch of fucking shit up. Now, you might wonder, why did he make a bunch of shit up and then got called out on it multiple times? You need to understand that the reason is because Trump's not a fascist, and they just really want him to be a fascist. And they'll do anything that they can possibly do to make him a fascist, even if it doesn't make any fucking sense at all. As we went through this, we found a bunch of different things that Trump did not fit. My opponent did say that he was going to give us his most compelling argument that Trump was a fascist in his closing statement, and he most certainly did not do that shit at all. I want to point out a couple other things. One of the things that we should really stop in politics more than anything else isn't the idea that there could be divisive rhetoric and in-group and out-group, because that's politics by its very nature, an in-group and an out-group, or we wouldn't need it in the fucking first place. But what I want to point out, and the most important thing for you to understand, is that the vilification of my enemies, while I'm at the same time saying we need to stop creating an in-group and an out-group, doesn't make me a hypocrite at all or stupid as shit. That's not what's going on. What's going on? What's going on? Sorry, I had to break character there. What's going on is that Andrew over here, he was muddying the water with definitions, the pure definitions. And you see, I was just trying, my opponent was trying to get ahead of what fascism is. He wants to make sure that we don't repeat the mistakes that we made in the past, like the Holocaust, which has nothing to do with anything, right? That we don't repeat the mistakes of communism, that we don't repeat, even though right this second, you can find divisive communists all over the place, everywhere, all over, using communist rhetoric. Nobody does a fucking thing. It's only the fascists you got to watch out for, you know? Even the ones that we can't really determine are fascist because we're using a diagnosis after all, ladies and gentlemen. It's a diagnosis that we can take political ideologies, which are normative, people using divisive language, in group, out group, ideas of returning to earlier social policies which worked, and then attribute that to now you're a fascist, even though we've have no corporatism, no early signs of socialism. We don't have any sort of ultranationalism. We don't have any of these key components here, but it's still bad because, well, ultimately, it's just about Orange Man bad, right? Orange Man, he's bad. Think about what he's doing right now. Look at me. I'm going to implore you to listen to me. I'm going to give you a poem. Roses are red and violets are black. And Trump's not a fascist, and that's fucking that. The thing is that I need you to understand right now, evil Orange Man is creating an initiative with pharmaceutical companies to quickly relay your personal information to your doctor. Can you fucking believe that? He's going to relay your personal information to your doctor when you need that personal information. I have never heard of anything so monstrous or fascistic in my life. Not only that, I just want to point out
You probably
that
feel a little
Trump
upset
also
when
called
his
people
personal data gets
parasites
leaked or his daughter's or something,
who were drug
or his
dealers and
wife's.
criminals, and also
That's all I'm
pointed
gonna
out that
say.
they
That
were
would suck.
terrorizing other nations in the exact same interview, which, again, is not ultranationalistic at all and had nothing to do with racialism. But what matters here is that Orange Man bad, and he's an evil fascist because they fucking say so, even though they never have any compelling evidence whatsoever of that. With that, I'll yield my time.
Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, that is going to wrap
Neither
up
do I.
the closing statements. All right. Great exchanges tonight. If you're enjoying what you're seeing out there, again, like the stream, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to the debaters. Before I start the chat, the timer for the chat Q&A, I usually ask a question or two to each debater myself based on things I heard, arguments I want clarified, or a point I think was missed or deserves another pass. So I'm gonna start, and then after that we'll start the 30-minute Q&A. I'm gonna start with Circa, what policy is would be your strongest example that points to Trump being a fascist?
That's not really how it works. Again, it's a form. It's not a checkbox. But I think it's pretty clear that Trump represents and mobilizes, using Paxton's definition here, many different types of base that essentially can complete the other essence of the organ to fulfill destiny. So if you're looking for a single one, we've already heard that in isolation they don't really work that way. The fool's errand.
All right. And did you have anything you wanted to say to that, Andrew?
Yeah, the reason that they can't name any policies because they're full of shit, lying sacks of fucking dog shit. And he's not a fascist. That's why. It's pretty simple. They never can. They never can ever. Right? It's just always this vague appeal to like, well, he said make America great again. And so there's some kind of mythos there, even though that's referencing previous policies that he's talking about. It's like every president does that. It's just bizarre. I've never understood it. And it's like, it's almost like they just got to double down. They could just say authoritarian. Many of them are moving towards that, right? Oh, Trump's an authoritarian. That would be harder to argue. But it's like they have to double down on this very unique, one central spot in history ideology because it has loaded moral language behind it. When you think fascist, you think Holocaust, you think this, you think that. That's why they call him that shit.
I don't
Not
think
because
that.
it's true.
I don't think that. Not even close.
I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm saying if you talk to the average person and you're asking them what comes to mind when you say the word fascist,
Oh, I thought you were debating me.
it's a loaded.
I thought you were debating me.
That's correct. I'm debating you. But here I'm giving an analogous example,
of
not
some
an
other person.
argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not giving an argument, so it's not an ad populum fallacy. I'm pointing out an observation.
I never
It's
got your
different.
definition for ultranationalism. What was it?
That would be putting the nation before all other nations at the expense of other nations.
So, like loyalty to the state?
No,
Confused. What is it? I've heard you say that
no.
before,
Like,
so I'm curious.
for instance, if you put the listing of priorities in ultranationalism,
Mhm.
you put the nation before God, let's say.
Okay, so
That's not the case here.
So ultranationalism is undiagnosable again in your definition.
No, it's diagnosable for sure. The USSR was ultranationalism.
Did early
It was the
fascists
state
put
above-
the
it
nation
was the
first?
state-
I'm
which
back.
puts the
Sorry.
state
Repeat
above
yourself.
all other priorities.
So the state's first. Is that what you're saying?
The state is above all other priorities.
Okay. I have to ask you. So did they have loyalty to the existing state or the remade state?
Both.
What does that mean?
It means that didn't
Didn't early fascists destroy the state?
Well, when you said they, I don't know who you're referencing. I thought you were referencing
Talking about
my reference
Mussolini.
to the USSR.
Talking about Mussolini.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So-
they had loyalty beforehand. Yeah,
But they destroyed the state.
they reformed it. Yes,
They destroyed the constitutional, parliamentary monarchy.
that's not destroying the state. That's reforming it.
Oh, they just got rid of everything that made it before. So
That's
they,
what
they remade the
reformation
state.
is.
They remade the state,
There was
right?
still a state. There was still a state.
A new
right?
one that they sacralized
Yeah.
from something else, not the original state.
Yeah,
So what would we call that?
a reforming,
We
revolutionary
call
reform.
it that nation, right?
Mhm.
So isn't this sacralized new state something that fascists think of as that mythical nation, right? They sacralize that when they take power, correct? If they had
Sure.
loyalty to the state, then why would they destroy it?
Well, in this case, they didn't destroy it. They
Oh, they didn't?
reformed it. No,
They definitely destroyed it, man.
they didn't destroy
They
it.
sacralized
they
a
reformed
new remade state, right?
it. Okay, so to get this right, I'm going to give you an example so that
You don't have to.
understand the
I
distinction.
think you probably understand how this
Well,
is
I'm
not going well for
I-
you now.
It's going fine for me.
No, it's not,
It's
man.
the same exact. I'll give you the same exact example of the Reformation, which
Mhm.
happened in the United States.
Mhm.
There was a constitutional reformation into a republic,
Sure.
right?
Was that a fascist movement?
Into this new state. No,
that a
it wasn't a
fascist
fascist movement.
Oh.
No, but what I'm saying is that when you have a reformation, right? You still had a state.
So let's stay
right?
with fascism.
There
So Mussolini.
was a reformed state.
When
Yeah,
Mussolini said all within the state, nothing outside of the state, blah, blah, what does that mean to you?
that's ultranationalism.
So loyalty to the state, right?
Well, above all other priorities.
So why would you destroy the state the first thing you do?
Because they didn't
Because-
destroy it.
He
They
did.
didn't destroy it. They reformed it.
He dismantled the government and then remade it into a new state that was
He was the
sacralized.
government. They
Sa-
became the government. What do you mean?
So
It's a
your definition of
reformed state.
ultranationalism again is something that is post
Did-
capture.
Okay, did
Is
Italy
post capture. So you
Italy-
cannot
did
diagnose
Italy
fascism
turn-
until they capture.
Did Italy turn into
Correct?
Germany or something, or was it still Italy?
Don't run away. I'm asking you a question.
I'm not running away.
You can't diagnose fascism until after
I
capture.
just don't even think you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth. Yes, you can diagnose fascism. Yes, it can be diagnosed
How?
early on. as
How
well.
are you going to
Well,
diagnose
you
it with your
would look-
definition?
You would have to look at the coalition of things. You would need ultranationalism,
Which
you would need
happens
corporatism.
After they
you would
capture.
need. You would need. Hang on, stop, bro. Do you want the answer or not? You tell me when you want me to answer.
I mean, you just described how fascists, capture the state and have loyalty to it. That's your definition, isn't it?
Well, let's let him answer, because that was going to be my question for you, Andrew. Is like, because rhetoric is not like sufficient indicator, what would be like early warning signs for people to reasonably conclude their leader is moving towards
You would
fascism?
have to be. Yes, you'd have to be moving towards the idea of ultranationalism,
So
the
what are-
state above all other. Stop, bro.
Let him answer, sir.
Stop, bro. You gotta let other people fucking give their answers like I let you. So the thing is that movement towards ultranationalism has signs. Most importantly, the signs are the people who are advocating the new forms of government, who are advocating for ultranationalism.
That mythical
It's still,
nation,
dude.
right?
Can you control yourself for 5 seconds?
Let him
So I
finish.
can give an answer. Can you just control yourself
I
for
am.
any length of time?
I am.
So anyway, yeah, the idea here is that yes, if these guys could point to me and be like, Donald Trump is trying to move all citizens' loyalty to the state above all other concerns. That's what he's attempting to do and implement corporatism,
Mm.
right? And a controlled economy and these types of things. They might have a leg to stand on.
Mm.
But like that's more of a Sanders platform. That's like Trump is a normal populist. And he's like I said, barely a nationalist. He's not even an ethno-nationalist.
We done? It seems to me that the two of the
I don't know. No, I got 2 more minutes. So
two of the
I
most
got 2 more
important things in your
no,
definition
I just checked my non-existent watch on my wrist like
are
you did.
after
And I
capture.
still have 2 more minutes. Nope, I still have 2 more. I just checked my watch that doesn't exist on my wrist like you did, and I still have 2 minutes. Nope. So just say, gotta sit there for 2 more minutes, man.
Seems like your definition sucks. You can't diagnose fascism
Of
until
what?
after
Of
capture,
what?
and you're kind of running away from it, aren't you?
You can't well, look. It's so funny. It's like
It's not
okay,
corporatism until
it's
after
pre-crime.
capture. It's not
pre-crime.
ultranationalism until
It's
after
now
capture.
pre-crime. I don't think you can diagnose shit until you get to the thing. What are you going to diagnose murder before there's a fucking murder? Or do you diagnose?
So you can't
attempted
say whether it's
murder or
fascism
intent
until
to
capture,
murder?
correct?
You can't say what's a murder until there's a murder, right?
I think that's the debate right there. I don't know
Can
how,
you tell me?
I don't know how
is
you're going to
murder?
diagnose whether Trump's a fascist if you think you have to have literally the murder happen.
How do you determine that there's a murder with no murder?
I don't know,
How?
probably like texts that lead up to the murder happening in the future, you idiot.
Oh fuck! You mean the very fucking thing?
You mean like
that I'm
them
saying right
planning
this
it? What do you think?
That there will be signs.
Yeah.
That there will be signs, and that you can follow those signs. And what you're saying is, it's like, no, you can't. You can't. You know, Andrew. You see, it's my pre-crime. I think that Trump's rhetoric is enough to signal that he's a fascist. It's like, no, it's not. You got to have ultranational. There's no rhetoric leading to ultranational corporatisms. None. Nothing. Nothing.
Right. I mean, I guess we just have to wait for the murder to happen then.
Yeah, I know. Well, what we should do is prevent a thing that's not even happening. Hey, Andrew, do you intend to murder somebody? No. Well, the thing we got to prevent Andrew from murdering people, but there's no intent even. To
I mean,
do
I wouldn't
that,
really
though.
trust you on whether or not it's going to happen anyway.
We better stop this thing. It's not happening.
It seems to me that your definition
like,
is literally just not even remotely possible and worthless. So I don't even know why we would even take your opinion.
How is it not remotely possible?
Because you
Trump
can't really think about murder until afterwards. You're all post hoc.
I'm curious here. Trump can't come out and begin expressing that he desires to have ultranationalism, that he wants a state above all of the concerns,
self-identification,
that he wants to be moving towards these types of things. He can't do that.
Self-identification, how we identify fascism.
Well, yes. In this case, it was. Yes.
Couldn't I just lie that I'm not and still be a fascist?
Yes, you could.
So wouldn't that make your definition also again fucking worthless?
No, it would make my definition the most worthwhile.
But then you don't know because someone could just be lying.
You do know.
How?
You know what the criteria.
You know what they're thinking
for actual. You know what the criteria is for actual fascism.
Exactly, the mechanisms, not their self-identification. Yes. Thank you so much, my friend.
But that was never in dispute. I don't even know what you're arguing.
You've been disputing it all night, and yours happens after the capture. It's funny. I don't get it.
It's so silly to me. So Andrew says, no, man. The problem is that the criteria that you have for fascism is not even correct. It requires these other two pillars, and nobody's advocating anything towards these two pillars. You say, well, then it's worthless.
I already showed you how it is.
There's no way for you to identify it beforehand. Even though there clearly is, it's just that nobody's moving towards those pillars.
How do you identify loyalty to the state until after the capture?
The argument here makes no sense.
How do you identify loyalty to the state until after capture?
By a movement towards that.
If loyalty to the state means you're not going to dismantle the state, buddy. Right?
What? So wait a second. I'm curious here.
Is that word not something you know?
Grant this. just for the sake of argument, because even though I think you can reform a state and keep people's loyalty, like we did with the British when we reformed into the continental United States,
Some nation, mythical one or something.
they still had loyalty,
Some
right? They
mythical
had
one.
loyalty to one state, and
mythical
then they
one.
also had loyalty to their new reformed
Some
state.
mythical
but whatever.
one. Yeah, mythical. I know.
The point is like what I don't get here is that even if I grant this is still good for my argument and bad for your argument.
No, it's not.
Yeah. So then, if it's the case,
Because you can't diagnose murder until after it's happened.
Are you saying that right now most people are disloyal to the state?
No.
No, they're not.
Do you need everyone?
then we're
do you
not-
need all of
So
the
then we're not
population?
anywhere near.
Do you need the majority to enact a fascist
We're not
movement?
anywhere near fascism.
Do you need the
think
majority to enact a fascist movement?
Do you think a large minority?
Answer the
or
question.
even? What?
Do you need the
What's the
majority to enact a fascist movement?
No, but you would
Exactly.
need a lot
Thank you
of
very
people.
much. You've contributed a lot.
You need a lot of people to do it. That's why I was.
No,
my
you
follow-up
don't
question
actually.
was,
That's why it's
do you
kind
even
of dangerous
think-
because
do you even-
people who are actually willing to
Bro,
do violence and
Can I ask the
organize
question?
can actually
no,
take
no. You
control
just
of
gotta
a lot of people who
filibuster, bro.
aren't.
You got to stop filibustering. Look,
I didn't filibuster.
can
You
you
are.
if you have a minority,
Mhm.
right? Do you even think that there's a minority, a large minority of people who have disloyalty to the state?
Maybe. Are they organized and ready
Are
to
they?
kill over it?
No.
Okay, well, the fascists are. That's the big asymmetral
ones?
part.
Show me where are these fascists who are willing to kill? Are they in the Democrat Party? They're the only ones I see killing people.
Didn't they like storm the fucking Capitol on January 6th?
Oh, you're right. And one of them died.
I mean, the point is they tried to storm the Capitol and were organized.
Oh my God. They weren't. Well, it was the most disorganized shit ever. For
I mean,
one.
it
And
probably could
two,
have been better if it was more
You're going to
organized.
take
You're
the
correct.
United States of America, the most armed nation on planet Earth, and a bunch of people show up unarmed, and you thought they meant business, huh?
You don't really need to fire a
Okay,
bullet
bro.
to do that, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that if they had really meant that they were going to overthrow the government, they
I
would
mean,
have
what were
shown
they
up with
doing?
their
Going
bare
there on a
hands and
school trip,
signs.
bro?
They would have shown up with their bare hands.
Were they
their
showing
bare
up on school
hands
buses,
and
getting off,
signs.
and going to fucking like look at the halls or what, dude? What's happening there?
No, they were there for a protest.
To do what?
They were protesting whether or not they thought that the election was rigged.
Okay, so yeah, they wanted to take over the election, certification, right, and stop it from happening.
No, that's
No?
not what happened.
That's not what their
No.
goal was.
No.
Oh, damn! I must have. Sorry, it's not fascism.
You think that the people who showed up for J6 showed up because they were trying to stop a certification of electors? Not even Destiny would say that, dummy.
I don't really care what Destiny thinks, but I don't think
Not
you've,
even
I don't
Destiny.
think you've
Destiny
read
with
the
the most-
indictments, then, my friend.
Destiny with the biggest TDS.
I don't really
wouldn't
think
even
you've
say
read the
that.
indictments, have you?
Well, I'm sorry. Which indictment says that they showed up to stop the certification of electors?
I mean, the internal one, like each individual
No,
protester.
There's none that said that.
Each
Not a
individual
single indictment
protester got
said
tried and had a trial, and some of them actually gave messages
they were
showing
not
this.
showing up to stop a certification.
There
of
was plenty of
electors. That's
people
a
there,
whole
Andrew, who
separate
did
issue.
say they were doing that, and they were the organized
No,
ones.
there wasn't any. There was none who showed up to stop the slate of electors.
Oh,
Not on J6.
they must have all showed up to just have picnics. Got it.
No, they showed up so that they could protest what they
To
thought
enjoy the
was a rigged
beautiful
election
sunny day,
or a stolen
summer day.
election.
You know what I mean?
I'll tell you what. I'll give you $100 right now if you can give me the indictment of anybody who was indicted because they purposely showed up to
That's not going to happen.
a
It's not gonna
slate of
happen.
electors.
I can't do that. It's not. Doesn't exist.
Because you made it up.
No, their messages said that they
No,
were.
you made it
They
up.
went there to actually do that. Some of them were actually charged with insurrection.
No, they didn't do that.
Some of them were
That's not
charged
what
with
they were there for.
insurrection, dude.
Nobody was charged with insurrection, dude.
No one was charged with insurrection.
That's right.
No one?
No one.
Are we sure about that?
What, you want to make a bet?
I mean, no individual person?
Am I speaking fucking Spanish here?
I mean, I could have sworn some people were.
Why don't you look it up?
I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know. I feel like someone was. Maybe it's because it's too difficult of a charge, but what were some of the close charges?
You mean you just made it up?
Seditious conspiracy. That's pretty close.
So not insurrection, so you just made it up? Mostly trespassing charges?
They weren't charged with insurrection directly, but seditious conspiracy is very close. So I mean, I think
No, it's not.
I'm pretty sure it is like probably the
I'm
charge
pretty
for
sure
it,
it's
right?
not.
Are you? I don't know. I'm
Sure
gonna
it's
check.
not.
I feel like that would definitely be a
Yeah, go
charge for
check.
it. Let's see. Seditious conspiracy qualify as insurrection? I feel like it would. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. Just by the definitions of them.
Well, that's nice, man. You got a lot of vibes.
Often acts as the planning
No
or
individual.
preparatory
Ready for this?
phase of
Ready?
insurrection. Interesting.
Hang on,
Wow.
hang on. You ready for this,
That's
boys?
crazy, dude.
No individuals connected to the J6 Capitol breach were formally charged with insurrection. 18 U.S.C. 2383.
This
That
is literally
prosecutors
the
brought
crime
charges
for planning
My
it.
turn.
This is
Let
literally
him-
the
let him
crime for
finish.
planning it.
Gonna clarify.
Let him finish reading, Searkar.
Gonna clarify. Prosecutors brought charges for specific crimes related to the attack, ranging from misdemeanors like trespassing to high-level felonies, which were rare. Anything else, man?
Yes,
You
so
don't even know what the fuck you're talking
seditious
about. just like the rest of
conspiracy
this
is
thing.
the preparatory phase of insurrection. It's like the same thing, but no violence. It's actually the conspiracy
I'm sorry,
behind
what
it.
now?
This is literally the conspiracy charge behind insurrection, just not the violence.
Oh, I see. So not insurrection.
I guess it's not literally insurrection, yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's not.
But it's kind of close, don't you think?
No, it's kind of
It's like the half of it.
Maybe.
All right, let's get to these super chats. I'll start the official timer up here, and we're gonna start at the top here. And remember, if the super chats take up all the time, we won't get to the free questions, so you can pump yourself up that way. Kokomo just sends in 20, says nothing, just to support. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Sempiternal Chaos with a $2 super chat just to show support. Thank you very much. Pseudo Master Chef with $10 says nationalism isn't fascism, Piano Boy.
Why do you got to say that, bro?
I think you're muted.
Nationalism is not fascism. You're correct. Simply, if your kid hits a single in baseball and you say, "Good job, Billy," that's definitely not ultranationalism. You're correct. That's just nationalism. Yeah. The kid is
the
the
biggest
country.
problem. Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I actually didn't mean to interrupt you while you're answering the question. There was a long pause. I thought you were done. Like that's I literally didn't. But the other thing there to think about, man, is like remember that in the course of this debate, all of the things that he claimed were the fascistic tendencies, he also agreed every single political ideology basically holds the same exact fucking signs and symbols, everything.
Can I
right?
interrupt? Can I interrupt?
It's why would you interrupt? I didn't interrupt
What
you.
did I say? Other political ideology satisfies hypernationalistic palingenesis. When?
Oh, that was the.
Are you
easiest
projecting?
part.
You're closing right now.
When
What's
you
going
said,
on?
when I said earlier, I asked multiple times when you gave examples of this. Doesn't every ideology
Have
hold that
ultranationalism.
same overlap? Stop, dude. Hold. Well, wait. Ultranationalism, you didn't even say was a requirement.
Palingenetic ultranationalism.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But you never could give us
Yes, I could.
a concrete example of how Trump was that ever.
Well, I'm addressing your claim that I said every other political ideology satisfies that.
Yeah.
How?
Yeah. And almost every aspect of what we talked about with what you said, the core requirements were like epistemic capture, for instance.
That's
claim
not hypernationalistic
your claim.
palingenesis.
Hang on, stop. Your
That's
claim on this.
something else.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. Let me know when I can talk.
When you talk about the thing we're talking about, maybe
and well, let me know when I can answer.
epistemic capture is not hypernationalistic palingenesis. Why don't we stick to that?
Because we tried when I tried to delineate these ideas and you gave examples of these things, I was able to easily point out that, well, wait a second, it seems like all political ideologies fall within the realm of categories of your examples. You agreed. The reason that you guys utilize that aspect without you pointing out that we need ultranationalism, corporatism, and a few other categories here, which are not available, is because you can do this with any ideology. You can do this with communism. You can do this with socialism. You can do this with any ism that's related to politics because they're all going to use symbols. They're all going to use divisive rhetoric. They're all going to use, this outgroup is bad. It's for Trump says vermin. Hillary Clinton says basket of deplorables. It's the same shit.
Okay.
And that was by the way, that was your palingenetic. That was your example was look at what he said about, drug dealers coming into the nation. He called them vermin, said it diluted the blood. And it's like, okay, and
No, I
Clinton
didn't.
called
He
them,
was said
and Clinton
poisoning
says
the
bastard
country. For
deplorables.
vermin, he said specifically after radical left wing people.
He's right. They are fucking radical left wing vermin.
They weren't
He's not
from outside
lying.
the country though. He's talking about me. I mean, that's what he was talking about. He's talking about me. I'm not really
No,
left wing though, but like,
I don't think he's talking about you, unless it's the case that like you're doing everything you can to usher in like Black Lives Matter communism and shit like that. I don't think he's talking about you. No.
I mean, I'm not really the one who plays the victim. Most of the people
Well, I don't know.
mobilized by Trump.
Was Hillary Clinton talking about me when she said basket of deplorables? Probably.
I don't really think that matters, bro. I just feel like what you
I
just
think it
did
does. I
was
think it's pointing out.
I think you
it's
just
pointing
expanded
out
your definition
that
to
all
include
politicians
every
use
single
this
fucking
rhetoric.
molecule in the fucking solar system for some reason. Like, what are you doing? You have
Pointing out
your
something which
definition is now
totally
just
analogous.
expanded to everything, and also at the same time you act so exclusive with it. But you've put nothing forward that can't diagnose fascism until capture, which is hilarious to me.
Complete lie.
Is it though?
Yes, you would.
Because your ultranationalism is loyalty to the state, but they destroy the state.
You again?
Your corporatism gate doesn't make sense because fascists didn't instill it until after they had capture.
So don't you think that these things are incremental like they were in Italy? Like,
okay, so it can't be a gate then, right? It can't be a gate to have corporatism.
So hang on. Dude, chill out.
No, it can't be a gate to have corporatism then.
I don't know. Let me know.
All right, let him finish.
Let me know when I can finish a fucking single point. Okay. You can have incrementalism towards ultranationalism, which is easy to detect through policy. Policy. It's incremental fucking policy. Same thing with corporatism.
How do you do policy in ultranationalistic
Let
palingenesis?
me finish, Searkar. Hold up.
Let me finish. Dude, calm down.
Again,
I'm going to ask you again. Can you name any fucking incremental policy that's moving us to ultranationalism or corporatism? Any.
What policy would satisfy a mythical past?
Any. For ultranationalism or corporatism.
Give me an Italian. Give me an Italian. Give me an Italian fascist one.
Ask you.
Give me an Italian fascist one.
No, just ultranationalism. Period.
You can't separate them. I already told you that.
You can too. Separate
no, you cannot.
Them.
You're using Roger
Why
Griffin's
not?
Because you're using Roger Griffin's definition, but you're acting like you can do what you want with it.
I never used his definition.
He's the one who came up with it, you moron. What are you talking about?
No, he came up with ultranationalism.
He came up with palingenetic ultranationalism.
Your argument has been palingenetics, not mine. That's your fucking argument, not my argument.
You have said before that ultranationalistic palingenesis is part of your definition, and then corporatist.
No, you just made
I can
that up.
bring it up right now if you'd like.
Bring it up right now.
I literally have your transcript. I don't know why you think that you can run away from this.
Literally pull up the transcript.
Yeah, your definition was a ultranationalistic palingenetic, whatever the word is, and then you said corporatist.
Pull up the transcript.
Sure.
I don't want to hear the meta. Show us.
That's not the meta. That's verbatim, buddy.
If it's verbatim, then you should be able to show us this verbatim thing.
Sure.
And just while you're pulling that up, we'll pull a couple of these. Bully Mom for $5 says you're killing it easy. Thank you very much, Bully Mom. I appreciate that. Flare Riot for $2 just sends in $2 for support. Thank you very much. Moan Gozy just sending in a salute for $10. Thank you very much. JB Peltier says, holy gaslight, Batman. Thank you very much, Peltier. We got 10 from Anaphilistics.
he is a fascist. And so we'll be debating from both of those angles. I don't care if the front half of the debate is loaded against me or against you.
still
It doesn't
can't
really
hear.
matter. I think it's Nobody fair can hear this. to pepper me about what I think fascism is, just like I'm about to pepper you with what you think fascism.
Whose definition we use first?
And then we can get it.
Andrew,
Yeah. So fascism is an ideology that proposes corporatist, paleogenetic, and ultranationalist state. That's what.
Yeah, I don't know. We don't hear nothing though. There's no audio playing on this side. Yeah, but this isn't even from tonight's debate, right?
It's not, which is what was in question.
Yeah.
But he just moves the goalpost like he does with everything. Yeah. So do you think that these are all requirements? These are all necessities, or did I outline what are necessary conditionals for fascism in the debate with Khan? And do you remember what the two were? That's not me changing anything. I haven't changed any. I haven't changed my position on this at all. I outlined the entirety of the debate with Khan was outlined about how Trump was an ultranationalist, and the thing is, and I didn't even ask him about, or it didn't focus on anything about paleogenetics. It focused specifically on ultranationalism, and he said ultranationalist rhetoric was the key for him. Go ahead. Play it.
All right, 1 sec.
But play the 1 minute before too.
All right, so
You're watching here or elsewhere. We're going to kick it into the open dialogue. And gentlemen, do I understand you guys are cool with debating?
Yeah, you can fast forward at 30 seconds.
In terms of
So we'll be debating from both of those angles. I don't care if the front half of the debate is loaded against pepper me about what I think fascism is, just like I'm about to pepper you with what you think fascism is. Stop it right there.
okay.
No. Excuse me?
Did you? Hang on. Hang on. Stop. What did I just say? Can you repeat it? Can you repeat what I just said?
Repeat
right there.
One more time. What?
Yeah, play that one part right there. I think it's fair to pepper me about what I think fascism is, just like I'm about to pepper you with what you think fascism is. So,
nope, keep going.
Who am I about? Wait, stop.
No, you got to keep going, bro. Don't run away from this.
Stop
for a second, Searkar. Listen.
You gotta.
No
I know you want to run from this as much as you can.
You're the one pausing.
I'm about, bro. You can't even let me get a word out. So, and here's the thing: he's going to keep playing it.
Okay.
But I just want to let you know that this is me, and I'm about to pepper him with what he thinks fascism is. Go ahead.
That's a weird way to answer what you say here.
Okay.
Do you either of you have a preference on whose definition we use first?
Well, let's go with Khan's. He's the one who's making the positive claim that he is the thing, and then we can get into mine. Or we can, even as we go, you can ask me if you'd like. That's fine.
I'm curious, Andrew. Can you just quickly share your broad-based definition of fascism that you'd use as like a shorthand?
Yeah. So fascism is an ideology that proposes corporatist, paleogenetic, and ultranationalist state. That's what fascism is.
Okay. I just want to start off by addressing a few of the things you said in your opening.
Now,
is that beating the narrative, or what do you call that?
Hang on. Now, just so you understand, we're going off of this is his definition that I'm critiquing right here.
Are you?
Because he's using two sources, and we get into both Stanley and we get into his other source. And these are the definitions that I'm using for the debate, which were his.
He asked you for yours.
Yeah, because I'm critiquing his position, so I can assume that position, bro.
Oh, well,
I can assume that position.
That's one way to just, lie.
There's no one way nothing. I literally caveated it right in the beginning of the debate. I'm about to pepper you on yours, so I assumed his position.
Got it. I mean, words have meaning, but I guess they don't in this circumstance.
They do in this circumstance.
Semantically, I guess.
Oh, my God.
All right. Well,
I guess you're right. Semantically, they do. I guess. It's fucking killing me.
next one from JB Peltier for $5 says, can't use figurative language with leftists. They take any occasion they can to exploit ambiguity and pretend like they don't know how semantics work.
I'd say that's pedantic.
I don't see what the pedantry is.
Let's probably look that board up then.
All right. Gizmo the Fisherman says, go, Andrew, go, sup, SpeakeaZy. Thank you very
Bro,
much, Gizmo.
he's like
I
actually
appreciate that
stupid.
big
What is
time.
happening, bro? He just I don't know how
Kyle
that's
ran a
semantic.
mile
Are we
for
kidding me?
$10 says, this is
Are
going
you
pretty
kidding
much
me?
exactly how I
What just
expected
happened?
it to.
What
Holy
just happened,
Hex
bro?
for $5 says, for the lib, what is the policy that Trump is pushing for or has passed that is, in your opinion, fascist? Not his rhetoric, but an actual policy.
Remember, you can't separate rhetoric from policy. Act genteelly, right? Making sure you remember that first part of the debate. But Trump's policies, if you're looking for a hyper-nationalistic palingenesis policy, you're going to be waiting a long time. Now, Trump has kind of grown, let's say, the ICE as a paramilitary, right? He's eliminating the impurity in this country, right? Getting rid of... No, you don't think so?
No.
What are illegal immigrants used for in this country as right now? Are they part of the pot, or are they a contaminant? Do they need to be purified?
That's not a purification process to remove illegal immigrants from your fucking country.
I guess, but when you call them murderers and rapists when they clearly aren't, it kind of is. And then you break constraints to do that, right?
Murderers and rapists definitely are.
And then you break constraints to do that with executive policy.
You mean when he said, and some of them I assume are very good people?
No, when he ended asylum illegally, international and U.S. code.
You remember how that thing?
I'm sorry, that was a policy. Are you just going to avoid that or what?
He says he's a murderer and a rapist, and then some of them I assume are very good people. You forgot that whole part. Remember that?
Oh man, my bad. I must have forgotten that in there.
Yeah.
But I just mentioned a policy, by the way. Are you aware of that?
What's the policy?
He ended asylum illegally. Using executive, yes, he did. We have international law and U.S. code. You moron.
Show me the policy, which is illegal. What court has ruled it illegal?
Ending asylum? What?
What court has ruled this illegal? Whatever this policy is that you're saying is illegal.
Well, he's using emergency executive authority, right? Which is the whole point.
It's not illegal.
I mean, it kind of is, but no one's holding him accountable, right? That's what Congress is supposed to do.
Okay, so then it's not illegal. He's using authorities that he has as the executive to do it, and the Supreme Court rule
He's
on
breaking
it like
constraints by making emergency routine, which is what fascists do. That's what Mussolini did.
No, that's checks and balances.
No, that's what Mussolini did. Mussolini had to operate within the constitutional framework first. I'm sorry, he had fascism before that too. That's right.
This is just normal. This is just normal checks and balances. What's going on right now? So Trump's operating within what he thinks is his executive power, and if you have a problem with it, you're going to challenge it in the court, and the court may say he does not have that authority, which is fine.
Is that not breaking?
Abided by the courts.
Is that not?
What do you want me to say?
Is that not breaking constraints and using executive authority to have emergencies?
Using the authority you think you have is not breaking constraints.
It is when it's always emergency.
No, it's not. That's still not breaking constraints. Or why would
you have
the powers?
I want you to go to the whitehouse.gov, type in Control F, put emergency into the executive order section, and see how many times it pops up, my friend. Have you done that?
But why? How would that be breaking constraints?
Because everything is a fucking emergency. Everything.
That's not breaking constraints.
I guess emergencies don't mean emergencies anymore. Got it.
No, you're not breaking the constraints of
Are
your
emergencies
power.
routine?
If you have the power to declare an emergency and then declare it, how are you breaking the restraints on your power?
Because emergency powers are not routine, right?
Well, I mean,
they're treated as emergencies by the name.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with routine.
I know, that's why it's breaking constraints, because it's not routine. Thank you.
It's not breaking any restraints.
This is great. I like him.
Just making shit up. There's no restraints which are broken.
He is making shit up to do emergencies. You're correct. Something.
Well,
Canada with fentanyl, right?
Court. You know, it's funny though. He's been challenged in court many times. The court sided with him many times.
Okay.
So it's like, it's like everything you guys say, oh, because it's an emergency, what is it, unprecedented? No.
I
Is
mean,
it the case?
saying
What
Canada
is the
is
thing that's
injecting
stopping?
fentanyl is kind of stupid and a little bit lying, right?
Wait, say that again.
He's saying Canada is a serious threat when it comes to fentanyl.
By the way, hang on. I'm sorry. I have this right now. Trump has declared 10 emergencies in a second term total.
Go to his executive orders and see how he does it through his executive actions. That's what you should do. Also,
Okay,
10's
let's go
quite a
through- let's-
bit, but he
No,
declares
in
emergency
comparison
for
to
a lot
what?
of things.
How many, hang on, how many national emergencies did previous administrations declare in comparison to Trump?
I'm not sure, actually.
Yeah, exactly. So how do you know it's a lot? You don't even fucking know. You have nothing to compare it to.
So emergencies through executive orders are not the same as emergencies through Title 50. Are you aware of that?
How many national executive orders? Sorry.
Are you going to
let's
answer that
find out.
question, or are you just going to play dumb?
I didn't hear the question. What was the question?
Executive orders. He tries to write
Mhm.
executive orders emergency into his executive orders, which do not come up as Title 50 emergency powers.
Yeah, I agree, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have the authority to do it.
He's still trying to by breaking constraints, right?
No, that's not breaking any constraints.
Really?
That's well within his powers to do as president. yes.
Overturning an amendment is not breaking constraints.
He didn't overturn any amendment.
He's
that's a
attempting
lie.
to.
No, he didn't even attempt to. That's a lie too.
Are you sure?
Which amendment? Yeah, which amendment do you think he tried to overturn?
Doesn't matter. I'm asking you a question about the
Yeah,
amendment in particular.
wait,
He's
which
trying to
amendment?
judicially infer from the executive order, which
Which
has no fucking business doing that.
Which amendment?
It doesn't
is he
matter.
trying to. What? Wait, you
You think it
Trump's
matters
trying
which
to
amendment? So
use
Trump gets to
executive-
decide which amendments he doesn't like, bro? Are you stupid?
Hang on, hang on. I'm so confused now. Trump's trying to overturn an executive or an amendment with an
Yeah,
executive
constitutional
order.
one, yeah.
Okay, which amendment? I don't know.
I know which one it is.
He
It
just
doesn't
made it
matter
up.
though,
Which
bro.
one
That's
is
the
it?
point. If
Well,
you
then
can,
how do I know that it's even true?
because if you try to do it through this way on one, that means you can do it on all of them. Wow, this is
What's
hard.
the executive order? What's the executive order?
He's trying to judicially infer, which he cannot not do through executive
Which
order,
executive order are you talking about? Which one?
the one that's protecting birthright citizenship.
Which one is that?
You don't even know?
You don't know, do you?
I do. I've read it a million times.
Well, what is it?
It's an executive order to judicially infer something else than what the
No,
Supreme Court
what is
inferred.
the actual executive order called is what I'm asking you for the 40th time.
Do you want me to give you the number? I can give you the link. What do you?
Yes. Yes. Any information or details
I can
would
spoon
be
feed you
great.
too, bro. Do you want me to say, "Here comes the train"? Like, what the
Yes,
fuck
I
are we doing
do.
right
It's
now?
your claim. I do want it spoon fed. I want you to spoon feed me what you say your claim is. Yes, I do.
How do you not know about
Put
this?
it in a little fucking Gerber baby spoon and put it right in my fucking mouth because I want that shit. Tell me.
How do you not
What
know about
is
this?
it? Oh, I know what you're referencing, but I'm about to do what I've been doing to you the entire debate, so I want you to pull it up.
I put it in chat. So, what are you gonna do? Say that you don't like the 14th
Which
Amendment?
Which chat?
It doesn't allow links. God damn it! I'll send it to SpeakeaZy through Discord.
So you didn't put it in the chat.
I did. It just doesn't allow links, bro. It's YouTube. Remember, it's like fucking allergic to it.
Okay, well, just tell me what is the executive order number?
I can tell you the name. It's protecting the meaning and value of
what's the
American
name?
citizenship. He doesn't put the fucking number on here, unfortunately, for us. That's
Gotcha.
yeah.
Protecting the what?
Protecting the meaning of the meaning and fucking the stupid Trump ad just came up. He puts fucking ads on his goddamn website. It became value of American citizenship.
Hey, this is what you sent me here.
Yeah.
So what we have here from
let me
Trump
move
and
the-
from his legal team is an interpretation. It says that the privilege of the United States citizenship is priceless, a profound gift. 14th Amendment states all persons born and naturalized in the United States, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States of the state wherein they reside. That provision rightly repudiated the Supreme Court of the United States' shameful decision on Dred v. Scott Sanford, which misinterpreted the Constitution as permanently excluding people of African descent and eligibility for the United States. That's true, by the way.
And Confederates.
but it mostly wasn't about Confederates.
It was
But the
because there were
14th
babies
it
born
mostly
in the
wasn't.
Confederacy during the Civil War, my friend.
Yeah, but it mostly wasn't about that.
It still
It is true.
kind of
That
matters.
is true, but it mostly wasn't about that.
Still kind of
The
matters.
14th Amendment has never been interpreted to extend citizenship universally to everyone born within the United States. 14th Amendment was always excluded from birthright citizenship persons who were born in the United States, but not
Mhm.
subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Consistent with this understanding, Congress has further specified through legislation a person born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof is a national and citizen of the United States, generally mirroring the 14th Amendment's text.
Yeah, where is
So
that?
this isn't.
Where is
So
that
this
case?
isn't.
Why is there
What,
no citation now?
It was 8 USC 1401.
That's a U.S. code that has nothing to do with judicial inference. You should probably learn how the
No, he said
Constitution
Congress
works.
here. He said Congress.
They
not
can't do
judicial.
judicial interpretation.
They don't need to. He's
Yes,
saying that
they
this was in
do.
line with
They don't
judicial
have the jurisdiction to
interpretation.
do that, you moron.
That's nice. He's allowed to make these interpretations based on
No,
his
he's not.
his understanding.
He's
is.
not
The
allowed to
court
do
can
judicial interpretation
tell the
through
court to
executive orders.
strike it down.
What are
Tell the
executive
court to
orders
strike
for?
it
What
down.
are executive orders for?
Tell the court to strike it down.
What are executive orders for? What do they do?
Usually it's part and parcel for law enforcement in the United States.
No, it's to direct federal agencies, not the courts.
Which is the chief law enforcement officer
Are
of the United
police
States.
stations
Donald Trump,
under?
that's his
Are
job.
the police stations underneath the executive or something? You said law enforcement. What the fuck are you talking about?
No. Federal
Agencies.
He's the
Federal
chief
agencies. There you
law
go. You caught up. You caught up. I
yes,
know. Okay, so federal agencies
yes.
are directed by executive orders, right?
Mhm.
So how
Correct.
the fuck is this even remotely not constraint breaking? He's trying to literally judicially infer an amendment, dude. He could
No,
literally.
there's no inferment here.
There's not. He's literally saying that the Supreme Court ruled incorrectly.
Yeah. He's saying that the court, the way that he understands it and the way that he drafted this
It
executive
doesn't
order,
matter what he
that
thinks.
it does matter what he thinks.
No,
He's the
it doesn't.
president.
He's not a fucking
it
Supreme
does.
Court judge.
Bro, he's not doing anything to violate the 14th Amendment.
Yes,
with
he
this.
is. He's
What he
acting
doing?
right now
What?
as if this is true. You know that, right?
What is true?
He's
What
acting
is
as
true,
if the
though?
14th Amendment no longer applies to certain people.
No, he's not.
Yes, he
No,
is. He's
isn't.
losing cases for this right now.
Show me.
Just
Show
because
me.
you refuse to actually know these things doesn't mean I have a problem. It's a you problem. You should
haven't
fix that.
demonstrated that. You're just claiming it. How is he violating the 14th
I can
Amendment?
fucking
with
rev
what
up the
this
train right
executive
now, bro,
order?
right into that fucking mouth again. What do you need?
Rev it the fuck up. Show
Like-
me how he's actually violating the 14th Amendment with this executive order. Go ahead.
Sure. I mean, the recent Supreme
Go
Court
ahead.
ruling is coming up soon. Sorry, the new one's coming up soon on substance. But like the old one, okay, when it was heard in the Supreme Court, they didn't do substance. He argued that they were going to continue in court. You know, the fucking the audio. Did you listen to that? Did you even like pay attention to that at all?
What audio? From where? From what?
Oh
What
my
thing are we
fucking-
talking
in the
about?
Supreme Court ruling? Okay, he literally said he's going to act internally. Okay, that this is actually in place because there's no one to actually hold him accountable for it.
That's not what he said.
I mean, why would he make this executive order then? What's the point? Why wouldn't? Wait, one sec. I'm going to give you a little bit of a lesson on American constitutionality and how we
I
do
can't
things.
wait to hear all about it. Tell me about it.
Okay, so how he could have put forth a bill, right, Andrew, to change this amendment. And I'm going to be honest with you. Most people, even Democrats, would probably agree with this, to change the way the 14th Amendment is applied. Why didn't he do that?
Because he wanted to do immediate action.
He
based
wanted
on
to
what
constraint
the-
break, right? But he could have put forth
No.
a good bill,
There
whipped
was no
Congress, done it the
constraint.
right way.
Tell me when you want me to answer.
You gotta let him answer, Searkar.
I'll let him answer.
You ask me a question, and then I go and you start fucking spurging out again. So, no, the executive branch also has a fleet of lawyers, which is designed there to also interpret law. That's
Cool.
what they do.
That's cool.
Okay,
Yeah.
part of the
what does that have to do with amendments?
interpretation. Bro, okay, so I'll tell you what.
Let
Let
him
me know.
finish.
Let me know when you want me to answer.
I just don't like entertaining people just fucking talking about something that's not even relevant. What the fuck are you doing?
It's completely relevant. You just
How
won't
is
let
that
me finish the
relevant to an
thought.
amendment
He's
in the way we
answering
change
you
it?
directly, Searkar. If you just let him finish like he let you, you'd get the answer.
Yeah, I mean that's impossible for this guy. So anyway, what he's doing is he's going off the best interpretation that his legal team has for how he can act right now in the interest of the United States. That's exactly what he's supposed to do.
Really? It's
Now,
supposed to
you
break
may-
the
now,
Constitution?
do you want the answer? I'm almost
How
done.
long
Now,
is it going to
you-
be?
Oh my God, just forget it.
I mean, do you think
I mean,
breaking
no
the
one like just forget it.
do you
Dude.
think
There's
breaking the
talking to
Constitution
you
is how we should go
impossible 'cause
about
you
this?
just never stop talking. I don't
Circuit.
know.
If you're gonna
I don't
ask
know how to get a
questions,
thought out.
if you're gonna ask questions, you gotta let them answer.
I mean,
All right?
if they're fucking 5 minutes, bro, there's no reason for me to let them keep going.
It's not
It would
5
be
minutes.
listen. They would be 30 seconds, but you just butt in every time I talk.
No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. You just literally talked about lawyers
Circa,
inside
we did this
executive.
last time. Remember, your 5 minutes is actually 12 seconds. Just let them answer, man.
I actually went back and watched it, and that's just not true, SpeakeaZy. I'm sorry. I actually checked it myself.
Here, watch this. I'll set a timer here. You ready?
I literally went back and watched it, so it's just not true.
Yeah, I'm just gonna set a timer here for you, okay? So that you can see that this literally takes me no time at all to explain as long as you're not talking. So
Okay, I'll be happy. I'll be happy.
so 30 seconds. You ready for this? That's all I've given myself on the clock here.
Got it.
Now, Trump has an entire legal team as a chief law enforcement officer of the United States and as the president of the United States. He has a duty to uphold various policies that he thinks are effective for the U.S. So all he's doing is he's using the best interpretation of his legal team in order to do that without violating the Constitution. That's well within his purview to do. I still had 5 seconds left. Look at that.
Okay. So how do we actually change amendments, Andrew?
There's 2 processes for it.
Article 5, right?
Mhm.
So why would Trump's legal team recommend him to break the Constitution by doing it through executive order?
He's not breaking the Constitution. That's their interpretation of this.
I guess everything is interpretation if you think about it at the end of the day. You can do whatever the fuck you want,
Isn't
right?
it though? I know. Yeah.
So
That's
you're
why we have
breaking the
checks and
Constitution
balances.
because your
You're
interpretation
not
is
breaking the
tantamount.
Constitution. No.
So what's
Listen,
more of the authority, the Constitution or the interpretation?
You actually just keyed in on something, right? It's like, yes, the reason we have checks and balances is specifically because of interpretation.
Is the executive
That's
supposed
the
to
whole point.
judicially infer amendments?
He's not judicially inferring any. Well, yes, they are actually.
No, they're not.
They are supposed to execute the laws of the land.
That is not
based on the
infer
restraint.
judiciality.
I'm sorry. How do you think that the executive knows if they're doing?
Does a
something
police
legal or
officer make
illegal?
laws? No, they execute them.
No,
they
but
don't
they
make
have
them.
to infer that they're not breaking the law.
They don't
based on what
infer the
court
law
has
itself,
decided.
dude.
Then I'm sorry. I'm really confused. How does a cop know that you're in the middle of committing a crime?
They execute the law. They don't get to
So then
change
they're
the
making
law.
inferences?
They don't get to
They're making
change the law,
inferences about the
Andrew. Is
law?
that
They're
really
not
what you're
He's
saying?
not changing the law.
That's what he's doing.
No, he's not.
He's saying
He's
the Supreme
interpreting
Court
it.
got it wrong.
No, it's an interpretation of what he can do within the parameters of his executive privilege. The courts can strike it down.
I don't understand how you can say that. It just seems like you've never read the Constitution.
Oh, is that another thing
You
I've
ju-
never
You
read?
just mentioned balance of power and levers, which Madison describes in Federalist 10. Don't interrupt me.
Hang on. Hey,
Don't interrupt me.
Look directly at me, right? A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the
That's
people to keep
great.
and bear arms shall not be infringed. Close your eyes and do the same thing verbatim for any amendment. Mister has read the Constitution. Close your eyes right now. Close it. Close them. You're not closing them. Close your eyes, bro, and tell me. Go close them. Close them. You can't close them. Look at this. You're gonna look one up. Got to look one up and try to memorize it real quick.
What? No, I
Yeah, look one
didn't
up
have
for it. Memorize
SpeakeaZy's.
it real
I didn't
quick.
have SpeakeaZy's
Mister has
screen
read
up.
the Constitution.
I didn't have SpeakeaZy screen up anymore, you weirdo. It's fine. I find it weird that you think that a president.
Close your eyes. Close your eyes and tell me an amendment. Just give me one verbatim. Go ahead. Close your eyes.
How is
give
that
me
going
one
to tell us
verbatim.
whether or not you know how the Constitution actually functions, or like?
Well, I don't know. I've never read it. I just know amendments verbatim. I've never
And you
read
think
one,
the
though. I've never
president
read
can
anything
change
before. What do I
amendments?
know?
What is it going to look like when he says, I don't know, maybe he doesn't like the second?
He hasn't changed any amendments. No amendments have been changed.
So what
That's
is he doing
completely
here?
made up. He's executing the laws as he understands them. His legal team has advised
Why
him.
is he doing it through this method?
Through executive order because
Yeah,
it's
why?
because it's an efficient way to get something done quickly.
Couldn't you just send a letter to the Supreme Court?
Not if you wanted it done quickly.
Are you
If you
sure?
wanted
This seems a
these
whole lot
things to be
slower,
executed
bro.
quick- What is it that you think he's trying to do with the executive? Let's start with that. What do you think it is that he's saying he's going to do?
He wants to change the judicial inference without Supreme Court ruling.
What do you think he's trying to do, though? Like, what it is the bill saying it's going to do that violates that amendment? Go ahead, tell me.
What bill?
The executive order.
That's
sorry.
not a bill.
What does the executive order do that violates that amendment? What?
Well, you'd kind of have to know what an executive order is first, and it doesn't actually do the things he's trying to do with it, right?
Oh my God! Just tell me what
I just
is
told
it
you.
in the executive order that's actually violating the amendment? What?
Trying to change the amendment is violating the
What?
Constitution.
How is it doing that though? What in it is going against the amendment itself?
Are you wait? You have a problem with the amendment then? Yeah.
He's asking you what about the
I
order.
don't know. It's like
violates the
seriously, it's
amendment.
weird. You think that the president
was
can
your
literally
claim.
do inference on judicial?
I'm just gonna grab a blunt object and just fucking start striking myself.
Why don't you
with
try a
it.
constitution? Maybe you could read it afterwards.
Yeah, one of these days I'll get around to reading that
Yeah.
pesky thing.
I mean, Article 5 exists for a reason.
All right,
right?
well let's get on to some more of these. We got quite a bunch of them. Andrew Wiley, A3D for $20 says, surprise, surprise, more disingenuous commie cope. God bless you, Speak and Andrew. Keep up the good work, gents. Thank you very much, Andrew. I appreciate that big time. Jack of Blades comes in for $20, says, easy, thank you for modding this debate. Andrew, thank you for being yourself and repping Christianity the way it's meant to be. Andrew, you and Easy got me into reading the Bible. I want to go to liturgy soon. I will thank you again.
That's nice. Actually.
Aced.
Good luck, man.
Yeah,
Just so
good
you
luck.
know, though, that never has anything to do with me. I understand that I'm very popular in the podcast world and a bit, I guess, in the mainstream now. But that because I'm Orthodox, I know that inspires people, but that's not what my primary function here is to do. But I'm very happy that you're inspired to do that. But it never has anything to do with me. That's all you. Like you guys knock, the door will be open to you.
Good luck to you, man.
Facts. Kokomo for 10 says, Searkar, please make one argument why Trump is a fascist.
Yeah, he satisfies the fascist minimum and all of my tenets. There you go.
All right. The Guido Patrick Bateman needs to stay on Jersey Shore and out of the debate. Cabs are here. Thank you, Wrath of Reason. Bully Mom sends in 5 for the goal. Thank you very much, Bully Mom. Wrath of Reason sends in 2, 750 subs from 10K. Let's get it, boys and girls. Yes, we are getting close. Make sure you guys sub up. We're really close to 10K.
Yeah, hang on, SpeakeaZy. Put me full screen for 1 second if you don't mind. SpeakeaZy has been willing to host several debates from the Crucible. We always have the policy here. We support people who support us. Make sure you get over there and subscribe. Make sure you get over there and send him a bunch of that hard-earned money. You got to send that hard-earned money. That's what makes these guys always want to make sure that they host these great debates for your entertainment.
Hey, I appreciate that big time. And we always looking for new debaters too. So if you're interested in it, hit me up. Next one comes in from where was I? Oh, Kokomo for 10 just says nothing. Send in support. Thank you very much. Steelborn for $5 says Andrew's radio face made my newborn cry, but his radio voice lulled my newborn back to sleep.
That's fair. That's a fair criticism.
Yeah,
I'm the only guy who's married to a beautiful woman where she makes him put the bag over her head, over his head, you know.
Shit. And congrats again to the newborn Steelborn. Jack of Blades for $5. Circa is all you can do is interrupt. You never make a point like you did with Rob. God gave you one mouth but 2 ears to listen twice as much.
I'll heed your advice.
Nice.
Well, hang on. Like you would be a much more powerful debater if you had good timing, man. That is true.
Thank you.
That's not even advice. It's just an observation.
I like it. I like it. Jack of Blades for $2 hit that first goal. That was awesome. Thank you very much. Bobby Ballbags. What a name. I like it. 30-minute Q&A. Oh,
Popper.
man. K-Guy needs another popper and possibly a blue chew for this debate to continue. Damn.
Is that an oxy?
Damn,
What
he's,
the
he's
heck?
coming at you hard.
That's a hard night, bro. What the hell? Popper and a blue chew? Jesus.
$2 from Jack of Blades Circa. Your cope laugh is cringe. Stop the cringe.
I'll heed your advice as well. Once more.
All right.
You know what makes that more powerful is if you like look right at him in the camera and you point at him and you fucker.
My camera's all the way over
It's
there.
way,
right?
it's way better. I'm telling you, it's way better.
I need to.
I've mastered.
the logistics.
I've
doesn't work right
mastered.
now.
Yeah, my fascist rhetoric, it cannot be overstated.
Shit.
Yeah.
Well,
Like I said,
bless your
fascism's
hearts.
really
I
appealing. I'm telling you, it
appreciate
is.
from Birds Aren't Even Real. Bless your hearts. I appreciate
Pure
you.
act,
Thank you very
baby.
much.
Pure act, baby.
That's the thing about fascism is it makes me sometimes go like, "Damn, that sounds kind of nice," but then it's the prescription that's not good.
All right. Jack of Blades, never seen such a clueless person. Are you trolling?
Oh wait, is that the same
No
guy?
comment.
Bro, I'm glad you like SpeakeaZy, but damn, I'll just keep heeding your advice. SpeakeaZy can keep going to the bank. Let's go.
I like it. Circa, do you think you're smart? Just curious.
I mean, I'm like my biggest critic, so I don't know. I don't really know.
Wait. What the fuck is this? No. You know, we're not wasting time with $1, $2 super chats. 5 and above. 5 and
All right.
above.
All right, yeah, we got a lot of them coming in.
5 and above. Look, I don't know. Like that must be your audience because the Crucible crew wouldn't fucking dare. They wouldn't.
Yeah.
They have been.
I do want to answer
trained
that though. Okay,
by their
I do want to answer that a little bit.
overlord to do this the right way.
It's not that I think I'm smart. It's like if you have ever been an athlete, okay, like the best corners in the NFL can't play the position unless they think they're good. So like part of this is a little bit of confidence, but I don't really think of myself as further than that. Nothing more than that. This is fun, like contest.
All right, just so we don't keep them here too long, we'll do 5 and up, and then I'll read the $2 after myself. We got Alexander Medeiros says, Circa, did you pre-write your closing statement?
Yes, I did.
I thought so too.
I write all my closings and
Definitely.
openings.
That's how you could tell Andrew wrote his too, because he had a poem.
I mean, he broke it. He broke me, bro. It was hard. The mocking just took it all out of me.
The poem was good. I like
Yeah. Fuzzy Balls for $5 says, if everyone in here was drafted to fight in the Middle East, who would go to die for this? Just curious.
It worked out for Nazi Germany because they won fast, but I don't know. I don't think it'll work anymore.
Look, if I was, and maybe this is still the residual patriotism that I have, but while I would not be upset with anybody for not doing it, if I was drafted by the nation, I think I would probably go.
Admirable.
That's what's up. Jeremy, who is more bad, Orange Man or Smoky Man?
I mean, I don't really think Trump is inherently bad because I feel like that kind of takes away from everything he's doing. I think that, personally, if you want my opinion, which I can't prove, I think he has zero values, and I think he's not a conservative or a progressive or anyone. I think he just only cares about himself and is one-dimensional. And when you look at him that way, he's very predictable and very easy to understand. But I can't really make that claim as a fact. So.
I wonder if I'd just be in like an old man peeling potatoes somewhere. Just fucking
In gold? With a gold potato peeler?
Yeah.
Or
just fucking peeling potatoes.
is it a Trump potato?
Intel is Wild says, Andrew wrecked this guy's worldview and remains undefeated. Thank you very much, Intel is Wild. And for $5 as well, Intel is Wild said, I wanted to ask the guy in black on the left, why are you gay?
I'm not, unfortunately, for you, man. Better luck next time.
But that's a really good. You never heard that line, like the black guy saying that. Why
No,
are you gay?
the way he wrote it, yeah, I'm actually unfamiliar with it.
Oh,
The
that's
gay
so
rights
funny.
activist.
Why are you gay?
And he's like, I'm not gay. He's like, you are gay.
You are gay. Why are you gay?
Oh, that okay. Never mind.
Yeah,
now it came into my head. I think to answer this, man, fascism is
Oh, you got
notoriously
the question already. There you
Yeah.
go. Go ahead.
Fascism-
I just have to say,
fascism
I like
is-
this name though.
yeah,
The
oh, sorry.
jabroni big time.
It's pretty big time. Fascism is definitionally very nebulous, so it is really important to get down definitions with it, or else you're just kind of talking past each other. It took a long time for people to actually definitionally try and pin it down. Roger Griffin in 1991 or 95. I'm mixing up the years for Paxton and Griffin, but it took a long time, and even to this day, it's still contested by, like an early fascist historian like De Felice, who was the teacher of Emilio Gentili. They disagree on the definition that Griffin has. It's still not
Well, and
really.
Griffin himself does not believe Trump's a fascist or meets the criteria, right?
I don't really know if that is. I'm going to be honest. I don't know if that's relevant. You can still use his diagnostic framework. I do think he has said he qualifies for his different stages of Paxton, though. But I don't really.
Yeah, but
I
Griffin,
don't really keep up with
Griffin, who
their
you're-
modern work too much.
Griffin, who you're using as your diagnostic, using his own diagnostic,
Correct,
says that
yeah.
he's not.
Well, like
Right.
the same way a doctor can create a diagnostic manual to diagnose, let's say, bronchitis. If one day he decides that this person doesn't have bronchitis, but you can use his diagnostic manual to find out someone does, just hypothetically, it's pretty hard to do that without like a scan. But that doesn't mean
Mhm.
that the diagnostic manual is wrong. It means that maybe he made a mistake.
Well, that's true, but let me ask you a question here. How long have you been studying fascism?
Very long time. I don't know. It's something that
How
I find
long is that?
fascinating. I don't know, since I was young. I've been obsessed with World War II and kind of extended off that from, I honestly, middle school. I used to play a lot of World War II games. I don't know. I'm really interested in like the atmosphere and honestly like.
But yeah, I get what you're saying, but
Yeah.
wouldn't it stand to reason that the person who wrote the very diagnostic that you're going off of, who researched this professionally
Mhm.
For years and years and years, who says under his own diagnostic, Trump does not meet this criteria, and you shouldn't call him this because you could muddy the waters for people who actually did.
Again,
Why
I'm-
should
I'm
people
not so
believe you?
certain
Hang
that's
on.
true.
My
Sorry.
question is
Yeah.
just this: why should people believe you over him?
Again, I'm going to start with, I'm not so sure that's true. I think Griffin is somewhat of an outspoken proponent of Trump being in an incremental part of fascism. But like myself in 2019, for instance, you know how hard it would be to do this debate in 2019 about Trump being a fascist? It probably would not work. There's been a lot that's changed since then that Trump is, the constraint breaking is kind of big for the institutionalized modifying that Mussolini
Griffin
did.
calls him a freeloader, a wheeler dealer, but says he should not be ever conflated with an actual fascist because otherwise the word
Might
will
lose
start
meaning.
to have less and
Yeah.
less meaning.
What year did he say that?
Let me pull up
Like
the exact
2019, I
year.
want to say, or 2020, right?
No, well, he made more statements on this post J6,
J6.
just like the other one did. What was his name?
I honestly think it'd
started
still be
with an
pretty
S.
hard to debate this topic, even 2023, even if I did believe he was. A lot of the recent stuff he's doing, especially like the corporatist element, which by the way, I have a whole writing I did on modern corporatism, which would look very different from the standstill and time of Italian fascism, because modernity was explicitly like utilized and bastardized by Mussolini on his track to it. So I think Trump can expand corporatism to a global level because financialization of the internet, which is why I brought up Saudi Arabia. But nonetheless, I think it would have been hard to call him a fascist and argue this is what I'm trying to do right now 2 years ago. I think a lot of this.
I think it's hard to argue it now. It's not a good case to make.
I mean,
It's just not a good
also
case.
Roger Griffin is not my only diagnostic source. He's kind of doing the one who did the fascist minimum, right? He essentially says that all fascist movements at least have the ultranationalist palingenesis, but beyond that, a lot of scholars disagree with Griffin. Paxton understands Griffin, but he also takes a different route. He's a historian, right? So he takes a very historical route.
Yep.
He doesn't want to include corporatism because of Mussolini's unallegiance to it, because he modded it so much.
You don't think at
Yeah.
all that they didn't want to add corporatism because even though it's a pinnacle of fascism, it's hard to tie it to modern politicians, and so they can't use the loaded language that they want to use. Because there's like
Hmm.
you have to admit that the word fascist, just like the word Nazi, it has a lot of moral loading.
100%. So
And
like,
so because of that, it's like when you call somebody that, you better be fucking sure that they are that.
so I
Because
want to
otherwise
make clear
you're
that
giving
like
them all that morally loading.
the Italian fascism is very different from the Nazi fascism. And like when people think of fascism, they think of 80 million dead, right? Which is why maybe I should have said it better in my closing, but Mussolini was not really on board with doing that, even up until like the war and being dragged into it. He was very much kind of like, what the fuck are you doing? But the problem with fascism is that it does expand and kind of proliferate ideas that can end up being extreme purity, like what the Nazis did. But most fascist movements did not, and probably were not going to do what Hitler did, which is fucking extreme
Can I ask you?
purification.
Can I ask you a question too? Just something that I'm curious about.
Sure.
Biden's executive order for student loan forgiveness,
Mm-hmm.
is that fascist?
Unconstitutional. I wouldn't call
That's
it
it?
fascist. Yeah.
Not fascist though?
No, because I know it sounds like I'm taking it in isolation, but the thing about a fascist leader is that they like Biden is not. He's like got the charisma of a burnt potato chip. He's not. He's not like a venerated leader at all. He's not really trying to like emulate that either. So a fascist venerated leader is someone who has to embody that nation. The core, that mythic core, gets embodied in the leader. And Trump gets called divinely given by God, to come in and save the country. That is the
By a few.
embodiment
Oh, come
of
on.
that. Even if you
Yeah, but
disagree with it, but that is literally what people say. So those people are mobilized.
Yeah, but like, doesn't that seem like cherry picking? There's the same thing. I remember all the black preachers saying this about Obama, that he was divinely, that he should have been there by divine right. You know what
Obama
I mean?
never
That
played
this
into it
was
though.
God. This was God doing it. Well, they may not say the exact words,
Yeah.
but they play into it plenty.
So something I criticize about Obama, by the way, which is something that I wish he would have done, is to be a palingenetic ultranationalist, you have to have that story of humiliation and decline. And Obama notably just said everything was fine, and it wasn't. That's one of the reasons we had this very populist movement after his presidency, because economic conditions and the incongruence between what people are living and the reality they expected is causing people to be very angry, and they have a right to be.
Obama's slogan was like hope and change.
I know, but he
The
never looked
whole
at
the whole
people.
thing.
He never looked at people who were suffering and went, "I acknowledge you." But Bernie and Trump did. Trump did honestly probably the right thing there and go, "I acknowledge you." But Obama still to this day will never say that there's a part of this country that really is not doing well, and they're loud right now, and I can't really blame them for it. I'm gonna be honest with you. So
Yeah, but I mean,
Obama
he
doesn't
was the hope and
qualify.
change candidate. He ran on the same kind of rhetoric.
No, he never
wanted
called
to move
about the
us back.
decline. He never said decline or like
He
we're
did.
victim.
He said he wanted to move it. He said the nation was in decline under Republicans and that we needed to move back to a much more progressive tax rate. We needed to have universal health care.
Sure.
He wanted to move us back to FDR style policies. In fact, he said that many times.
Do you think it's the same incremental stage as something like what Trump does exhibit, though, in this regard?
I have not ever to date, and I've been watching closely. I have Trump to me more than anything else. Like, I'm willing to accept that he's selfish. I'm willing to accept that. I'm willing to accept that Trump cares a lot more about Trump than he does the American people. I'm even willing to accept that as an argument. I think that that's a point which can be successfully argued by the left that I would have an uphill battle on. But Trump is not an ultra. He's just not an ultra national. He really is barely a nationalist. Like, I mean, just
See,
barely. And even then, it would be a civic nationalist. He's not even in the like. I think you would need to have at least cultural nationalism for fascism. You'd have to have something like
so
that.
ultranationalism
barely-
again. Ultranationalism on its own is I wouldn't call Trump someone who cares about this country at all. I'm serious. The thing is Trump. He doesn't
So
actually.
he's not even a nationalist by your view.
Well, the thing is that this idea of palingenetic ultranationalism, actually, you don't have to believe in it yourself as the leader. You just have to be the vessel of people who embody it in you. Trump plays into that. Trump plays into that.
he does the
I
we
am
want to
your
make America
retribution, you know, I
great.
am your voice,
Yeah,
I will be
that
your sword, you know, it's like
that's
Jesus.
true. But when I look at how his policies operate, right? There's nothing which is particularly nationalistic about him. A little bit, like tariffs, but Democrats been using tariffs
He
for
doesn't have to
years.
actually advance the nation. He has to advance that mythic core or the embodiment of what people want him to be. So like Trump is
He's not even
doing.
doing that.
So there's a big section of this country that's been mobilized by like culture war stuff, right? Because of degeneracy, and we need to get back to not degeneracy, right? Trump has lots of policies that appeal to those people, but Trump doesn't care about whether or not trans people have
He doesn't have
law.
any. He doesn't have any. The only
He
policy
signed
I ever
executive
saw
orders
from
that
Trump,
quite literally overhaul healthcare
no,
from private
not
providers
really. They just say
to.
gender. He has a couple about gender,
No, it
but the
literally
thing
says
is
if
like
you are a person who wants to get a surgery to the
a
other
sex
biological
change.
sex or whatever
If you're a
for
child,
preference, but
if you're
it
a
actually
child.
says mastectomies are fine for girls if they're girls, but if you want to get a mastectomy because you feel like you want to change your sex to the preferred one,
hmm
he's
Yeah.
banned that in an executive order.
Yeah, but that's when you're talking about the trans stuff. That's again an emergent ideology.
I know.
Trump
Yeah.
was not a reactionary towards this stuff at
I don't think
all.
he cares about it at
That
all.
was something that was something that his base definitely wanted. But Republicans have wanted this the entire time.
I think
Trump
it's
is not
new.
doing this for the purposes of some kind of like fascistic ultranationalist,
I don't
agenda
even
at
think
all.
trans topics were around when Trump first came down the escalator, at least for another 3 years.
They were, but they were very
It was muted, yeah. No,
moderate
probably never
because
even heard about it.
that became a cultural phenomenon.
Exactly. So
That was like that's like goth
yeah.
and shit like that. It's very much a statement like that. And Trump, the demand from the base to do that, it was like the minimum. But he's not been hard on like homosexuality. He has not been hard on the porn industry.
He hasn't done any
He has not
executive
been
orders on him. Yeah. Not yet.
he has not been hard on any of these, like, when you're talking about the idea of, like, let's take it back to the Christian ethos, and he hasn't done any of that.
I don't think he's a Christian.
It's
So
one
yeah.
of the things I'm disappointed in him
He's not a
about,
Christian,
actually.
so I'm that guy knows nothing. He has no respect for Christianity. So I just, but he is being the vessel for them.
I think he's a cultural Christian, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's made the White House Faith
Or a
Council
nominal Christian.
with like Paula White and a bunch of other psychos. But to me, I think those people are dangerous to Christianity. Like I argue with Rob, they have a specific brand that is, in my opinion, would set a permission structure to eat other Christians and push people away. Like my girlfriend's Christian, but she didn't go to a church for a while, not because of leftist and secular ideas, but because she really was just pushed away by the church she was at because of how extreme things can get. No secularism involved.
What was extreme?
I mean, when you go to church, I actually haven't talked to her about this. Probably should a little bit further, so I can remember exactly what. But the whole idea of like if she moved in with me, would go to hell. Like her church would teach things like that, and it
That
seemed
doesn't sound that extreme.
I mean, move in with me.
Well, when you say she's going to move in and you guys are just going to like hold hands and watch TV? No, you're going to be fucking, right? That's what they're getting at is fornication, not moving in.
I mean,
right?
giving yourself to Jesus Christ is how you get into heaven. You're not going to go to hell if you do have sex out of wedlock. I mean, it's just there's a lot
How
of
do you
different ideas of marriage
Like, how do you know that?
because there's only one unforgivable sin, man.
So then why don't you just like kill a person and then ask for forgiveness?
I mean, that's between that person and Jesus, right?
So do you understand how absurd that is? Like,
It's absurd
if
to
it's
us,
just the
but we're
case,
talking about God.
no, I'm asking you, like, from your view on
Sure.
Christianity, if you're like, well, you know what, I can just go ahead and sin then because I can just ask for forgiveness. Wouldn't that actually incentivize sin?
No, and the reason being is because the Bible
Why
preaches
not?
forgiveness, and there is only one unforgivable sin.
How would that not incentivize sin?
And are you not allowed to truly repent for anything?
Yes.
So
But
true repentance is only between
true
Jesus and the
repentance,
person.
but part of repentance is avoiding sin, is moving away
Yeah.
from sin. It's getting as far away from it as possible.
Yeah.
How can you go to a priest or a pastor and say, "Look, I want to begin fornication,"
Correct.
and that's due to the fact that I have a great relationship with Jesus Christ? It would be the opposite, right? You would be
I agree with
actually
you,
incentivizing them.
But I'm gonna ask you a question. Where does the Bible say that having sex out of wedlock puts you in hell?
Well, it's not a salvific claim. I wouldn't
So
say it's direct.
is it really
But let me
appropriate to
ask
sell
you.
people
But let
that?
me ask you this back: do you think your chances are better or worse?
I guess depending on, I mean, honestly, the
Like if you had
marriage is not really
here, let
discussed in
me
the
ask.
Bible outside of Paul, and
Hang on, let
Paul
me ask the
hates
question
marriage
this way. Hang on, let me
or
ask the
hates
question this
sex out
way.
of wedlock.
So let's say you had two choices that you could choose, right?
Hmm.
And these were the only two choices you had before you went to heaven. One, you could not fornicate outside of marriage, and the other one you did. Which button would you push that you think would greatly increases your chances of going to heaven? Let's say.
I guess that would depend on what kind of Christian you are, man. And I know you don't like that answer.
I'm asking you.
I
I'm
I
asking you.
I think for me personally, it wouldn't matter because I'm an atheist, right? But it,
Yeah, but if you were a Christian,
I probably wouldn't be a Catholic. So to me, the Bible
yeah, I
never
know you're
mentions
not a
this. Yeah.
Catholic, but which one? If you were a Christian, which one would you push?
If I was a Christian, probably I probably would push the first one you mentioned. Yeah. Sorry.
The
The one that you,
the no sex
yeah,
outside of
yeah,
marriage,
yeah.
right?
I
Well,
probably
then
push the push that one.
it doesn't sound like it's extreme. It sounds like somebody was looking after her and trying to prevent sin.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that the claim is true. Even if I do actually think I would move to the first proposition and choose that one, because
I
the Bible does
agree. I
not
agree from your
say. Yeah.
worldview. I agree from your worldview that's true, but from the worldview of the person who's a Christian going to the church, why would you say it's an extreme position for them to try to assist somebody from staying away from sin? That to me seems silly.
Well,
That's all.
only because again, so early Judaism, marriage was something different than what marriage is in Paul's writings, the Pauline epistles, right? Um, Paul notoriously is kind of he's progressive, but also just very weird about sex, right? So he's where we get a lot of these little ideas about marriage. But I don't really think there's a good argument for the fact that it is sinful enough to be like something that would cause you to go to hell, right? Because
Well,
early
the thing
Judaism,
is
sex was how you got married.
I agree. I wouldn't make a salvific claim on it, right? Obviously, I've had sex outside of marriage. I'm sure you have too. I don't think that these are things which are unforgivable by any metric. I'm just saying that if the idea that you have a spiritual leader who tries to make claims that these things are
Mm.
permissive within the faith, that they're not to be avoided, would actually be a faith leader who's leading you astray. That would be the opposite, right?
Mm. But how about here's another aspect of it, okay? So my girlfriend is a Christian and I've never, tried to convince her otherwise. I respect religion a lot. I feel like it's extremely important to understand anything metaphysical for the most part. And she wants to be a Christian, but what do you say to the preacher now who tries to enact like you're going to go to hell if you do, have sex out of marriage and she gets pushed away from Christ? She hasn't. I'm just
Well,
hypothetically. Is
the
that the
IA,
same?
well, Protestants have a bizarre idea of what hell is. So,
Yeah, I agree.
from the Orthodox and Catholic view, hell is a separation from the energies of God. And the idea there is
Not
that
the
if you're
annihilationism, yeah.
separated even here on earth from the energies of God, you're already kind of experiencing hell, right? So the thing is that that's how you know people can take good actions even if they've never heard the good word, because the energies of God, they can become apparent to somebody. Like I'm sure that the
Mm.
Greeks participated in the energies of God. I'm sure of it. Their logic seems to move me towards that idea. But I'm just saying that even in Orthodox or Catholic Church, you still lead her away from that because it is sinful. And by the way, it wasn't just Paul; his apostles that talked about this as well, and Jesus Christ did. What Jesus Christ said was that
I mean,
you
Matthew
need to take
talks
a
about
wife.
marriage barely. Jesus talks about man and woman, but it's not necessarily about marriage, right? Paul's the only one who
Well,
really
no,
mentions anything about it, like
but Jesus
specifically.
talks. But Jesus says you need to uphold law, and so did his
Yeah.
apostles, and he only added two caveats to the law. And this was reconciled in Acts.
Yeah.
And yeah, he did actually. I mean, it was pretty obvious. It was sex outside of marriage was a no go. That was considered degenerate even at the time.
So Acts is written by Paul, though, right? So again, Paul, I definitely understand that Paul is very he's intense. He's intense.
Yeah, but he was interacting with apostles who were there with Christ. So it's like if he was wrong, why wouldn't they correct him?
He's interacting with Matthew, right? Or no?
It was.
I'm
I'll
pretty
have
sure
to pull it
Matthew
up,
is
but
one of the
he
only.
was
Yeah.
he was interacting with apostles. He was interacting with I don't know why I'm having a brain fart, but yes, he was interacting with other apostles who were there with Christ. Yes.
I mean, I have a feeling.
All right.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say we got quite a bit of these, and
Sorry.
we're getting a little off topic here. But Efren wants to come in with 5 to say, does Trump have a silly little mustache? No, exactly. Thank you very much.
Would I win if he did? I can make him
I
one in
guess
Photoshop.
And Axe was written by Luke, by the way.
It was
The
written by
chat
Luke?
corrected. Yeah,
I thought it was written
that
by
wasn't me
Paul.
correcting you. To be totally honest,
Yeah.
that was just the chat correcting you.
All right. Link the Dank says, tell this commie to take down those sleep token
Peter and
albums in the
John. Okay,
background.
those were the two interact. Peter and John.
Okay.
Sorry.
He is not worthy of the sleep token.
Hey man, I'm glad you noticed.
All right. Johnny McVito for $10 says, so if you can't apply any of the pillars of fascism directly to Trump and only have suspicions that he may be leaning towards the pillars of fascism, will this absolve Trump of fascism for now?
That's a good question, actually.
I mean, I can't prove beyond doubt that Trump is literally a fascist. That's definitely, it's unfortunate, but part of Andrew's argument is true in a way. But diagnosing fascism and recognizing the end state is technically different. So diagnosing is what I'm trying to do. It's a hard process,
but you can't actually.
I cannot say he's literally a fascist, unfortunately. I can only say he fits the description up until the moment that the end state happens.
What is the debate prompt? Is Trump a fascist?
Yeah, well, it's after the debate, so it doesn't matter.
And we can't say definitively that he is.
Just after the debate, so it doesn't matter. We'll just throw this out.
That's right. We reference my previous debate, but not yours.
$10 comes in from ZXQ, says, if corporatism is the problem, then Biden admin fits. Except they didn't have a supreme leader, just some dying old man to sacrifice to political backlash.
No. Biden has never done any state authorized. And when I say state authorized, again, it is voluntary every time, but ultimately it does subordination. So it's like, think about it this way when it comes to Italian fascism. It's kind of like, instead of the state being a traffic light where it lets cars in, green and red, instead of that, it actually does control the flow of traffic, like how the car moves. So institutionalized bargaining is when the state just allows traffic to go through, the street light. And then Italian fascism is ultimately when Mussolini just put them all on controlled little wheels and said, I'm going to move it for you, but you're going to look like you're driving the car. It's the best way to explain it. But Biden, unfortunately, for us here, I guess, it would be fun if he was a fascist, but again, he's literally got the charisma of a burnt potato chip, will never be a leader, and most definitely could not get Congress to go along with this. So, sorry, guys.
All right. DPG thing with a big $100. Thank you very much. I've officially lost 6 million brain cells listening to this stumbling, bumbling leftist idiot. Andrew, thank you for keeping the debate interesting all by yourself. No thanks to this mumbling, monotone loser. Get a better mic, then at least one argument.
This is an SM57. What do you mean? This is one of the best mics ever. I just suck at making it work right now.
Okay, listen, in my debate opponent's defense, DPG thing's wife is way too hot for him. I'm just gonna I'm gonna say it. It's true. It's way too hot for you, bro. Like I don't know. How the fuck did you do it? How did you do it? How?
Don't worry, DP. I'm in the same club. We got Rachel Wilson for $20. Says, hey, Goofy, I don't know what you're giggling about. You have come off as delusional and unserious this whole time. You know you got beaten badly, so just stop with the coke laugh.
I'll heed your advice.
I like it. See, you're getting lots of good advice today. J3M for 5 says, Searkar, is it fascist to protect your country? How long have you had TDS?
Actually, kind of in a way, fascism is an attempt to protect one's country. Literally.
I could kind of make that statement for basically every political ideology again, though. So like,
I didn't say it was
I
a
can't
definition.
really
I'm just
point.
saying that it does feel like it is protecting its country. It is an exhilarating process when you're in a fascist movement. You get swept up in the belonging. That's what political liturgy is, church liturgy, but for politics. It's extremely like
That I
warm.
agree with.
Yeah.
That I do agree with. I just think that that's not isolated to that ideology by any. I think it's all of them.
Yeah, it's not.
They
It's
all
definitely not a
foments a
minimum.
sense of belonging.
Yeah.
It's all foments a sense of belonging. Us for politics definitionally is divisive. Otherwise, we wouldn't even need it, right?
Yeah. So liberalism allows for divisive dissent, though, right? So fascism, unfortunately, though, tends to
I wish it
cast.
did, but it doesn't.
I mean, it does because liberalism allows for a Christian nationalist or anyone else to advance their opinions. It's fine. I'm not going to say that we need to cast them as betraying, right? Fascism does not.
The,
Fascism casts dissent as poison, as betrayal.
I think that you could make the case when you say liberalism, that's going to be tied with democracy, right?
Correct.
Always.
Yeah, classical
Yeah. So
liberalism.
then, yeah, if you're utilizing democracy as this, then no, democracy does not necessarily allow for any dissent. Especially like the United States, we've been keyed in with the First Amendment, which has been nice. But there's a lot of Western democracies, and most of them actually don't tolerate dissent at all. If you go against what the state mandated orders are, even on speech, they throw your ass in fucking jail, and they don't give a shit. They don't care.
I think it's a little more complex than that. Although it is most of the time, liberalism never casts speech from like we let Nazis, literal Nazis, hang flags over the 5 freeway in
The
California.
United States does,
I
but
know that's what I'm
most
saying.
other
Yeah.
Western democracies do not.
I mean, Germany, obviously for some reason.
Not just Germany.
I know. Europe is a little bit different on this, but in the United States, we do, and liberalism is
That's
what
the
allows
only
for
one
that.
I'm aware of. It's the
Liberalism
only
is
one
what
I'm
allows for
aware
that
of.
because we are a liberal democracy.
I think that it was the fact that there was a republic that allowed for that
That's a
before
form
it
of
became
democracy.
a democracy.
That's a form of
It
democracy.
wasn't it really was not based around universal suffrage at all.
It was
even a
not
little
based
bit.
around direct democracy. You're correct. It's a constitutional
Well,
republic. Yeah.
Yeah, and in fact, you don't even need voting for this republic to work. You wouldn't actually need it. It's not necessary.
What do you mean by that?
Maybe to some like very limited degree. Well, like you don't actually need anybody to vote in order to have a republic.
I mean,
You
I
don't
guess
need
the
you don't
voting
need that.
population is not forced to, but that's kind of a good thing, though. I don't think forced voting is good.
No, I mean you wouldn't actually have to have anybody voting, period, in order to have a republic.
I
Would
guess
not be necessary as an entailment.
like an old
That
one. You mean like before the Enlightenment? I mean, that's what they were drawing from as older republics. But yeah, we
Yeah.
don't have an older, Greco-Roman period republic or Roman.
No,
right?
it's an emergent republic.
It's
The idea of
a
modern
form of
republic
democratic
is
republic,
emergent.
right? It's a all of the all the founding fathers for the most part had extensive backgrounds in like, Greco-Roman period history because it was becoming like popular again, right? So they obviously
True.
took a lot from them, and good
But
ideas.
they didn't want universal suffrage at all. They wanted reps
No,
to
they did
do
not. Yeah.
most everything. They didn't.
Thankfully, they wrote the Constitution as so colorblind because they did not care about black people so much that they wrote it without any mention of them. In a way.
ZXQ for $5 says, "Is hyperglobalism the same as hypernationalism? Also, emergency. Trump is a fascist. Activate the TIVIS. Nobody is illegal on stolen land."
I don't even agree with that claim. I mean, you go back far enough, everyone's fucked. Then it's just I hate when people say that. Stolen land. It's weird. I don't know if that's accurate though. I mean, hyperglobalism sounds like just globalism. What's the difference? Are we supplanting like some
There's no
mythical planet? I'm kidding.
Yeah, I think again the difference between when he says hypernationalism, it just means ultranationalism. But I think that the idea is just that the state takes precedent over all other priorities. That's ultranationalism.
Again,
But you can have
they destroyed the state.
nationalism where that's not the case.
They destroyed the state though. They destroy it.
Well, I mean, they reformed it.
They have loyalty after they destroy it, though. That's the thing.
That's because they considered it the same state with different parameters now.
But well, they tie themselves emotionally to something called the nation.
The nation is a
emotional
it's a
appeal.
conglomeration of peoples.
Exactly.
So when you say loyalty to the state, you're saying loyalty to the peoples. So when you say they destroyed the state, how could they have destroyed the state when that's the people themselves? They didn't do that. They reformed laws, they reformed political structure,
State is the
but
political
the
structure.
people are no, it's not just a political structure, it's also the peoples who are in it. Like, for instance, if we got rid of the political checks and balances of the United States, right?
Mhm.
I'm still part of this people group here, dude.
Correct. Yep.
And if they form a new state, right, or something like this,
Mhm.
I'm still gonna think of myself as part of
A
that
patriot.
collective.
Right,
It's
a patriot.
still
Yeah,
the
yeah.
same
Yeah.
it's still the same it's still the same group. So it's like when you say they destroy the state, you can't do that unless you destroy the people.
No, the
It's
state
just
is
it's
something
always
that can. The
reforming
state is
it.
something that
It's
can be
just a new
remade into
form.
what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, but you're just talking about, like, laws and structure, but
Correct.
not the
State is
people.
not
The
the people,
fascism wanted to reform the people too.
which is the
That was
nation,
part of that.
which is the nation. That's the mythic
Yeah,
core. That's the
yes,
mythic
but
core.
it was but it needed to be but they looked at it as reform. They weren't destroying the people. They were
Mm,
reforming them. They were
early fascist
forming them into
writers
something new.
were not. They did not use reform. They said
They
remade or they said sacralize.
remade is reform.
Remade is not reform. Remade
It
is
is.
you are creating something new. You are starting from scratch. Reform is continuation.
So Andrew Wilson, the person that you're looking at right
Mhm.
now, has a beer gut. Do you agree that that's true?
I think people can reform in the way you're describing. Yes, it's not a government thing.
Yeah, and so, but if I got a six pack of abs, I'm now remade, but I'm not a different person.
Correct, but a state can be destroyed because it's not a person.
A state's the requirement of what a state is always going to be the collective of the people, and that's why France has gone through so many different types of government, but it's
Different
still
states.
France.
Yeah, it's still the
There's
people
it's
though.
still
Nation is
no,
different. Yeah.
it's still France. That's what the nationalism is. It's still France. Maybe it's an
I mean, you
empire.
have to have
France.
some way to
Maybe it's
separate the government instruments, which aren't that important, and the people are more important, right?
when the French talk about when France was an empire, you notice how they still say us?
Yeah.
We were an empire. We were a
Yeah,
democracy.
they tie
We
themselves to
were
something emotional,
they
right?
tie
Yeah.
they're tying themselves to that's still they consider it part of the apparatus of people. That is part of
Correct.
what a
Yeah.
state is.
I mean, that's why it's kind of alluring though, because fascists felt like they were doing patriotism still. They felt like the nation was still being advanced, but they have to destroy the state to get there.
No, they
He marched
reformed
on
all of
Rome
the
to destroy it and
they
sacrifice a new
reformed a
one.
lot of the laws, yeah. They
Because
reformed a lot of the laws, they
the
reformed a
state
lot of it, but
decayed, you know, it was in decline, and the only way to come new was rebirth of Phoenix. We needed to remake, and that
yeah,
means the state
listen,
destroyed.
that nope. See when you say remade, it's like when I say, "Oh, I have a six pack. I'm a remade man. I'm a new man. I'm a brand new man."
When
But I'm still
fascist
the same
Italy took
person.
over and sacralized the new state, did they keep anything from the constitutional monarchy? No,
I
they
mean,
didn't.
yeah, probably.
They didn't keep anything.
Well,
Parliament was
nothing.
gone.
They didn't keep no, that's government structure.
I,
They didn't keep any they didn't keep any customs, they didn't keep
that's part of the
any
nation,
value
not the
set.
state.
They didn't
Part of the
and
nation.
the nation, that's my point, the nation. So the nation is in existence. It's still the nation. They reformed the nation.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think we're finally on the same page. They reformed the nation.
So what would
They
you
didn't
use?
destroy the nation.
What would you use to separate just the government structure from that ideal rhetoric?
People, the people group. That's
So
who the nation
So
is.
the government structure is what though? What would you call that?
Where? When? In
So,
Italy?
I mean, the constitutional monarchy. What is that? It has a name. It has something, but they wanted to
Yeah.
get rid of it, right?
Yeah, right. But it was still Italy. It was still the people. It was still the state of Italy.
The nation.
And the state,
Mhm.
yeah, the nation.
So,
And so when I'm talking,
I understand
when
that. I'm
hang
saying
on,
the
when I'm
constitutional
talking about
monarchy.
nationalism, ultra nationalism, you keep saying, well, they destroyed the state. It's like, but they're not destroying the nation.
Yes, correct.
You still have loyalty to the nation.
That's why they're hyper
under
national.
ultra nationalism.
They're
That's
hyper
why to
national.
me,
They're hyper national.
that
means
or ultra national.
That
It's the same
means
shit.
the state is now some rhetorical entity, not the actual government structure. That's why it's a hyper national.
Okay, the nation is now being reformed, right? You agree with
Sacralized. Yeah.
this?
It's
When I
being
say the
remade. Yeah.
state in this context, I'm referencing the nation.
Okay.
That's the state.
So how are you going to
Does that
reference
make
the
sense?
government structure though for us?
That would be a specific subset of the nation for whatever it was. Like Rome,
So underneath it,
I
yeah.
I would agree that Rome went from being under a Caesar
Mhm.
to being a republic.
Mhm.
I don't think that that became a new nation
It did
or
not.
even a new
It
state.
did
It
not.
was
Yeah.
now it was a completely reborn thing. It was a completely new thing.
So nationalism is loyalty, to the state in a way. It's voting for America. It's not voting for the nation in a way.
I don't think so. I think nationalism definitionally is loyalty to the nation. That's why it's not called statism.
Okay, so can you call yourself a nationalist if you just go and vote within the voting system of the United States?
No.
You don't think voting is nationalist? It's not doing civic duty on behalf of the country?
There's no duty to do it.
I mean, but it is a state. It's pretty much civic duty you can
It's a
do.
privilege. It's not a civic duty.
Civic privilege. Then that's kind of nationalist, right?
Privilege.
It's nationalist.
No.
You're trying to
No.
represent the state's interest, your nation's interest, right?
No, you're not representing. You're representing your interests, like almost
But
the
that's
opposite
part of the
of
state too, right?
nationalism.
Like, really, I mean,
Not really. Like the idea, if you had duties that you had to move into,
mhm.
right?
Respecting your troops is
Like,
nationalist.
like for instance, if you were drafted, right, or something like this, and then he showed up for the draft, even if you opposed whatever the conflict was because of your loyalty to your nation,
Mhm.
I don't think that even really has much to do with the state. You're disagreeing with the state. You're not a statist necessarily.
You can be a
Your
nationalist and
loyalty is
actually
to the
disagree with the
nation.
state, though. It's part of the process.
I agree.
Yeah.
In fact, that's my whole point is that the nation's what's staying intact, right? And
So the
when
nation,
you
though, we've
say
now realized is rhetoric. It's something that's not
it's not
actually.
just rhetoric, it's people. It's a people.
It's the pure act, right? It's literally the thought and the action in one, but it is a tied organic body.
Who's doing the pure act? But who's doing the pure act?
People are doing it. But
That's my whole point.
the point is that it's
Alright.
not something material, right?
People are material.
I mean, they have to tie it to the ground materially, but it is a rhetorical, mythical, awesome thing. The people, right?
Well, you could say that rhetoric itself can be that, sure, but you're still talking about a people. A nation is a people. Like for instance, if you have the nation of Israel before there was a land of Israel, what is that? What when you say
the
nation,
nation.
then what are we
Yeah.
referencing? We're
The
referencing
people.
a people.
The people. I mean,
Yeah, and that's
That's
what you're
correct.
referencing in Italy. When you're a nationalist, you're there for a people. I'm an American. Okay.
okay.
The United States crumbling would not make me less of an American.
Exactly.
That's my
No, this is good.
people.
This is good. I mean, but technically, if let's say we wanted to change America, and in order to get there, in order to achieve this rebirth, to get the true nation,
No, change the United States, not America.
change the United States. Yeah. So in order to get America, the true nation, to be sacralized into what we think it should be, we have to do what?
You would have to probably remove certain government policies.
You have to
and
remove
whatnot.
government. Yeah. So that's
But that would
technically not
not-
nationalist.
But that would not be a destruction.
So you
of
are
the nation,
elevating
though.
your nationalist now to hyper nationalist. You are thinking
No,
about the
all
nation.
all you're doing is reforming the state on behalf of the nation.
Because the nation
it.
is hyper. It's more important. Hyper nationalism.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
So regular
That's the
nationalism
the state
is not
above
hyper
all
nationalism.
things. No, but you can have nationalism with state reform too.
If it's regular nationalism, you wouldn't try and destroy the state government. Hyper nationalism is tying it to something else,
Yes, you
something
can make
above
massive.
the nation.
You can make so many reforms under under the idea of statism that you could have within 50 years a state which is so distinctly different from what you had 50 years prior,
Mhm.
but the nation still has the same kind of people integrity, that type
So
of
when
thing.
you say statism, okay, it sounds like that's to me the government, right? That's essentially what statism is.
the government infrastructure collective, yes.
So if this was a little bit different, I guess, in Roger Griffin's definition, because maybe this might be a way to connect here. He describes alternationalism palingenetically, right? And in his own words, he just uses the nation as you're doing right now, but he does demarcate from the government state as he separates it from the nation as it's something in the way. So,
It should be. It should be separated.
but that's what makes it. So his definition of nationalism is essentially the statism in a way.
Yeah, well, that's not. I wouldn't say that. I would
So is
say
it a semantic
they're
thing?
intertwined. Look, these are things that are intertwined. No, it's not even a semantic issue.
So how would you
They are
diagnose fascism though without
they
state
are
capture?
intertwined, but the nation itself, the requirement of a specific state structure is not a requirement to have a nation, because the nation's always going to be the core of the ideology of the peoples.
It is
And if that
above the state though,
ideology
right?
changes, if that ideology changes, you have now reformed the state
Right.
into whatever the ideology is, but the nation itself remains.
So two things. It is above the statism thing, right? The nation, it's above it. And at the end of the day, right? It's more important, I think. At least I'm kind of getting that.
Well, I'm not giving a marcation of which is more important or less important. Only that there's a delineation to be demarcate between the two.
And then
I'm
second,
not sure.
does everyone
Like, I'm
have the
not
same
sure
idea
that
of what that
I'm not
is?
sure how I would demarcate this as far as like importance goes. I'm not sure.
So like, does everyone have the same idea of what that nation is supposed to be though?
No, not always.
So in that regard, when you elevate this organic body of what an identity essentially of what the nation's supposed to be, this is something that makes it a little bit fascist, because in order to attain that rebirth, fascists will look at something that is not within that body, and they want the organ. They treat it like an organ.
But so will
Fascism-
every political ideology. So
No,
just every political
no,
ideology
liberalism
is a
does
little
not
bit
treat the entire country like one organism, where anything that's not supposed to be in
does.
it needs to get removed.
Well, wait, no, it really does, and classically did. It did treat the country as a body.
So
It just didn't
I
treat
feel
it in a
like
body the same way that fascists used the body for the coalition of business and the state, the corporate body.
See, I feel like I disagree a little bit, and the reason why is this is why fascism becomes popular, and it's because social. You remember that question I asked you about social decay, that liberalism refuses to confront. I've thought about this a lot, and I have.
Well, it doesn't refuse to confront it. There's
I think
nothing.
it does. I think it refuses to confront social decay. I think liberalism is
There's
horrible.
there's
at doing
no.
that.
That's. I think that's the wrong framing.
I mean,
So,
you
like,
would probably
said, the
agree
debate's
that the,
over. Since the debate's over, I'll answer to this, but
Okay.
I just think that the framing's wrong. So, liberalism doesn't refuse to address it; it actually can't. It can't
yeah, it
address
can't. It can't. Yeah, 100%. Because the way liberalism's enacted, it essentially can't, like you just mentioned. It's impossible and incapable of doing it because it's focused on neutrality. So like for me personally, when I wrote about this, I play music a lot, right? And a lot of this will be an analogy to music, okay? So I think of it as like an orchestra. So in my opinion, like fascism is really strong and appealing because it gives this shared meaning and belonging to, let's say we have a hypothetical orchestra, okay? And in a full orchestra, for this piece, which we'll just say is a country, the violin section is really meant to shine, as in we have a lot of extremely good violinists in it. And let's just say that is like Christian ethics for the United States, because for the most part, I think it's probably a very integral part of this country's beginning. Now, what liberalism tends to do is it looks at the orchestra and goes, we need to promote neutrality, and it'll go, the violins are a little bit louder. I don't know why. When we want neutrality. We want everyone's volume the same, but ultimately, if you hear the song afterwards, you might go, this sounds awful without the violins doing what they're supposed to. The violins are supposed to be, very loud, and they give a lot of emotion to this piece. And liberalism, I think, doesn't have a way to confront what is happening to the violinists, who also feel like this piece was meant to be something strong for us, and now no one likes it. And that's what I mean by social cohesion a little. Fascism does address this. I think liberalism cannot, because it does only operate on muting everyone to the same volume.
Well, most political ideologies address this.
Address it or don't?
Address it. Most, just not liberalism inherently doesn't. I would agree with you. I would go a step further, say it's not just due to neutrality, but it's essentially due to permissiveness. So you can remain neutral but not permissive. liberalism seems to push permissive behavior. So the
Permissive
thing
like
is that permissive, like the golden rule for liberalism is you do whatever you want as long as you're not hurting somebody else.
yeah, most freedom, most equality, clashing. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so it's just like all permissive, permissive, permissive.
hmm
The thing is, though, is that like most other forms of government address that. Monarchies tend to address that. Autocracies address that. Empires tend to address that. Like almost every other form of government I can think of
Do
tends
they
to
do it
address
well though?
that.
I mean, the U.S. has shown that.
They do it well.
I think
Yeah.
classical liberalism has been one of the reasons I think America is a great country. Is like I mentioned earlier, the Constitution may have been written by a bunch of dudes who literally didn't care about black people, but thankfully they didn't write anything about black people because I feel like over 300 years without a revolution, we've been able to actually advance the country, and that's a testament to the strength of it, in my opinion.
Well, the United States was not the ones who got slavery abolished. That was
I know, but
that
most
was
countries had
the
to go through
that was
revolutions for them.
Yeah, but you see what's funny there is like, but they were able to address these problems. You were still able to address the problems of degeneracy. Democracy itself, I have no problem with having a republic. I think republics can be great. I have a problem with direct democracy, and I have a problem with
Well,
universal
it's a good
suffrage.
thing
It's a
our
terrible fuck.
founding fathers
It's a
didn't really
terrible
like.
idea.
They didn't like direct democracy.
I
So
know they didn't, but
yeah.
the thing is that they let the states have religions,
At
and
the
that was the
beginning,
key.
the
That
beginning.
was the key. Well, not at the beginning. That was always the intention. They
I
didn't
mean, that's
stop
what I mean.
that.
At the beginning,
It
they
was
didn't think it was a problem,
the
but
Supreme yeah, it was the Supreme Court who stopped that, and they shouldn't have been able to do that.
I
But
mean,
the thing
part
is
of this
like,
is
well,
an actual Protestant who, the Dansbury Baptist letter. I brought up in Rob's debate, right? But there was a man who
yeah, but you're
had a
talking about
church.
Jefferson. That's Jefferson.
Yeah, yeah.
Jefferson notoriously
I mean, he's
was
like a little bit of
deistic.
deist, atheist. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, he
yeah.
was he was notoriously deistic, and he thought that it was easier to deal with government agencies at the state level who were not religious, and so he
I do want to
preferred
point out though, the letter's not from Jefferson though; it's from the
it's not
Baptist.
from Jefferson.
So it's not
Yeah,
really Jefferson talking. So the Danbury
it's
Baptist, was worried himself about being persecuted.
correct. That's right.
Yeah,
But the thing is like again, the idea here was like, so what? That was a much better system. Like states had that clear up into the 1900s, into the late 1900s. They had blue laws,
I
dry
thought
counties,
section
all sorts of various
clause,
things.
what is it, clause 8, section 3, or clause the qualifications thing got rid of that
It would
earlier
be
than that.
this is under the 14th Amendment, I believe, that
Yeah,
the reinterpretation of the
it's
14th Amendment. But the point is
yeah.
that this was able to continue to go on. I think the last place it stopped was like in the 60s, where you no longer had to swear an oath on the Bible. So, in one state, I think it was like Maryland or something. But the point is that yeah, they did allow for religiosity. That was a grounding foundation. The thing is, a republic can't stand without morality, and that was one thing which was very clear by our founders. And liberalism erodes morality.
It
It just
can.
erodes it over
I mean,
time. No, it does.
I was hoping my
It does.
debate with Rob would go into this because there are a lot of arguments against secularism that are. I mean, there's a lot of work on this. Something similar to what I just mentioned about fascism here, where again, secularism does tend to dull and ruin social cohesion, and it can essentially
Well, it ruins morality. That's what ruins everything. It just
it
ruins
can
morality,
mute
period.
certain aspects of what people think morality is important for sure, and that's not always positive.
No, it's
All right.
it's almost always
Yeah.
negative.
Sorry.
Actually, it's like the opposite.
We got £5 in here from No J Spurg says, "This is more proof that Andrew has the patience of a saint." Thank you very much, No J. Drunk Batman sends in 20 just for the grift. Thank you very much, Drunk Batman. Sam Slenderman for 5 says, "Support from a crucible and a fan and normal American." Thank you very much, Sam Slenderman. I appreciate that big time. $10 comes from Iron Ballsack. What a name. This liberal goo gobbler can't even defend his own arguments. Quit now, boy.
I was really hoping there would be an I on the end of that.
Chaos Confessional became a new member. Thank you very much. Ronnie Mesas, or Yeah, Ronnie Mesos.
I can play to it.
Andrew just told me to donate, so I am. Circa for Goofy of the Day next week.
I can play to it if you want. It's B minor harmonic. I can do it, bro.
Play your own Goofy of the Day intro.
Well, that song's a jam, bro. That's all I'm saying. That shit came on. I was like, what the fuck, dude?
Simply put, for $10, Circa, what is the difference between a claim and an argument? When someone asks what your argument is, you just keep repeating your claim that he is.
Well, I mean, it probably have to do with some premises, and then whether it's inductive or deductive. But I'm not really sure what you want me to say. I mean, that would be my argument. But I mean, claim is kind of making an argument. Underlying stuff would be premises. Is it supposed to be non-interchangeable, or what's going on here?
All right.
I think he means the difference between an assertion and an argument.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
The conclusion versus the argument, and then I mean, I see what you're saying. I think I did both, but maybe I didn't.
All right. Far from Pukin just sends in a $5 super sticker. Thank you very much. Today with Julius for 20 says W SpeakeaZy for hosting this debate. Thank you
No, L's for
very much.
SpeakeaZy. Fuck you, SpeakeaZy.
True.
It's
True.
scumbag.
I am a piece of shit. That's true too.
What's that dono bar of yours up? That dono bar of yours up to?
I think we are full. Let me see here. Yeah, we are
Nice.
full.
273%, huh?
Yeah.
You're getting
Go
that
big,
good ceremony.
I was
can
literally
see the
like, I'm pretty
seething
sure an
now.
assertion is different. By the way, I
There'll be
straight up
another
was like,
7 live streams about it.
I'm pretty sure an assertion is not like actually the same as a claim.
Samurai Shampoo. I kind of like this name. Kind of good. Circa seems like that one ADHD kid in school that was always tapping his pen in class.
I can
Yeah,
play
he
the
did.
drums, man. Yeah,
Which is the pen a lot, yeah.
that's definitely true. I mean, did you notice when I was doing this? I just over and over.
Yeah.
Fired.
Kea,
I was listening on speaker.
I want a divorce. It's been the fucking Sahara over here for an hour and a half.
The Sahara.
There's no grape for you allowed tonight. Sorry. I may be accused of being grapist. I'm retracting consent.
I was gonna say, isn't an assertion just like put forth a fact?
Oh shit. Chaos was instructed to send money. Thank you very much.
I don't know
Chaos.
what I got to do for this drink either. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Got to be more fruity.
Oh shit. Is the reason how to win friends for $10 is the reason Xerxes brought up Trump RX is because he's upset that they don't offer Addy.
I bet they probably do actually. But
Hang on. You got to stop everything for just a second, because my friend LRN News, who I haven't seen in a long time, is in the chat, and he's been with me from the very beginning, so I wanted to shout him out. Fuck you guys. I'm going to interrupt for that. What are you going to do about it? Nothing.
I
That's
like
why.
it. I agree. I agree.
I
Shout out
feel
to
like
him.
Trump RX is kind of self-explanatory, right? Like that's to me not capitalism. It's a bastardization of it. And I'm a pluralist, a mixed economy guy. I studied econometrics, didn't finish my degree, but I definitely think capitalism is good when it has the freedom to perform well. And I feel like Trump unilaterally making stupid agreements like this is negatively impacting them, personally.
All right. Mike Turner for 10 says, "Cheers, SpeakeaZy. W. Andrew was the prompt ever answered."
I guess we'll leave it.
It
open
was.
to
We
interpretation.
got to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eventually, what we've agreed on is that no, he can't prove Trump's a fascist. That's eventually where we got. Eventually.
He did concede that, yeah. A big $100 dono from William Tovar. Thank you very much. Thank you for hosting SpeakeaZy. W Crucible. W Crucible, indeed. Pseudo Master Chef. I still miss the pizza picture, but Circa. I said in chat before that you aren't
Yeah.
dumb. You
All the
just
books
need
do
to
help.
look past your TDS and listen more.
I think I do listen, but I I have a tendency to interrupt a little. Just a little. I don't think I have TDS though. I don't really care about individuals or idolize anyone or really think about people affecting me that much. My insecurities are all internal, man. It's not fun. You should try it.
All right. The Cynic with $20 for hosting the debate. W Crucible, thank you very much. I appreciate that big time. Chip Boggs
Thank
for
you.
10 says, "Not one step back." Salute to you as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Erica Baum for 10 says, another one who will never fully understand how badly they lost the debate. That's how dumb he is. Not one step back. I don't know. I think you conceded. I think you admitted.
Well, hang on. Erica, in his defense, you're a female who's still in the Crucible audience. So, I mean, like,
Where's your notated book, bro? Come on.
you
now.
can't be any dumber than you, Erica. Okay.
Shit. King of all pixels for $10 says, "Crucible appreciates anyone who shows up to debate Andrew. Can't be easy, so respect to you, sir, even though you are wildly out of your depth."
I'll take it.
That's what's up. Men's rights millennial. Circa, do you need the bass on your mic turned all the way up to sound more convincing?
Dude, I have
Honestly,
it
turn it down.
minus
It
4
don't help,
dB, bro. I
just
swear
makes
to
you look
God.
bad.
It's minus 4 dB. I'm not even kidding. This is bull.
Yeah, it does kind of sound like you have a heavy bass, but maybe you just got
Yeah.
a heavy voice there.
I would run it through. I would run it through Ableton, but I can't. Or else you hear
$10 comes in from William Flynn. Says, "Can you predict the future based off ambiguous, loose, and yet common traits in people?" Circa, very scholarly. I'm mind blown.
I would say no to that, but if that's what we were debating, I would also say I would definitely lost.
All right. Kevin Yolantis Scott product for $5 says, "How do we tell when Trump is in power? I think that he already is. He's the president of the USA. So if he was fascist, we would see it."
Incorrect. Most fascist leaders are elected into pretty high positions. Famously, Mussolini, before he actually did his march on Rome, was part of the upper government, and then Hitler, I don't know how I forgot his name. Hitler didn't really have the type of power that you're thinking of until after the Enabling Act. So it's not really how it works. It's a historical approach.
Somebody sent in $10 over here and said for the woman tax. But SpeakeaZy, she's so dumb she doesn't know it's $20.
What the hell?
What a dumb woman!
Slacking.
What a dumb woman!
Fucking women.
Fucking women.
What are we gonna do with them? Big Nuts. Good name. All right. Circa mop the floor with this joker. Oh,
At least I got one positive one.
yeah. Big Nuts is on your side, Circa.
It's better than small nuts, right? It's better than small nuts.
Bill Reinhardt just sends in a $5 super sticker. Thank you very much. Moan Gozi sends in another 20 for the grift, and you are gay. Thank you very much. $5. The fascist overlord commands you to pay homage.
Mm-hmm.
My stream came
I
out.
prefer a cult leader. That's better.
That's right.
Yeah.
Cult leader.
Don't nobody offer up their wives though. Fucking bunch of
Slackers.
ungrateful. You know, you get at the top of this like whole spiritual hierarchy where you indoctrinate who knows how many hundreds of thousands of people, and not one time do they ever even offer up the. It's ridiculous. It's almost like I'm a terrible cult leader, and this isn't a cult.
Yeah, you're missing something.
I'm
There's
missing
something you're not
something.
doing right.
I think it's because I'm always telling people like you should prioritize your family and children and everything else above the crucible for sure, 100%. And then, if you want to tune in for a little bit of entertainment every now and again, and you want to support the channel, thank you for that. Maybe that's why I'm a terrible cult leader.
Yeah, that's probably bad cult leader tactics.
That doesn't sound too fulfilling to you, man.
Rachel Wilson.
Yeah, somebody said prima nocta.
Rachel Wilson, member for 8 months, says, to be honest, I wish Trump was half the fascist that this guy thinks he is.
Rachel, don't give the game away, bro. Fuck.
Oh, shit. That's good. That's good. Re-examination show. Hebrews 13:4 says, whoremongers and adulterers God will judge, and only the marriage bed is undefiled.
Adulterers is pretty specifically, at least in the Old Testament, not really against men. So I don't know, man. It depends, I guess. Looking at it that way is a little reductionist, a little univocal. So, but I get the sentiment.
Okay. Trench Deacon for $5 says, girlfriend, Searkar, are you LARPing as a straight centrist progressive Catholic?
Protestant,
Trench, you're
Catholic,
wild.
something. I don't know, man. I'm super genuine when I say it. I promise. Even though I don't know, maybe it doesn't sound like it.
Trench is, I think, the wildest chatter we have over
he
here.
was a little wild. I mean, he reminded me of like a DMT trip when I talked to him last. It was pretty interesting.
That's a good question. When Trump steps down at the end of his term, can you admit the left has lied to the American people and we can finally disregard all this bullshit about fascism?
I mean, whether that makes it true or not actually is not something that makes sense. But I will say this. If I am wrong, I'd probably be more happy than anyone else on the planet. I wish I was wrong more than I am right in this moment. I want to be wrong. So, yeah, I will. I'll be happy to do it.
All right.
He's going to, you know.
I hope so.
Yeah,
mean,
he will.
History has shown he doesn't want to when he's saying he doesn't want to, but if he does, I will be happy.
No one's going to let Trump stay past his term, bro. Not even his base.
Again, I will be happy if that happens.
Yeah.
We got 1 Corinthians 6:9-1 includes the sexual immoral among those who will not inherit the kingdom of God. It is a salvific issue if you never repent.
If you never repent. You never repent.
Thank you for that re-examination.
That is an important part.
All right. Big Daddy Pod sends in 5, says, Searkar is as exciting and entertaining as my shoe. Somebody give that boy some vitamin D.
You got some
and a
Nikes
plate
at
of
least then, right,
liver.
man? Come on now. Got some Nike Jordans on, right? Fuck.
We got $20 comes in for Games Are for Kids. Why did we not talk about 10% of NVIDIA being bought by Trump when we were talking about cooperativism?
Yeah, cooperativism.
Oh, okay, cooperativism. I was reading that wrong. Is there any other example like this in history?
Corporatism, again, corporatist means that you take a government function, you give it to a private sector. Corporatism has a specific meaning to it where you have to create a trade syndicate to it. So this would not be an example of corporatism. This is actually
neither would the reference that you gave for the Trump pharmacy thing. That would not be corporatism.
I disagree on that one, but for this one, at least we can agree on. The thing here is the government technically does this all the time when it tries to, give bids and just fund private companies to do stuff in a way. I guess you're just a little more. It is a little weird that the Treasury would do it directly and not through some form of like agency that can handle the expertise required. But I don't think it's an example of corporatism. It doesn't create a syndicate, a little safe space for the
SpeakeaZy. I got to wrap it up, bro.
Okay, yeah, no problem. I think we got just
now. Listen, I just want to be completely transparent. As to why I have to wrap it up because one of my audience members said I'm tired of looking at that ugly fucking mod, and I was like, me too. Me too.
It makes sense.
I'm sick of this fucking guy. I'm just fucking sick of him.
That's true. If you gotta go, you gotta go. I get it. My face is kind of unbearable. I do.
It's pretty bad, bro.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad. You just do something.
I don't know how my wife deals with it.
Just do it. Just like it's just all of this.
Yeah,
last time was 1 a.m., bro, and this is good for me too.
Shit. No problem. Here, let me let's read this one. We're gonna read this one at least before you go, because Rachel said she wants to be nice and say that this guy is actually smart and well read, which is why it's so mind-boggling that he has such an incoherent worldview and didn't really make an argument. He has promise. Drop the leftist atheism.
I actually don't really think I'm a leftist. I'm gonna be honest with you. A little bit of a misunderstanding. I think incoherent. I try my best, the best we can do. But if you look at my stream ever, you'd probably realize that I kind of just shit on everyone. It's the joy of doing that, I guess. It does mean you're a little lonely, though. I'll tell you that. No one likes it when you don't affirm them. It's like Christopher Hitchens' pathway a little bit. Although, not to invoke him or idolize him, but it's definitely a little lonely when you don't get affirmed or affirm people often.
Let me make sure if there's any questions that are specifically for Andrew here. Just to make. Oh, wait here. One last one for you, Andrew. To both, gotta ask. Favorite drummer?
Neil Peart.
It's a hard one.
Yeah, that's a fucked up question. It's like favorite guitarist.
Yeah.
I have mine for that too.
I abstain. I'm taking the L on that one. I'm taking the L on it.
Dude,
That's
Neil
what's up.
Peart, Rush, bro. He drummed. He was at Buddy Rich's memorial, man. That's.
I want you to look in my eyes. Rush is fucking gay. Rush is fucking gay.
But the
okay?
drumming, bro. The drumming. Come on.
It does. They're
Even
the
if he
drummer
plays
gay
an
too,
entire fucking,
okay?
an entire jungle of shit, it's like the drumming. Those like flips or whatever, the drumming. Just thought the drumming.
All right. So what we'll do is because we only got I got a bunch of $2 ones and stuff to read after. So I'll let Andrew get out of here.
Good
if you wanna
debate, by the way,
just,
Andrew.
everyone knows already, but just tell everyone where they find you.
I like.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I am the host of the Crucible. I want to tell everybody here at the SpeakeaZy channel, I really appreciate you organizing this debate and hosting us tonight, and to my opponent for coming out and doing the debate. I know that this can be, like I'm an old hand at it, you know what I mean? But I know it can be very nerve wracking to put yourself out there for criticism to audiences. And I appreciate that. You know what I mean? I know that there's a lot of people who come at it just for clout. It seemed like you were actually trying to come at it with a view. So I don't get that as often, and I wish I got it more. So I do appreciate that. And with that, I'll take my leave.
It was a
All
good
right,
conversation, my
thank you
friend.
for coming out. I appreciate it big time.
No problem. Have a good one, guys.
Later, man.
You as well. And we got here. Here, let me. You good to finish off these? There's not too many for the 5 and up here, and then we'll get into
As
the
long as it
open
doesn't go
panel.
till
You good with
1 a.m. I mean, that's fine.
Here, let me. We'll get a little speed run through it, and if there's anything you want to stop on,
Okay.
you just let me know.
My fucking light, bro. My light is so goddamn hot that it makes me.
Yeah, I get it.
Bro,
That's what I hate.
I'm about to put a
the
filter
lights.
on, dude.
It gets hot. Yeah, it gets hot.
Christ.
Let me see. Specific question. Seeing as how Mussolini has been brought up several times, where are Trump's black shirts? Oh wait, Antifa works for the Democrats.
I have a very interesting answer to this, my friend. When you look at Mussolini's fascism and the way intimidation worked in a historical way, it's not necessary. In the same way that things like right-wing authoritarianism, at least through charters and neo-Nazi groups, spread out online because they decentralized, right? Now it's online and it can reach further. So I want you to know that when he's been doing this for 12 years. Trump has curated the Republican Party first, and he does it digitally. When Trump blasts people personally with the type of rhetoric he does online, which no one else does, before anyone says that, no, he doesn't. No one else does it like him. You have to remember that that's reaching hundreds of millions of people, And it is mobilizing a certain amount of people. The math will probably lead to around 30,000 people there who want to fucking kill you and your family. That is a fact. So there is no need for black shirts to go around and take you out of your home when the internet has now allowed this to happen on a much more grand and a much more decentralized scale. It's actually less risk if you think about it. And there's plenty of evidence to support this. Plenty of Republicans in Congress have come out to say this. Plenty of people who are not Republican have come out to say this. So that's my answer for that.
All right. We got Jess Gerald, 5 gifted memberships. Shout out to you. Stand Up and Paddle Animal Rescue with another gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. I appreciate that big time. Michael Hatchton, do you always ask this question? This is hilarious. Do you prefer the 1979 Carl Sagan Cosmos or the new seasons hosted by Neil deGrasse Tyson?
I'm sorry. It's Carl Sagan all the way. What the heck?
That's what I picked too. That's what I
Dude,
picked.
Who
Too.
doesn't love to hear Carl Sagan talk about flatland, bro?
Right? Come on.
Peculiar
Devin
little
Grift.
square.
Devin Griff with the gifted 5 memberships. Shout out to you. I appreciate that. Anita with 10, sending this because Andrew told me to, filling the void my dad left. Happy late Black History Month, fellas.
The billions
Appreciate
and billions.
that. Anita Borshaw.
First.
Oh no, I just realized your name. That's hilarious.
I know, dude.
Stupid. All right. Oh shit! This was I forgot to read this one for Andrew. Don't have a wife, but Andrew, you can have my friend's wife so that we can go to the bar, or so that he can go to the bar with me for beers. I'm dropping her off in 20 minutes.
Dude, there's
That's a
that. There's
good
that. What was he looking for? The ritual sacrifice, or whatever.
Yeah, the gotta sacrifice her up to the cult leader. Hatchtube just says, "Come on," and then a Wilson fan says, "Thanks for hosting SpeakeW, Andrew. Hey, Crucible Crew, gotta say, Andrew, you got him to actually chill a bit at the end, not one step back."
Wait, isn't that?
Let's go.
Isn't that a step forward?
Yeah, that's what he says. That's what he's saying. Not one step back.
Yeah, but
It's
that
always
was
a
the
step
that was the
forward.
negative. If I got to cool down, isn't that one step forward? Positive.
Yeah, he's saying because he got you to chill. That's a step forward, no steps back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of what's her name's comment,
And
the woman from earlier.
oh, and here, re-examination wanted to answer you from earlier. Circa Mark 10, 1 to 12 says adultery can be made against your wife.
Well, other parts of the Bible can contradict this a little, but yeah. I mean, again, you got to assume univocality here. Depends.
Maybe
I mean,
re-examination will come up on the after panel and explain.
yeah.
He usually comes up. Are you gonna stay for the open panel or?
Let's see, what time is it? 10:30. No, I'm probably gonna leave because my I want to hang out with my girlfriend for a bit. She's been pretty good the past few days.
Okay, yeah, no problem. All
That's
right,
okay.
so that is going to wrap up the Q&A then.
I'm going to tell her why this is wrong. No, I'm kidding.
First off, thank you to everyone in the live chat, all the questions, the engagement, the support. It's what allows me to keep bringing you these debates and the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week. And I can't thank you enough. I appreciate every single one of you. And of course, huge thank you to Searkar and Andrew for coming out tonight, sharing their ideas in front of all of us. What's going to happen next here is we're going to roll the debate outro song and video. It'll run for about 4 minutes. Perfect time for everyone to hit the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, do whatever you need to do before the Chaos and Chill open panel begins. During the outro, I'll drop the link in the chat for anyone who wants to join the open panel, test your ideas, continue the conversation on tonight's topic. Anyone is welcome to come in and hop in, debate, question, all of this. But if you're gonna come up to try and like spurg or troll or just bring personal dramas, you're just gonna get muted, most likely booted real quick. So while you're ahead with this idea, just quit it, okay? And before we run the outro, one last reminder: make sure you subscribe to both debaters. Their links are in the description. I didn't see a YouTube channel for you, Circa, so I just put your TikTok there.
Okay.
Is that where
my
you?
YouTube is Searkar as well. Actually,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, then I'll get one of my mods to put your link there as well.
Cool. Thank you for having me,
Yeah,
by the way.
make sure you guys. Sorry.
Thank you for having me, by the way. It was fun.
Hey, no problem, no problem.
And
Thanks for
thank
coming.
Andrew
I
as well.
appreciate
It was really nice that I got to have a conversation at the end too. I was trying to have something like that, a little, not make it so doom and gloom.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. No, that was great. That was great. So again, make sure you all subscribe up, okay, in the description there, and make sure you subscribe to the channel here as well, so you don't miss any more Swords of Reason battles. We do this Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, and this is where logic meets passion. All right, let's roll the outro, and I will see you all in a few minutes for the chaos and chill.
All right. Wow.
Economy
fun.
prompt seems absolutely awesome. Welcome in, Searkar.
Hi, Searkar.
Searkar,
You-
you
we-
savage.
How